Chapter 7. Bellamy, March to May, 1717. Within hours of capturing the Widow, Sam Bellamy's men anchored the powerful ship off the nearest Bahamian island, Long Island, 160 miles southeast of Nassau. Bellamy headed the Sultana into the wind and, with sails flapping, ordered the men to drop her anchors as well. The heavy iron anchors plunged into the crystalline water, and as the wind pushed Sultana to the leeward, their heavy flukes dug into the sand and coral sea bottom. The vessel stopped moving, and the two galleys lay side by side, one a miniature of the other, as the Marianne came to a stop a short distance away. The pirates who had taken over the Widow were happy and courteous, Captain Lawrence Prince was relieved to discover. A number of them probably knew Prince, at least by reputation. He had been to Jamaica several times and been stranded there for months after his previous command was sunk in the great hurricane of 1712. Both John Fletcher, the Marianne's quartermaster, and Paulsgrave Williams's boatswain, Jeremiah Higgins, were from Jamaica, and may well have come across Prince during the grim aftermath of the disaster. They could vouch that Prince, unlike many other captains, treated his crews fairly. The pirates were in a generous mood. They were keeping the Widow, but Prince could have the Sultana instead, along with 20 pounds in silver and gold as a gesture of goodwill. The pirates busied themselves transferring cargo and guns from the Sultana to the Widow, trying to pack as many valuables as possible into the larger ship's holds. The most valuable items, silver, gold, and gems, were stored in a single heap of bags in the Widow's great cabin. The pirates bragged to the prisoners that this stash alone was worth between 20,000 and 30,000 pounds. At the time of the Widow's capture, Bellamy and Williams had over 120 men under their command, and each and every one, from 9-year-old John King to the Afro-Indian John Julian, were entitled to at least 100 pounds. In addition, the holds of the Widow and Marianne overflowed with ivory, indigo, and other valuables. No wonder that when the time came, several of Prince's men asked to stay with the pirates and were welcomed into their ranks. Days passed as the pirates hoisted more cannon into place on the Widow's gun deck, boosting her armament from 18 to 28 guns, and lowered extra cannon into Marianne's hold. The pirates also loaded unwanted cargoes onto the Sultana, according to the desires of Captain Prince. As they prepared for departure, their stockpile of treasure was loaded into chests and taken out of the great cabin and stowed on the gun deck with the men. So great was the trust among the pirates, crewman Peter Hoff later reported, that the treasure was left there without any guard, but none was to take any without the quartermaster's leave. Before hoisting anchor, the pirates also forced 2 or 3 of Captain Prince's unmarried crewmen to join them, apparently finding themselves short of specialists. In early March, Bellamy gathered the pirates together to decide what to do with their ship of force. Spring was nigh, so they agreed to advance up the eastern coast of North America, seizing ships as they passed in and out of the gates of the Chesapeake and Delaware Bays, or the harbors of Charleston and New York. If separated by bad weather or unforeseen events, the Widow and Marianne would regroup at Damaris Cove Island in Maine. En route, Williams would stop at his home on Block Island, Rhode Island, to visit family members there. He probably wished to give them a share of his plunder. The pirates knew his extended family could be counted on to purchase and discreetly dispose of the pirates' bulkier cargo. Bellamy may have revealed an interest in making a similar stop on the Outer Cape to return to his love, Mary Hallett. In early March, the Widow and Marianne circled the southern end of Long Island until their bowsprits pointed toward Florida. They were embarking on what would be the greatest cruise of their careers. They captured their first prize off the north coast of Hispaniola a day or two after weighing anchor. The three-masted merchant ship, Tanner, had been only a few hours out of the French harbor of Petit Goave, then the principal port of French Hispaniola and now part of Haiti. When the pirates boarded the Tanner, they discovered she was a peculiar vessel, a British ship under contract to France, carrying a mixed Anglo-French crew and an enormous consignment of Haitian sugar back to La Rochelle, France's greatest commercial port. While searching the Tanner for valuables, the pirates told their crew they were Robin Hood's men. At least one of the Tanner's crew was impressed. John Chouan, a 24-year-old sailor from Nantes, couldn't speak English, but declared loudly in French that he wanted to be a pirate as well. Bellamy relayed commands to him through a bilingual crewman. Chouan listened to his first order as a pirate, to climb high up the Tanner's rigging and take down her topmast. This would slow the vessel down when the pirates released her, making it impossible for her to raise a timely alarm. Chouan, eager to prove himself, scampered up the mast and unrigged this upper section, lowering it to the deck with pulleys. He also helped the pirates find 5,000 livres, 208 pounds, hidden in Captain John Stover's cabin, and with the help of an interpreter, was welcomed aboard the Marianne. The Tanner was then released. Williams kept the Tanner's topmast because at this point the Marianne was in rough shape. The pirates had been in possession of the 50-ton sloop for nearly a year, during which time they had weathered storms, fought at least one serious battle, and captured nearly 50 vessels. They kept her bottom clean as best they could by careening regularly and keeping the areas below the waterline covered in white lead paint. As pirates, however, they had had no access to proper shipyards or port facilities. Above the waterline, the Marianne was becoming a wreck. The yellow and blue trim decorating her quarterdeck was peeling, as was the blue paint on her stern. Her single mast had broken just above the deck, a critical wound that had been shored up by lashing on an old spar against it, like a splint on a broken leg. Her sails were old and covered in patches. The old English flag, the Red Cross of St. George, fluttered from her bowsprit, under which a large chunk of the upper part of the bow was missing. Williams could further reinforce his injured rigging with the Tanner's topmast, but pretty soon he would need to get the Marianne a new one. As they picked their way north along the southern edge of the Bahamas, the pirates considered calling on Nassau, where they might scavenge a mast off some derelict prize and overhaul the Marianne in safety. As attractive as that might have been, Bellamy and Williams counseled against this course. If they stopped now, they would miss the lucrative spring pirating season, when the East Coast teemed with shipping after the long, bitter winter. With a ship full of treasure, they would be wise to avoid potentially fractious encounters with either of the Bahamas' rival leaders, Benjamin Hornigold and Henry Jennings, both of whom having reason to be cross with Bellamy and Williams. Besides, with a ship like the Witta, the pirates had the confidence to set up a seasonal pirate outpost of their own. The War of Spanish Succession, Williams told them, had left the coast of Maine in much the same condition as the Bahamas. The Indians and their French allies had burned most of the English settlements, leaving hundreds of miles of coastline uninhabited, including countless anchorages where an entire fleet of ships could refit unobserved by European eyes. Most important, the shores were covered in forests, with so many great pines that the Royal Navy itself relied on the region to supply its warships with pitch, lumber, and masts. Williams likely suggested they sweep up the east coast, sell heavy cargoes at Block Island, and rest and overhaul the Marianne on the central Maine coast. The pirates agreed, and a few days later they watched the last of the Bahamas disappear astern. They stayed well offshore of the Carolinas, intending to make a beeline for the entrance to Chesapeake Bay. Despite being more than 100 miles out to sea, they came upon a small merchant sloop out of Newport, Rhode Island. The sloop's master, Captain Beer, was bound for Charleston, and had probably opted for the outside passage precisely to avoid the pirates said to be infesting the Florida Straits and Windward Passage. Instead, Beer found himself captive aboard the largest pirate ship he and his fellow sailors had ever seen. Beer spent only 2 hours aboard the Witta, but he subsequently wrote out everything that had transpired, including a transcription of his conversation with Samuel Bellamy, in which the pirate commodore expounded on the political motivations for his actions. Beer was brought aboard the Witta while the pirates were plundering his sloop of cargo and trying to decide whether to return the vessel to him or not. Both Williams and Bellamy were in favor of giving Beer his sloop, which was too small to be of any use to them. But their men, their egos inflated by their recent successes, refused. Bellamy ordered Beer brought before him so that he could, apologetically, give the hapless captain the bad news. "Damn my blood, I am sorry they won't let you have your sloop again, for I scorn to do anyone a mischief when it is not for my advantage," Bellamy told Beer. "Damn the sloop, we must sink her, and she might have been used to you." The pirate paused, looking the Rhode Islander over, his sympathy draining away by the second. "Damn ye, you are a sneaking puppy, and so are all those who will submit to be governed by laws which rich men have made for their own security, for the cowardly whelps have not the courage otherwise to defend what they get by their knavery," he resumed, his anger building with every word. "But damn ye altogether! Damn them as a pack of crafty rascals, and you, captains and seamen who serve them, as a parcel of hen-hearted numbskulls. They vilify us, the scoundrels do, when there is only this difference between us. They rob the poor under the cover of law, and we plunder the rich under the cover of our own courage." Bellamy looked Beer over once again, carefully weighing the effect of his next words, his pitch, and his offer. "Would you not better make one of us," he asked the captain, "than sneak after the asses of those villains for employment?" Beer took little time in responding. His conscience, he told the fiery pirate commodore, would not allow him to break through the laws of God and man. Bellamy looked at him with disgust. "You are a devilish, conscientious rascal, damn ye," he declared. "I am a free prince, and I have as much authority to make war on the whole world as he who has 100 ships at sea and an army of 100,000 men in the field. And this, my conscience tells me, there is no arguing with such sniveling puppies who allow superiors to kick them about the deck with pleasure, and who pin their faith upon a pimp of a parson, a squab who neither practices nor believes what he tells the chuckle-headed fools he preaches to." With that, Bellamy ordered Beer away. He told crewmen to row the captain back over to the Marianne so that Williams could leave him on Block Island. When the pirates finished transferring the last cider and foodstuffs onto the Marianne, they set Beer's sloop on fire. The smoke plume could be seen for miles around until the vessel burned down to the waterline and the flames were quenched by the sea. A few days later, the pirates noticed the skies were growing dark. It was early April, and a bank of air that had warmed itself over the sultry creeks and marshes of Chesapeake country migrated out over the colder sea, creating a fog bank as thick as pea soup. It appeared so quickly that Williams and Bellamy didn't have time to close ranks, and quickly lost sight of each other. Bellamy's men rang the widow's bronze bell, but could hear no response from the Marianne. Night fell, and when the fog lifted to reveal the Capes of Virginia the following morning, the Marianne was nowhere to be found. Bellamy assured his crew that they would catch up with Williams at Block Island, as planned, or, failing that, at Damaris Cove Island, a few miles off the main coast. Meanwhile, it was time to hunt. Out of the lifting haze, sails could be seen out to sea. At least 3 vessels, each with too many masts to belong to Palsgrave Williams. Merchant ships, Bellamy suspected, and ordered the widow to swing around, her back to the wind, to bear down on them. Around 8 a.m. they approached the first one, a worn-out-looking ship, the Agnes of Glasgow. Her captain, Andrew Turbot, wisely offered no resistance. Turbot was headed to Virginia from Barbados with a load of that colony's signature products, sugar, molasses, and, most importantly for the pirates, rum. They made another discovery in the Agnes's hold. The tired ship was leaking badly and could only be kept afloat by keeping men working the pumps for hours on end. Agnes, they knew, would be of no use to them. The widow bore down on her next target. This was a 100-ton snow, the Anne Galley, a small but serviceable vessel Bellamy suggested they keep as an extra storage ship, and to help careen the widow in Maine. The company agreed, put 28 of their number aboard, and appointed Quartermaster Richard Noland to command the new auxiliary. Meanwhile, the widow detained the third vessel, a modest ship called the Endeavour, which was sailing from Brighton, England, to Virginia. The captures completed, the pirate fleet stood offshore where they finished their looting. The Agnes they would sink. Her crew sent on their way to Virginia aboard the Endeavour, which was too small for their purposes. Only the Anne Galley would be kept when the fleet continued their way northward toward Block Island, Cape Cod, and their Maine hideaway. At this time, the morning of April 9, 1717, the Marianne was just a few miles over the horizon against the Capes of Virginia, searching for prey of their own. Williams no longer looked like the middle-aged son of a wealthy merchant. His white wig contrasted sharply with his skin, so deeply tanned after a year in the tropics that witnesses were struck by his dark brown complexion. His motley crew, 5 Frenchmen, 5 Africans, an Indian, and nearly 30 Brits, looked as rough as the Marianne herself. Williams must have realized he would make quite an impression on his friends and family when they got to Block Island, but he was eager to see them. There was plenty of money to pass on to his mother, wife, and children, or to exchange with his smuggler friends for critical supplies. Since becoming separated from Bellamy, Williams hadn't made a single capture. Without the widow's firepower, he had to choose his targets carefully, staying clear of any vessel that might be well defended. While Marianne hid against the hilly shores of what is now Virginia Beach, Williams's lookout spotted a likely victim tacking toward the Capes from the open sea. With the wind at their backs, the pirates charged, and in less than an hour were alongside the hapless ship, the Trial, also of Brighton, en route to Annapolis, Maryland. They yelled orders to the unarmed ship's captain, John Lucas, that if he did not row himself over to the Marianne, they would sink his ship. The pirates knew Lucas had no choice but to comply. He had only 7 men and 2 boys against their 40 men and 10 cannon. The Trial turned into the wind and drifted to a stop. Lucas made his way to the Marianne. Still on the lookout for the widow, Williams took his time looting. With Captain Lucas incarcerated on the Marianne, Williams sent a number of his men back over to the Trial. For 11 hours, the pirates rummaged through her hold and cabins, breaking open chests and boxes, tearing into bales of goods, keeping some things and throwing others overboard. The trial had 2 more boats, and once the pirates had filled them with things they wished to keep, they rowed them back to the Marianne, put Lucas back aboard his ship, and ordered him to follow them on pain of death. Another ship had been sighted on the horizon, and in the hopes that it was the Widow, the Marianne set a course to intercept. Shortly thereafter, the wind began to stiffen, and the trial began moving faster than the smaller Marianne. Lucas, realizing his advantage, swung the trial around and made a successful dash to safety. Williams's men had taken everything of value from the trial, but the last thing they needed was for Lucas to alert the whole Chesapeake region to their presence. From interrogating captured mariners, Williams knew that the HMS Shoreham, a 360-ton, 32-gun Royal Navy frigate, was stationed near Williamsburg, Virginia's capital. From then on, they would have to move with caution to be sure they didn't put themselves in a position where the Shoreham might bring her guns to bear on their battered sloop. To further their disappointment, the sails on the horizon turned out not to be Bellamy's. Williams's crew may have grown anxious about what was becoming a prolonged separation from the great treasure heap in the Widow's hold. Williams tarried off the mouth of the Chesapeake for several more days, but his fear of encountering the Shoreham made him timid. Around April 13th, the pirates captured an English ship out of Whitehaven, only to begin fighting among themselves as to whether to destroy it. During this argument, which seems to have pitched Williams against some of his officers, another sloop and ship came into the entrance of the bay. The pirates broke off their fight, left their prize at anchor, and took off into the bay in pursuit of these new prizes. Unfortunately, as they worked their way up the Virginia shore, they spotted a large frigate-rigged ship in Lynnhaven Bay, and, fearing it was the Shoreham, beat a hasty retreat, abandoning even their anchored prize. With tensions growing aboard his sloop, Williams decided to head for home. At Block Island, his company could buy supplies. Drink and fresh food would do a great deal to improve his crew's morale. With any luck, they would find the Widow there. Block Island, 11 square miles of windswept sand, lay 12 miles off the coast of Rhode Island. The colony of Rhode Island was noticeably poorer and more loosely governed than Massachusetts, with few roads and a great many smugglers. Even its capital, Newport, was still little more than an oversized village, its 3,000 residents having only started giving names to its streets 5 years earlier. Block Island was even rougher, an island kingdom of its own, far from the eyes, ears, and arms of the authorities in Newport and Boston. The islanders' first allegiance was to one another, and Williams was one of them, son of a leading landowner, stepson of one of the earliest settlers, related by law, blood, or marriage. It was as safe a haven as Williams could ask for, short of a war-wasted colony like the Bahamas or Maine. The Marianne anchored off Block Island's main village on April 17th or 18th. From Captain Beer, Richard Caverly, and other captives aboard the Marianne, we know Williams went ashore to visit his mother, Anna Guthrie, and sisters, Mary Westcott, Catherine Sands, and Elizabeth Payne. He likely gave them part of his newfound wealth, perhaps asking them to forward some to his wife and children in Newport. He stayed ashore for a number of hours and possibly a day or two, his activities masked to history by the complicity of his kith and kin. Williams returned to the Marianne, anchored some distance from shore, and was accompanied by 7 local men, including his brother-in-laws, John Sands, the local warden and justice of the peace, and Thomas Payne, probable nephew of the great pirate of the same name, and one of his late stepfather's fellow Scots rebels, John Rathbun. The men, according to an affidavit they drew up a month later, went aboard the Marianne for about an hour or two, then boarded a boat without any molestation and began rowing back to the village. The men claimed that they were suddenly ordered to return to the Marianne, at which point 3 of the men in the boat, William Tosh, George Mitchell, and Dr. James Sweet, were forcibly taken from us and commanded to come on board. Given that Sands, as Justice of the Peace, failed to report the incident for more than a month, it seems likely that the men actually volunteered to join the pirates, and that Williams's in-laws' business aboard the Marianne would not have borne official scrutiny. Before leaving Block Island, Williams released Captain Beer and his crewmen, who would eventually travel to Newport to report their capture. By the time Beer made it to the mainland, events had made his news of Bellamy irrelevant. Williams cruised the mouth of Long Island Sound, calling it Gardiner's Island, a 3,500-acre island off the coast of Long Island, New York, and the feudal preserve of the family of the same name. Captain Kidd, Williams knew, had visited the island in 1699 and had not only been entertained by John Gardner and his Indian servants, he had managed to leave 2 chests and a number of bundles of treasure with him for safekeeping. Williams may have done the same, placing his wealth in the capable hands of the 3rd Lord of the Manor for later collection at the end of the summer season. On the afternoon of April 26th, the skies darkened and a powerful wind began blowing from the southeast. Long Island Sound roiled with angry whitecaps, and powerful gusts threatened to tear the Marianne's patched sails and splinted mast. A fearsome storm was striking New England. Williams was able to find shelter, probably nestled behind Gardiner's Island and between the 2 flukes of eastern Long Island. As the wind howled through the rigging, Williams was in a safe harbor. Out on the open ocean, he knew, it was going to be a dangerous night.
This audiobook is continued on Disc 7. The Republic of Pirates by Colin Woodard, continued. Disc 7.
Not 150 miles to the east, Bellamy was sailing over gentle seas, pushed along toward Cape Cod by a fair wind. The day had gotten off to a fine start. At 9 that morning, while still out of sight of land, they had intercepted a 2-masted vessel between Nantucket Shoals and George's Bank, the most productive fishing grounds of southern New England. Bellamy ordered the craft to surrender, emphasizing the point by firing a cannon shot ahead of her bow. 7 of his men rowed over to the prize, the Mary Ann of Dublin, and ordered the captain and most of his crew to row themselves over to the Whydah. Bellamy questioned the captain, one Andrew Crumpsley, and was pleased to discover that he had been on his way from Boston to New York with a load of wine. He sent 4 more crewmen to rustle up some bottles to pass around the Whydah and Ann Galley. Unfortunately, they had some trouble getting into Mary Ann's hold. The heavy anchor cables were piled over the entrance. For now, the men of the Whydah would have to settle for the 5 bottles of fresh wine the pirates had found in Crumpsley's cabin. No matter, they would take the Mary Ann with them and find time to plunder her later. Between the decks, the pirates' morale was presumably lifted by the prospect of a wine-fueled party on the shores of an out-of-the-way Maine island. First, there would be a short stop on Cape Cod, for after the Mary Ann's capture, Bellamy ordered all 3 vessels to follow a course of north by northwest. This took them not to the islands of mid-coast Maine, but straight for Provincetown, and by extension, Eastham. According to surviving accounts by those present, Bellamy told his crew they would be stopping on the Cape to stock up on fresh food and provisions. But according to Eastham folklore, his real aim was to reunite with young Miss Hallett, and show her and her family just how much he had made of himself. At about 3 in the afternoon, a fog settled around the widow and her 2 prizes, so dense and impenetrable that the pirates had trouble keeping the vessels together. Without a pilot for each, Bellamy knew it would be too dangerous to approach the treacherous shores of Cape Cod. If his great ship ran aground on one of the many unmarked shoals, they would be sitting ducks for the Royal Navy or any other armed authority. Despite his desire to get to Provincetown's anchorage, Bellamy ordered the vessels to come to a stop. Their sails flapping idly in the wind, the 3 vessels bobbed amid the eerie mist, waiting for visibility to improve. Not half an hour later, the pirates had a stroke of luck. Drifting through the fog, straight into their midst, came a small trading sloop, the Fisher, on her way from Virginia to Boston. Clearly, the sloop's captain knew these waters well enough to be willing to traverse them in these conditions. Just the man the pirates needed. Bellamy hailed her, asking whether the master was acquainted here with the coast. The Fisher's captain, Robert Ingalls, replied he knew it very well. Bellamy insisted Ingalls row over to lead the way. By 5 o'clock, Ingalls and his first mate were standing on the widow's quarterdeck under heavy guard, advising Bellamy on how best to proceed up the long, harborless shore of the outer cape. Bellamy happily ordered his 3 prizes to follow the widow as Ingalls guided her through the fog toward the unseen coast. It would soon be dark as well as foggy, so they placed a large lamp on the stern of each vessel to make it easier for them to keep track of one another. They proceeded to the north, Bellamy and the widow with over 130 of the pirates and most of the captives, Noland and 17 pirates in the Anne Galley, the wine-loaded Mary Ann under the control of 8 of Bellamy's men, and the prize crew of 4 pirates guarding captives in the Fisher. Aboard the Mary Ann, 7 of the 8 pirates promptly went for the casks of wine in the hold. Thomas South, one of the carpenters forced from the St. Michael 5 months earlier, remained sullen, quiet, and unarmed, keeping his distance from the rest of the pirates. While the others shoved aside the piled-up anchor cables on top of the hatches, South whispered to one of the Mary Ann's captive crewmen that he was plotting to escape from the pirates as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the rest of the pirates continued taking turns at the helm, while the others broke open the first barrels of Madeira wine and started what they intended to be a very long night of drinking. It wasn't long before the Mary Ann began falling behind the rest of the vessels. Bellamy, aboard the widow, noticed this and slacked off long enough to let the wine-laden Pink catch up. He yelled at the leaders of the Mary Ann pirates, Simon Van Vorst and John Brown, to make more haste. Brown, already tipsy, swore he would make the vessel carry sail till she carried her masts away. He and the other men ordered their captives to help them handle the sails, and, when they realized that the Mary Ann had a leaky hull, to do the back-breaking work of manning the pumps. They damned the vessel herself, saying they wished they had never seen her. By the time darkness fell, they turned the helm over to one of their captives, freeing up another pirate for the critical task of drinking wine. Brown declared himself captain, while another pirate, Thomas Baker, began bragging to the captives, telling them that their company had a privateering commission from King George himself. "We will stretch it to the world's end," Van Vorst chimed in. At about 10 at night, the weather began turning ugly. Heavy squalls of rain began to fall. The pitch-black sky was shattered by bolts of lightning. Worst of all, the wind had shifted so that it was coming from the southeast and east, driving the vessels toward the unseen shore of Cape Cod. The drunken pirates aboard the Mary Ann soon lost sight of the other vessels. Baker, perhaps distressed, began cursing the Mary Ann's cook, Alexander McConaughey, who was manning the helm and had apparently steered her closer to land. "He would make no more to shoot him than he would a dog," Baker howled, musket in hand. "You will never go on shore to tell your story." Not long thereafter, the shore presented itself as if rebuking Baker. The Marianne was now being battered by 20 to 30-foot seas, which broke in cascades of foam all around her. Everyone realized they might run aground at any moment and be dashed to pieces by the angry sea. McConaughey begged the pirates to swing her around, bow to the beach, to give her the best chance of surviving the inevitable collision with the bottom. No sooner had they swung around than the Marianne struck, shaking the hull violently and sending wine casks tumbling about the decks. Baker grabbed an axe and began hacking away at her masts, as bringing them down would reduce the stress on the creaking hull. With 2 of the 3 masts down, another of the pirates cried out in terror, "For God's sake, let us go down into the hold and die together." The men, captives, and pirates alike huddled on deck and in the hold, expecting to be drowned at any moment. The illiterate pirates begged McConaughey to read from the Book of Common Prayer. As they listened to the prayers in the cook's Gaelic accent, lightning flashed in the sky, wind screamed through the rigging, and the wooden hull shuddered in the surf. The crews of the other prize vessels were more sober and possibly as a result more fortunate. As the storm built, Richard Noland in the Anne Galley lost sight of the widow's lantern, but he kept close to the little fisher. The mountainous waves were pushing them toward the breakers, which they could hear crashing on the cape's deserted shore. Noland realized their only chance was to drop their anchors and hope that the great iron hooks held firm enough to keep them off the beach until the storm subsided. He swung the Anne around, and the men flung the anchors overboard. He screamed and gesticulated to the fisher to do the same. On both vessels, pirates and captives alike watched anxiously as the anchor cables played out, stiffened, and miraculously pulled the wooden ships to a stop a few hundred yards off the beach. If prayers were said during the night, they were undoubtedly directed at the anchors, clinging to the sandy bottom as the Atlantic vented its fury. A few miles to the north, the Widow was also being driven inexorably toward shore. As the huge seas tossed the ship closer and closer to the crashing surf, Sam Bellamy may well have remembered the wrecks of the Spanish treasure fleet, great hulls battered into kindling by violent, storm-driven surf. Bellamy knew where he was. In flashes of lightning, he could see the great cliffs of Eastham looming 100 feet above the exploding waves. If they crashed here, there would be few survivors. The surf washed nearly to the feet of the cliffs, which rose precipitously to the tablelands, that windswept, sparsely inhabited plain separating the villagers of Eastham and Billingsgate from the sea. By midnight, he knew the Widow's half-ton anchors were the only hope of saving her. The men struggled to follow the order as waves rolled over the deck. The helmsmen, their feet wide apart, spun the wheel, bringing the great ship's bow face to face with the wind. The anchors splashed into the water, and their heavy ropes began to play out. Everyone held their breath as the lines grew taut. There may have been a moment's pause as the Widow briefly stopped drifting toward the foamy chaos behind them, but then they could feel the anchors dragging. The Widow was doomed. There was one last chance to save the crew, to do just as the men on the Marianne had done. They had to try to bring the vessel ashore gracefully, bow first, hopefully making it far enough through the violently tossing surf to give a swimmer some hope of getting ashore. Bellamy yelled out to the men to cut the anchor cables. As soon as the last strokes of their axes had fallen, the thick anchor rope snapping free, Bellamy ordered the helmsman to swing her all the way back around, to run face first into the beach. But the vessel didn't turn. All watched in terror as the ship slipped backward, stern first, over 30-foot waves toward the white, misty chaos at the foot of the cliffs. The Witta ran aground with shocking force. The jolt likely shot any men in the rigging out into the deadly surf, where they were alternately pounded against the sea bottom, then sucked back away from the beach by the undertow. Cannon broke free from their tackles and careened across the lower decks, crushing everyone in their path. One pirate was thrown across the deck so hard his shoulder bone became completely embedded in the handle of a pewter teapot. Little John King, the 9-year-old pirate volunteer, was crushed between decks, still wearing the silk stockings and expensive leather shoes his mother had dressed him in aboard the Bonetta months earlier. Within 15 minutes, the violent motion of the surf brought the Witta's mainmast crashing down over the side. Waves broke over the decks, and water poured into the bedlam of crashing cannon and barrels of cargo below decks. At dawn, the Witta's hull broke apart, casting both the living and dead into the surf. As the storm raged on through the morning hours, the ebbing tide left more and more bodies piled on the shore. Amidst the bloated, mangled corpses, only 2 men stirred. One was John Julian, the Mosquito Indian who had served with Bellamy aboard his periaguas. The other was Thomas Davis, one of the carpenters forced from the St. Michael. Samuel Bellamy and some 160 other men, pirates and captives, whites, blacks, and Indians, had perished in the storm. 10 miles to the south, the pirates aboard the Marianne were thankful to be alive. At daybreak, they could see they had run aground on a half-drowned island in the middle of a small, protected bay. The crew of the Marianne probably recognized the place, Potchet Island, south of Eastham. With the tide down, half of the Marianne lay high and dry against the island, and the men could get ashore without getting their feet wet. They tarried about on the beach for several hours, eating sweetmeats and drinking more wine. At about 10 in the morning, 2 local men who had noticed the wrecked vessel rowed over in a canoe and brought the castaways to the mainland. The locals, John Cole and William Smith, apparently weren't suspicious, even when the pirates got into heated discussions in a mix of English, French, and Dutch. They could overhear that a number of the shipwrecked sailors wanted to get to Rhode Island as fast as possible, presumably to seek shelter among Williams's people. The others seemed more subdued, sitting quietly by the fire in John Cole's home until all of a sudden one of them spoke up. This was Alexander McConaughey, who blurted out that the other 8 were ruthless pirates, members of Black Sam Bellamy's infamous company. The pirates knew it was time to go. They took their leave of the flabbergasted family of John Cole and scurried out into the rain. They got as far as the Eastham Tavern before Justice of the Peace John Doane and his men caught up with them. Alerted by John Cole, Doane headed straight for the tavern, one of the few places where strangers might procure horses. Soon Doane had all the Marianne's complement, pirates and captives alike, under armed guard, walking down the muddy road toward the Barnstable jail. The pirates aboard the Anne Galley and the Fisher were luckier than the rest. Through good fortune, or perhaps by dint of the lightness of their vessels, their anchors held through the night. At 10 in the morning, the rain still coming down in sheets, the wind shifted back to the west, blowing away from the land rather than into it. With great relief, Noland ordered the sails and anchors raised. With the wind at their backs, they sailed away from the surf, bound for the coast of Maine, where they hoped to find the Witta and her store of treasure. 10 miles out, Noland decided it was time to rid themselves of the Fisher. The pirates transferred all of the crew and valuables aboard the Anne and left the fisher floating in the open sea, crewless, and with hatches open to the storm. 2 days later, on April 29th, the Anne dropped anchor in the lee of Monhegan Island, a high, rocky island 10 miles off the coast of Maine. Monhegan had been inhabited by Englishmen on and off since 1614, and was the site of one of New England's first year-round fishing stations. But on that blustery day in 1717, there may not have been anyone on the island to greet the pirates. The majority of Maine's settlements had been destroyed by Wabanaki Indians, who were allied with the French. The central and eastern portions of the coast were still contested by France and Britain, including Monhegan and other offshore islands like Damaris Cove and Matinicus. Monhegan had a water supply and easy access to some of the best cod fishing grounds in the Americas. It might lack a cozy harbor, but for outlaws on the run it was a safe place to linger and wait for the widow Marianne and Marianne to arrive. Days passed, with no sign of them. Noland and the other men began to fear the worst, that they were all that remained of the greatest pirate fleet in the Americas. Thomas Davis, one of the 2 survivors of the Widow wreck, had dragged himself out of the surf and, shivering and exhausted, stumbled through the darkness in search of shelter. He trod down the beach a short way, pelted with rain, impassable cliffs of sand hemming him in against the sea. Illuminated by flashes of lightning, the wall of sand appeared to go on forever in both directions. There was only one way to escape. Davis began to climb. Fortunately, he was a young man, 22, and presumably in good health, for despite cold and exhaustion, he somehow managed to reach the top of the 100-foot wall of sand. He must have rested a bit at the summit. An eerie plain of grass stretched out before him in the mist. Behind him, down in the surf, the shattered remains of the widow flashed in the lightning like a ghostly apparition. Finally, he stumbled forward, shivering in the wind and rain, away from the sea. At 5 in the morning, Davis finally arrived at the farm of Samuel Harding, 2 miles from the wreck site. In some form, Davis related his story to the Eastham native. Harding's ears must have pricked up when he heard of the shipwreck, for almost immediately he retrieved his horse. Davis, half drowned, found himself stuck on its back and led to the beach by the farmer. Harding circled the cliffs and, guided by Davis, proceeded to the wreck site. The 2 halves of the widow had separated by now, battered further and further apart by the storm, and bits and pieces of the ship, her cargo, and crew were spreading along the base of the cliff. They lashed anything of value to the horse and, fully loaded, proceeded back to Harding's farmhouse. Harding immediately turned around and repeated the trip multiple times through the early morning hours. By 10 in the morning, Harding was joined by his brother, Abiah, neighbors Edward Knowles and Jonathan Cole, and some 7 other men, scooping up valuables as quickly as possible, knowing the authorities could arrive at any time. Jonathan was the son of John Cole, one of the 2 men who rode out to rescue the Marianne pirates that morning, 10 miles to the south. They may have picked through the increasing number of storm-battered corpses piling up on the beach, more than 50 by that afternoon, relieving the dead of silver buttons and buckles, jewelry, and coins. As it turned out, they had plenty of time. Eastham's Justice of the Peace, Joseph Doane, was tied up for the entire day, intercepting and arresting the Marianne's crew on the other side of town and escorting them to Barnstable. Doane didn't make it to the wreck site until the following morning, Sunday the 28th, at which point he found all was gone of value. Doane later claimed he then commanded the inhabitants of the area to save what they could for the king, while the local coroner, Jonathan Cole's father-in-law, oversaw the burial of 62 drowned men, collecting several things belonging to the wreck, in the process. The total value of the items set aside for the king came to only £200, suggesting that many thousands of pounds of valuables made their way into the hands of the good people of Eastham. It could hardly have been otherwise. Within a couple of days, 200 people, most of the able-bodied inhabitants of the town, were out plundering the wreck, cutting up bits of sail and taking riches out of the sand. A strange occurrence was later reported to authorities sent in from Boston. On Monday the 29th, less than 3 days after the Widow wrecked, a very great sloop arrived off the beach. The mysterious vessel approached the largest piece of the Widow, then lowered a boat into the water. A number of its crewmen rowed over and examined the weather-battered remains. She chased off several local fishing vessels before sailing off into the open sea. Colonial authorities assumed it to have been the widow's consort, an error they passed on to history. On April 29th, Palsgrave Williams was 140 miles to the southeast, cruising for prizes near the entrance to Long Island Sound, still unaware of the widow's destruction. The day before, his company had plundered a sloop from Connecticut, taking 3 bushels of salt and 2 of their sailors. One of the sailors, Edward Sargent, knew the immediate area well and was forced to act as their pilot, as they lurked in the waters between Montauk and Martha's Vineyard. Unfortunately, no captures came their way that day and for several days after that, causing much dissatisfaction among the crew. On May 3rd, near the desolate island called No Man's Land, south of Martha's Vineyard, they took 2 trading sloops inbound from North Carolina. From the Hannah and Mary, they seized items to help in the overhaul of the Marianne, and a Devonshire man living in Boston who could guide them safely around Cape Cod and on to Maine. The second sloop, a smaller vessel from Portsmouth, New Hampshire, had nothing of value. Such paltry pickings could not have mollified the crew. Grumbling undoubtedly continued as the Marianne failed to catch any worthwhile prizes. Another week passed, then 2, all without plunder. At this point, they cruised directly for Maine, where they hoped to find Bellamy and the Widow. A trusted commander and an unstoppable ship would set things right. Guided by her captive pilot, the Marianne stayed well offshore of Cape Cod on a course set straight for Cape Elizabeth, a prominent headland in southern Maine that could be seen for miles out at sea. They had no way of knowing that at that very moment the Widow lay scattered in the surf just over the western horizon. At noon on May 17th, 1717, some 75 miles offshore, they intercepted a fishing sloop, the Elizabeth, bound from Salem, Massachusetts to the great cod fishing grounds of George's Bank. There was no gold on this paltry prize, of course, just 16 huge barrels filled with salt, bait, and food. The sloop was tiny, but Williams thought it to be about the right size to help careen the Marianne when they finally found their way to Damaris Cove. The pirates forced the Elizabeth's skipper to come aboard, putting some of their own number on the fishing sloop, and continued on to Maine. After daybreak on Sunday the 18th, Williams's men spotted the bold outline of Cape Elizabeth. Their pilot not knowing the way to Damaris Cove, the pirates decided to sail the Marianne straight to the nearest harbor to kidnap a local mariner. In a few hours they came to anchor between Cape Elizabeth and Richmond Island, where the docks and associated detritus of a 70-year-old fishing station stared blankly out at them. The station's fishermen were long gone, but there was a farmhouse on the mainland shore, a small sloop anchored in the harbor, and an open boat or 2 pulled up on the seaweed-strewn beach. Certainly, Williams reasoned, a pilot could be found here. Up at the farmhouse, Dominicus Jordan could smell trouble. He had been born on the shores of the little anchorage, but had seen more warfare and violence than most pirates. At the start of the War of Spanish Succession, a band of Indians had occupied his parents' fortified home. Dominicus's father, a giant of a man with a fearsome reputation, put a hatchet through an Indian's head. The other Indians killed the father and carried 19-year-old Dominicus, his mother, and 5 younger siblings into captivity in the Canadian wilderness. The family spent the next 13 years with the Indians, learning their language and many of their ways, before being released in 1715. Dominicus took one look at the heavily manned sloop of war and knew enough to get away. He grabbed his wife and 3-year-old son and with the servants fled into the woods. Williams's men spent the day and night at Cape Elizabeth, rifling through the Jordan's possessions. At one point, the pirates detained a hapless fishing boat that had entered the anchorage. One of the fishermen admitted knowing the way to Damaris Cove and Monhegan and was pressed into service as a pilot. His young assistant was set free ashore and ran through the woods to alert the nearest town, Falmouth, of the pirates' presence. That afternoon, they sailed 30 miles eastward to Damaris Cove Island, off what is now Boothbay Harbor. A long, rocky island with a snug cove nestled in its southern end, Damaris Cove had been a rendezvous for fishermen for more than a century. Following the devastation of the Indian Wars, the island was unoccupied, apart perhaps from occasional visits by fishermen needing a place to sleep after a long day spent pulling 4- and 5-foot-long codfish up from the cold waters of the Gulf of Maine. Anchored securely in the cove, the tops of the Mariane's masts were nearly hidden from view by the brambly ridges that rose from each side. It was, indeed, a safe place to hide out, rest, and repair the sloop. Of the widow, however, there was not a sign that she'd ever graced the island with her presence. Williams stayed at Damaris Cove for 5 days, vainly hoping that Bellamy would suddenly appear, ship and treasure intact. He did his best to get the Mariane into shape, unloading her cargo, taking out her broken mast, and careening the underside of her hull. Those not at work gathered at the gravelly beach at the head of the cove, grimly taking stock of their paltry treasure hoard: 10 cannon, some bales of wool and linen cloth, a bit of scavenged iron, some barrels of food, salt, and water. As the days passed and it became clearer that the widow was not coming, the image of the great heap of gold and jewels piled in her hold must have haunted the weary men. Though they were but 15 miles from Monhegan, Williams's company apparently never encountered their fellow pirates on the Anne Galley and the Fisher. Like the crew of the Mariane, Noland and Company had tarried on the outer islands of mid-coast Maine for a time, repairing their vessels and plundering the little fishing vessels that came across their path. These pirates, intimately aware of the dangers the storm had presented to the widow, had probably already given up hope and headed south for the safety of the Bahamas. On May 23rd, Williams, too, was forced to accept that his friend had missed their rendezvous. With a sense of foreboding, the crew voted to start the long, dangerous trip back to Nassau. They sailed south to Cape Elizabeth, where they released the Elizabeth and the other fishing vessels, then set course for Cape Cod. In the late morning of the 25th, within sight of the tip of Cape Cod, Williams's men finally learned of the widow's fate. The bearer of the ill news was Samuel Skinner, master of the schooner Swallow of Salem, Massachusetts, whom the pirates detained just inside Massachusetts Bay. The destruction of the widow was by now on everybody's lips, from Portsmouth to Newport and beyond, Skinner could have told them, carried in the pages of the Boston newsletter. The widow, the treasure, and Williams's friend and accomplice were all gone, destroyed by the sea itself. Williams, presumably reeling from the news, released the Swallow and sailed out of the bay. In Boston, the greatest city on the British-American mainland, the destruction of the Whydah had brought little solace. Every few days another ship arrived in New England's ports bearing tales of pirate attacks. Fishing boats in Maine and the open Gulf, trading sloops off Connecticut, Rhode Island, Martha's Vineyard, and the Cape. For the first time since the outbreak of piracy, nowhere in New England waters seemed safe for men of the Black Flag. Massachusetts Governor Samuel Shute put the colony on a wartime footing. Unable to trust the safety of the sea lanes, he ordered the 9 surviving pirates transported overland from Barnstable to Boston under a strong guard and sufficiently bound from county to county and sheriff to sheriff. For the first few days after the wreck, Boston remained without naval protection. Even after May 2nd, when the 5th-rate frigate HMS Rose finally arrived from the West Indies, Shute remained concerned about the safety of commerce. On the 9th, he dispatched the frigate to Cape Cod, where she spent nearly 3 weeks patrolling for pirates, including a day spent off the wreck site itself. News of the Mariane's landings at Cape Elizabeth reached the governor on May 21st, and unnerved him sufficiently to order a week-long closure of Boston Harbor. He armed a sloop, the Mary Free Love, and sent her out as a privateer to hunt down Williams and Noland. He even allowed the captain of the Rose to press 20 of Boston's men to be sure he wasn't overwhelmed by pirates while patrolling the coast. All of New England stood on a knife's edge. Nobody was in a greater state of fear than the captive pirates themselves. They had arrived in Boston on May 4th, were marched up the hill past the townhouse, and then dumped in the cages of Boston's decrepit prison. In addition to the 7 men from the Mariane, the prisoners included Thomas Davis and John Julian, who had been apprehended by Justice Doane before they had gotten far from the beach. Soon afterward, Julian was separated from the rest, destined by dint of his dark skin for the slave market. It's possible that John Julian became a slave to the family of a future president, John Quincy Adams. The other 8 prisoners may have wished for the first time that they weren't white, because unless some of their colleagues came into Boston to free them, they all knew they were likely to die on the gallows. Maybe they hoped, as they lay in their cages, that their brethren back in the Bahamas had heard of their fate and were coming to the rescue. Chapter 8. Blackbeard, May to December, 1717. When Blackbeard and Hornigold returned to the Bahamas from the Spanish Main in possession of the Bonnet, a fine sloop of war, and 100,000 pounds in plunder, their reputations soared. Hornigold was now an undisputed leader of the pirate republic, taking his place alongside his rival, Henry Jennings. Blackbeard, who was 37 at this time, was regarded as one of the finest captains in the archipelago, brave and effective. Unlike Bellamy, Blackbeard had no intention of pushing his commodore aside, especially given that Hornigold had become less reluctant to take English vessels. Word had gotten around that young Sam Bellamy had captured a ship of force and taken her north to intercept those colonies' spring shipments from Europe and the Caribbean. Several other pirate companies were preparing to follow suit, and were busy loading their sloops with the necessary supplies. The French pirate, Olivier Labuse, was back in Nassau and had acquired a powerful ship of his own that at 250 tons and with 20 guns was nearly as strong as the Whydah. The Frenchman was busy recruiting additional crewmen. When he got to 150, he intended to cruise to New England, reconnoiter with Bellamy, and continue on as far as Nova Scotia and Newfoundland. Jennings, however, had no interest in sailing north. Alone among the pirate captains, he continued to refuse to attack British vessels, the only sort one could expect to encounter with any regularity there. Charles Vane, for his part, also appeared to have no interest in cruising to cooler climes. Like many of Jennings's company, he seemed content to enjoy his wealth and freedom on shore. After a short break, during which time Hornigold refit the Bonnet into a proper sloop of war, Blackbeard and Hornigold left to cruise, though they stayed much closer to home. In early July, they lurked off eastern Cuba in their respective sloops, hoping to intercept some well-laden transatlantic ships. Instead, they took a sloop under one Captain Bishop, bound from Havana to New York with a cargo of flour. It wasn't gold, true, but flour was always in demand in the Bahamas, where the pirates grossly outnumbered the few remaining farmers. They took the time to transfer 120 barrels of the stuff on board their own sloops before letting Captain Bishop continue on his way. A week or so later, a bit to the west, they captured another New York-bound trading vessel under a Captain Thurber, several days out of Jamaica. The pirates found nothing of interest aboard her apart from a few gallons of rum, which they absconded with before releasing the vessel. Slim pickings, the pirate company must have thought. Perhaps they should be following their colleagues northward after all. By August, Thatch and Hornigold were back in Nassau, their flour ensuring that nobody would want for bread for many months to come. They presumably spent the next few days unloading this cargo and preparing for a longer expedition up the eastern seaboard. Their brethren seemed nearly invulnerable, their control of the sea lanes from Jamaica to New York virtually uncontested by any authority. As they shared intelligence, gathered from captives and the merchants of Harbor Island with the other pirate captains, they concluded that the Royal Navy was helpless to stop them. The HMS Shoreham had only recently returned to Virginia, and was said to be in such poor condition that her captain didn't dare leave the protection of Chesapeake Bay. Sam Bellamy's men had so terrorized the British Leeward Islands that the mere rumor of their return had caused the colony's governor to abandon a tour aboard the HMS Seaford for fear he would be captured. Out on Barbados, the Scarborough's crew was said to be all but incapacitated by disease. Outside of Jamaica, that left but 2 or 3 ships to protect thousands of miles of coastline from Barbados to Maine. There were rumors that reinforcements were on their way from England, but for the time being, it seemed, the Americas belonged to them. Some of the pirates, particularly Scotsmen and ex-Governor Hamilton's privateers, had started expressing wider aspirations. These individuals loathed King George and had been frustrated by the failure of the 1715 Jacobite rebellion against him. Feeling their power, these pro-Stuart pirates discussed volunteering their services to the pretender, the would-be Stuart king James III, who was living again in exile in France. This faction, which probably included Jennings, Vane, and a number of Blackbeard's and Williams's men, were developing contacts with Jacobite sympathizers in England, through whom they hoped to one day secure privateering commissions from the Stuart king. The ragtag Republic of Pirates was ready to take a place on the world stage, and to take sides in the great geopolitical struggle of the time. Then, bad news came. The Marianne, her sails ragged and her mast jury-rigged, limped into Nassau harbor, followed by the storm-damaged Anne Galley under Richard Noland. Palsgrave Williams could be seen on the Marianne's quarterdeck, but Sam Bellamy, his inseparable companion, was nowhere to be seen. Williams and Noland related the tragic news of the widow's destruction, how 9 survivors were said to be awaiting trial in Boston with little hope of acquittal, and that Bellamy was not among them. The governors of Massachusetts and Rhode Island had outfitted at least 3 privateers to hunt Williams down, forcing the pirates out of New England waters. Williams had continued plundering vessels as he worked his way down the coasts of New Jersey, Delaware, and the Carolinas, scoring enough wine and provisions to keep his men alive. Through death or desertion, his company was down to just over 30 men. Noland, who he had reunited with along the way, had some 20 men aboard. Of the 125 or more pirates who had left the southern Bahamas with Bellamy early that spring, only 50 remained. Blackbeard was particularly incensed by the news. His friend Bellamy was dead, and the pious fools in Boston were bent on executing the last of the survivors. This could not be allowed to happen, and if it did, Blackbeard would exact a terrible revenge on the people of New England. While conversing with Williams and Noland, he contemplated the possibility of attacking Boston and breaking the captives out of its aging prison. To carry out such a bold plan, Blackbeard would need his own ship of force. At the end of August, an unfamiliar vessel entered the harbor, her sails and rigging frayed, her decks scarred with the telltale wounds of a prolonged battle. She was a sloop of war flying the black flag, but nobody in Nassau had ever seen her before. When her captain showed himself, onlookers were aghast. Clad in a fine dressing gown, his body patched with bandages, was a plump gentleman who looked as if he'd hardly spent a day at sea in his life. None of the people who saw this genteel landsman hobble across the deck would ever have imagined that he was destined to become Blackbeard's leading accomplice. Stede Bonnet, the man in the dressing gown, was the most unlikely of pirates. He had been born on Barbados 29 years earlier, in 1688, to an affluent family of sugar planters. The English had settled Barbados in the late 1620s, a generation earlier than Jamaica or the Bahamas, and Stede's great-grandfather, Thomas, had been among its pioneers. In the 9 decades since then, the Bonnets had cleared hundreds of acres of lowland jungle to the southeast of the colony's capital, Bridgetown, planting at first with tobacco and, more successfully, with sugarcane. Like other successful planters, they had purchased African slaves to tend the crops and the sweltering tubs of cane syrup in the sugar houses. By the time of Stede's birth, the Bonnets had one of the most prosperous estates on the island, 400 acres of sugar, with 2 windmills and a cattle-operated mill to grind the syrup from the cane. Stede's early years were spent on the sprawling plantation, his family attended to by 3 servants and 94 slaves. His life was not without tragedy. In 1694, when he was just 6 years old, his father died, and his mother appears to have died not long thereafter. The estate was placed in the care of his guardians until he came of age. He became an orphan child with a small army of servants and slaves. Bonnet was groomed to take his place among the Barbadian aristocracy. He received a liberal education, served as a major in the island's militia, and courted the daughter of another leading planter, William Allenby. In 1709, when Bonnet was 21, he and young Mary Allenby were married in Bridgetown's St. Michael's Church, a stone's throw from the sparkling surface of Carlisle Bay. They set up house just south of Bridgetown Harbor, where Bonnet was generally esteemed and honored. Then everything began to go wrong. Their first child, Allenby Bonnet, died in early childhood. This had a lasting impact on Bonnet. 3 more children followed, Edward, Stede Jr., and Mary. Yet Bonnet's spirits did not rise. He fell into depression, even insanity. His friends felt he suffered from a disorder in his mind, which had been but too visible in him for some time, and which was supposedly caused by some discomforts he found in a married state. Toward the end of 1716, he reached a breaking point. His fellow planters were in an uproar over the depredations of Bellamy and Williams, who had caused much damage to the trade of the nearby Leeward Islands. Bonnet became enchanted. Though he was a landsman through and through, and entirely unversed in the arts of seamanship and navigation, he decided to build himself his own warship. He contracted a local yard to build a 60-ton sloop of war, capable of carrying 10 cannon and 70 or more men. He must have told the authorities that he intended to use it as a privateer, claiming he intended to go to Antigua or Jamaica, where he might expect to be granted a commission to hunt down the pirates. In reality, he wished to become one himself. When the sloop was completed, Bonnet christened her the Revenge and set about hiring a crew. Betraying his ignorance of privateer and pirate custom alike, he paid the men a cash salary instead of shares. He would have to pay his officers well, as he would be entirely reliant on them to operate his vessel. The crewmen may have had political reasons for joining the eccentric planter. They included an unusually large number of Scotsmen, and in the months to come, some of them would express Jacobite proclivities. While the officers set about ordering appropriate arms, stores, and provisions, Bonnet concentrated on the matter he thought most important to successful buccaneering, equipping his cabin with an extensive library. One night in the late spring of 1717, he boarded the Revenge and ordered his hired hands to make ready for departure. Under cover of darkness, the sloop sailed out of Carlisle Bay, leaving Bonnet's wife behind with his infant daughter and young sons, aged 3 and 4. He would never see any of them again. Fearing perhaps he would be recognized in the Leeward Islands, Bonnet ordered his quartermaster to take the Revenge straight to the North American mainland. His hirelings told him he could expect to find ample prizes at the approaches to Charleston, South Carolina. Presumably, nobody would recognize Bonnet there, but on the way he told his crew to refer to him as Captain Edwards, just in case. Though separated by 1,900 miles of ocean and islands, Barbados and Charleston were remarkably alike. Charleston had been founded less than 50 years earlier by a group of Barbadian planters who had successfully replicated their West Indian slave society in the coastal swamps of southern Carolina. A compact, walled city of 3,000, Charleston's streets and low, swampy shoreline were lined with Barbadian-style homes, high-ceilinged frame structures with large windows, balconies, and tiled roofs. Outside the walls, rice and sugar plantations spread for miles up and down the Ashley and Cooper rivers, their sweltering fields tended by armies of black slaves, overseen by a handful of armed whites. As in Barbados, the colony's whites were outnumbered by their slaves, in this case by a ratio of 2 to 1. By land, the town was entirely isolated from the rest of English America, all communication taking place by sea. South Carolina was effectively a West Indian slave island stranded on the swampy shores of North America. Charleston, the only proper town in all of South Carolina, was particularly vulnerable to naval attack. It was located on a peninsula at the confluence of 2 rivers, 5 miles from the sea. The entrance to this estuary was partially blocked by a long sandbar, and 3 pilots were kept busy guiding vessels over it as they passed to and from the ocean. The coast itself, where thousands of mosquitoes and other troublesome insects were tormenting both man and beast, was sparsely populated. Adjacent North Carolina was barely governed at all, there being only a handful of villages and fewer than 10,000 impoverished souls scattered over thousands of square miles of swampy, slow-moving creeks and bayous between Charleston and the Capes of Virginia. For a pirate, this was a perfect setup. They could patrol the entrance of the bar spider-like, collecting all vessels in their web. When the time came to find a refuge to plunder the vessels and evade the law, there were hundreds of miles of creeks, inlets, and islands on the North Carolina coast to hide among, places with entrances too shallow or convoluted for a large warship to follow them. For a novice pirate with a powerful vessel, the Carolinas provided a perfect sandbox in which to learn the trade. Bonnet's men guided the Revenge to the outside of the Charleston bar in late August 1717 and waited for their prey. On August 26th, it came in the form of a brigantine under Captain Thomas Porter from Boston. The Revenge, her decks crammed with men and guns, overtook Captain Porter and compelled him to surrender. Bonnet's prize crew was disappointed to find the brigantine devoid of worthwhile plunder, but they held her just the same so that Porter couldn't alert the town to their presence. A few hours later, they spotted a sloop approaching from the south. They closed in on her and rolled out their guns, compelling her prompt surrender. Bonnet ordered the sloop searched while he consulted with her captain. Bonnet had been telling everyone that he was Captain Edwards, but the sloop's captain, Joseph Palmer, was not fooled. He was from Barbados and was probably surprised to find Major Stede Bonnet in command of a pirate sloop. Bonnet, engaged in piracy for less than a day, had already been found out. Palmer's sloop turned out to be carrying a small but valuable cargo of Barbados's primary exports, sugar, rum, and slaves. The Revenge, her hold still nearly full of supplies, couldn't carry more, nor did Bonnet wish to cram slaves aboard his crowded sloop. Bonnet, perhaps advised by his quartermaster, resolved to take control of both vessels and sail to North Carolina to sort things out. A few days later, the Revenge anchored in the slack brown waters of one of that colony's inlets, probably on Cape Fear, a famous refuge of the buccaneers and corsairs of the previous century. They unloaded Palmer's sloop, and after using it to careen the Revenge, set her on fire. Palmer, along with his crew and slaves, was put aboard Porter's brigantine, which the pirates relieved of anchors and most of her sails and rigging. By reducing her means of propulsion, the pirates intended to give themselves a long head start, delaying Porter's ability to get to Charleston and sound the alarm. They may have overdone it. The brigantine was so slow that Porter was forced to put most of the slaves ashore, else they would have all been starved for want of provisions. South Carolina wasn't to learn of Bonnet's piracies until September 22nd, 4 weeks after they had taken place. By then, he was long gone. The Major was no sailor, a historian would write of Bonnet a few years later, and therefore was obliged to yield to many things that were imposed on him, for want of competent knowledge in maritime affairs. The first such imposition took place as the Revenge sailed out of her North Carolina refuge. Bonnet was already beginning to lose his grip on the crew, who argued openly about where they should cruise next. Ultimately, amid nothing but confusion, they sailed south into the Straits of Florida, perhaps wishing to try their luck fishing the famed Spanish wrecks. Instead, somewhere off Cuba or Florida, they blundered into a situation that nearly cost Bonnet his life. Savvy pirates knew better than to engage a ship far more powerful than them, and could tell a lumbering merchant ship from a deadly man-of-war. Stede Bonnet lacked these skills. Through hubris, weakness, or incompetence, he allowed the Revenge to engage in a full-fledged battle with a Spanish warship. By the time his crew managed to effect a retreat, the Revenge's decks were awash with blood. More than half his crew, 30 to 40 men, was dead or wounded, and Bonnet himself had suffered a severe, life-threatening injury. The Revenge escaped, probably because she was faster and more agile than the Spanish man-of-war, suggesting that Bonnet could have avoided the incident altogether. As Bonnet lay in his cabin among his books, racked with pain, the crew set a course for the ultimate sanctuary, New Providence Island, and the fabled pirate base at Nassau. The pirates of Nassau listened attentively to Bonnet's story and those of his men. In the discussions that followed, the pirates resolved to grant the eccentric planter refuge, at least until he recovered from his appreciable wounds. In exchange, however, they wished to make use of his fine sloop of war. Blackbeard, Benjamin Hornigold maintained, could do big things if placed in charge of the Revenge, which was far superior to the sloop he had been using. Bonnet, who was barely able to leave his bed, could continue to occupy the captain's cabin, but Blackbeard would be in charge of the ship. Bonnet, now suffering from both mental and physical pain, was hardly in a position to refuse. Blackbeard transferred many of his men and 2 cannon over to the Revenge and commenced repairs on the newly built sloop of war. Within a week or 2 he was ready to depart, the Revenge now equipped with 12 guns and 150 men, among them Hornigold's longtime quartermaster, William Howard. Hornigold had business to attend to, but first he may have arranged to meet Blackbeard off the coast of Virginia in a few weeks' time. In the middle of September, Blackbeard was sailing up the Gulf Stream in charge of his first independent command. It would be many months before he saw Nassau again. After Blackbeard's departure, Hornigold put his affairs in order. Some of his preparations for his forthcoming cruise were documented, providing a window into a poorly understood aspect of pirate life. He first recruited Richard Noland, quartermaster of the late Sam Bellamy, to serve as his agent at Nassau, making him responsible for recruiting men and keeping an eye on his interests on the island. He then took a large load of plundered cargo aboard his pirate ship, the Bonnet, flour, sugar, and other surplus items, and sailed it up to Harbor Island. There he spent several days trading and visiting with Richard Thompson and the island's other merchants who were growing rich, smuggling pirate goods into Jamaica and Charleston. While on the island, he was surprised to run into Neil Walker, the son of his old nemesis Thomas Walker. The Walkers had apparently decided that if they couldn't suppress the pirates, they might as well make money off them. Neil was busy loading his sloop with barrels of pirated sugar, which members of Hornigold's crew later spotted outside Thomas Walker's new residence in exile on an islet off Abaco. In Harbor Island's snug anchorage, Hornigold also encountered a newcomer to the Bahamas, a French pirate named Jean Bondavet, whose men had already earned a reputation for harshly treating the island's inhabitants. Bondavet, like Hornigold, was preparing for a new pirate cruise, and the two soon found themselves competing for the same resources. His sloop, the Mary Ann, may well have been the Marianne, which Williams and his company would have been happy to sell after their frightening odyssey. If so, this would have irked Hornigold, who was the pirate who had originally captured the sloop 18 months prior. Both captains were trying to buy supplies from Harbor Island's merchants, and each needed a ship's boat and more crewmen, particularly surgeons. Hornigold had taken pity on his captive surgeon, William Howell, and released him some weeks earlier. The poor man, who loathed the pirate life, had been unable to arrange passage off New Providence and lived in constant fear of being pressed by one pirate crew or another. Bondavet somehow got wind of this, perhaps from Hornigold's men, and quietly sent for him in Nassau. Howell was living with the merchant William Pinder, and both men were at home when Bondavet's men rapped on the door. Pinder opened the door to find himself face to face with a gang of cutlass-wielding Frenchmen. They told the merchant that they had come for Howell and a hogshead of rum, and would cut him with cutlass if he did not deliver both. Pinder only had a gallon of rum, which Howell had brought from town, and when he told the pirates so, they became very rude and threatened to drag Howell away that instant. Howell tearfully told Pinder that he would rather choose to go with Hornigold than with these Frenchmen, who deal so hardly with him. Somehow he and Pinder put them off long enough for Howell to run over to the house where Richard Noland was staying. He begged Noland to recruit him, saying he would rather serve the English than French if he was compelled to make a choice of either. Noland, pitying the man, arranged for his conscription into the Bonnet's crew. Shortly thereafter, Hornigold's quartermaster, John Martin, bundled him into a boat and carried him to Harbor Island, where Hornigold could protect him. At Harbor Island, Vane was upset to learn that the surgeon was now aboard the Bonnet. The Frenchman approached Hornigold, demanding Howell be turned over. Hornigold slyly responded that he would be happy to comply, so long as the surgeon agreed. Howell, of course, refused. Vane relented, eventually sailing away without the reputed surgeon. Howell remained desperate to escape from the pirates, however, and repeatedly tried to escape, despite being placed under heavy guard. At one point he approached one of the daughters of Richard Thompson, Harbor Island's leading citizen, begging her to hide him. Nobody on the island dared to help the man, Thompson later said, lest Hornigold should burn or destroy their houses or do some other vileness, the whole place being in such fear of Hornigold that no inhabitant dared speak against or contradict any of his orders. When the Bonnet departed the Bahamas to meet Blackbeard, we know Howell was on board, forced into piracy for the second time in less than a year. By this time, Blackbeard and company were 1,000 miles to the north, patrolling the entrance to Delaware Bay, through which all of Philadelphia's commerce passed. During the trip from Nassau, Blackbeard had developed growing doubts about the Revenge's eccentric owner. Bonnet's crewmen told stories that made it clear that the planter, even in health, was entirely unfit for command, not knowing a block from a halyard. Bonnet stuck to his cabin for the most part. When he ventured out on deck, he wore an elegant morning gown and usually carried the book he was reading in his hands. His mental state was similarly fragile, and Blackbeard suspected it would be no great feat to lift permanent control of the Revenge from his tenuous grasp. He was pleasant to Bonnet, encouraging him to rest in his cabin, easy in the assurance that the sloop was in good hands. They made one capture along the way, the 40-ton sloop Betty of Virginia, loaded with Madeira wine and other merchandise. On September 29th, as they closed on her at the Capes of Virginia, Blackbeard donned his new, terrifying battle attire. He wore a silk sling over his shoulders, to which were attached 3 brace of pistols hanging in holsters like bandoliers. Under his hat, he tied on lit fuses, allowing some of them to dangle down on each side of his face, surrounding it with a halo of smoke and fire. So adorned, a contemporary biographer reported, his eyes naturally looking fierce and wild, that he made altogether such a figure that imagination cannot form an idea of a fury from hell to look more frightful. The crews of merchant ships would take one look at this apparition, surrounded by an army of wild men bearing muskets, cutlasses, and primitive hand grenades, and would invariably surrender without firing a shot. That was exactly what Blackbeard intended. Through terror, he eliminated the need to deplete men and ammunition in battle, and ensured that the vessels he captured remained undamaged, and thus of maximum possible value to his company. The Betty, a humble vessel that regularly worked the wine run from Virginia to Madeira, surrendered, and the pirates looted the best of her cargo. Not wanting to allow her to alert all of Virginia and Maryland to their presence, Blackbeard ordered all the captives brought over to the Revenge. William Howard, his quartermaster, drilled holes in Betty's hull, and as she sank, climbed aboard a rowboat and returned aboard the Revenge. It was now early October, and the Revenge stood off the high sandy capes of Delaware, 5 cannonballs stored alongside each of her guns waiting for prey. The next to run afoul of Blackbeard's men was a heavily loaded merchant ship flying British colors. The ship, it turned out, was just completing the 10 to 12-week journey from Dublin to Philadelphia, with 150 passengers crowded below her decks along with cargo. Almost all of the passengers were indentured servants, and as such were probably in a miserable state. Disease ran rampant in the immigrants' crowded, poorly ventilated quarters, where they faced want of provisions, hunger, thirst, frost, heat, dampness, anxiety, want, affliction, and lamentations, together with lice that abound so frightfully they can be scraped off the bottom. Such passengers would have been desperate to make land. Instead, they found themselves prisoners of a wild man with fire and smoke pouring from his head. Under Hornigold, Blackbeard had conducted himself with restraint, taking only what he needed from the vessels he captured. Now he was free to propose his own agenda to his crew, one far more ambitious than that of his mentor. Hornigold had limited his operations to maritime theft, but in the wake of Bellamy's death, Blackbeard sought to bring as much damage to British commerce as possible, short of the unnecessary taking of human life. He appears to have declared war on the British Empire, using piracy and terror to bring it to its knees. The servants aboard the passenger ship had little to fear from this more radical approach to piracy, but the merchants sailing aboard her had plenty to lose. Like other pirates, Blackbeard's men took what cargo and valuables they fancied, things like coins, jewelry, rum, foodstuffs, ammunition, and navigational instruments. Unlike Hornigold or Bellamy, however, they began dumping the rest of the cargo into the sea. One merchant aboard the ship watched 1,000 pounds of his personal cargo go over the side. He begged to be allowed to keep enough cloth to make just one suit of clothes, but the pirates refused, throwing the last bolt of cloth overboard. By the time they released the ship, its entire cargo had been taken or destroyed. Over the next 2 weeks, Blackbeard brought a tide of terror and destruction to the mid-Atlantic coast, such as had never been seen in peacetime. The Revenge cruised about the capes of Delaware and the approaches to Bermuda, the Chesapeake, and New York Harbor, never staying more than 48 hours in a single place. They captured vessels coming from all directions, vessels bound for Philadelphia from London, Liverpool, and Madeira, sloops traveling between New York and the West Indies, Pennsylvania merchantmen outbound to England and beyond. Blackbeard took at least 15 vessels in all, and in the process became the most feared pirate in the Americas practically overnight. Traumatized captains poured into New York and Philadelphia bearing tales of woe. Captain Spofford told how, not a day out of Philadelphia, he had been forced to watch Blackbeard's men dump 1,000 barrel staves into the sea, and then filled his cargo hold with the terrified crewmen of the Sea Nymph, a snow from Bristol they had captured as it started its journey to Portugal. One of the Sea Nymph's men, the merchant Joseph Richardson, had been very barbarously used by the pirates, suggesting threats and beatings. The pirates had thrown his cargo of wheat into the sea. Captain Peter Peters told how the pirates had seized his sloop, stolen 27 barrels of Madeira wine, hacked away his mast, and left him to run aground. The pirates left Captain Grigg's sloop at anchor at the mouth of the bay, his masts chopped off and his cargo of 30 indentured servants whisked away. The pirates took all the wine from a Virginia-bound sloop before sinking her. Captain Farmer's vessel had already been looted by other pirates on its way from Jamaica, but Blackbeard's men insisted on unrigging his sloop and removing her mast and anchors to serve as spares for the Revenge, before placing 30 servant captives aboard her and leaving her to drift ashore near Sandy Hook, New Jersey. Captain Simpkins was relieved of his command of a great sloop from New York, which Blackbeard's men kept as a consort, mounting her with 13 guns. The swaggering pirates had boasted how they were awaiting their consort, a ship of 30 guns, and that once she arrived, they intended to sail up the Delaware and lay siege to Philadelphia itself. Others bragged that they planned to sail down to the Capes of Virginia to capture a good ship there, which they very much wanted. Blackbeard made a special point of terrorizing those captives from New England, on behalf of the surviving members of Bellamy's crew then rotting in the Boston prison, telling them that if any of their fellow pirates suffer in Boston, that they will revenge it on them. Blackbeard garnered considerable intelligence from his captives. The survivors from Bellamy's wrecks, they learned, were to be tried at any time and likely face the gallows. If Blackbeard intended to rescue them, he was dissuaded by news that King George had ordered a proper force to suppress piracy in the Americas. 2 frigates were said to be at Boston, HMS Rose and Squirrel. HMS Phoenix had arrived at New York, and in Virginia the 6th-rate Lime was now backing up the decrepit Shoreham. One of Blackbeard's captives, Peter Peters, told him that while he was loading his wine at Madeira off the coast of Africa, 2 Royal Navy frigates had come into the harbor, one en route to New York, the other to Virginia. If they had not arrived already, Peters reported, they soon would be. Blackbeard recognized that the east coast of North America was becoming a risky place for a pirate sloop. It was time to conclude their business and head south to the islands of the Caribbean, indefensible in their multitude, at least until he could gain control of a ship of force. Toward the end of October, Blackbeard's sloop and prizes were spotted sailing along the outside of Long Island, in the direction of Gardiner's Island or Block Island. They may have been going to one or the other to pick items left behind by Williams, or perhaps to drop off some of their own treasure. Whatever the reason for their trip, the pirates headed south very soon afterward, sailing for the islands of the eastern Caribbean. Contrary to many popular accounts, Blackbeard did not return to the Bahamas on his way to the Caribbean, nor is there compelling evidence that he joined forces with Benjamin Hornigold, who appears to have been working his way north at this time in his great sloop, named, confusingly enough, the Bonnet. Blackbeard had so terrorized the coast that his men were ascribed to a number of attacks that he could not possibly have taken part in, as more detailed and credible accounts place him hundreds or thousands of miles away at the time they occurred. Several of these erroneous reports had placed him operating with Hornigold, suggesting that his old mentor may have, in fact, been responsible, but operating with a new consort similar to the Revenge. If so, Hornigold was sailing north while Blackbeard and his men were sailing south, probably well offshore, on their way to the far eastern Caribbean, where the Windward Islands braced themselves against the open Atlantic. Increasing the confusion, Blackbeard was now operating 2 sloops himself, the Revenge and one of their prizes, a 40-ton Bermuda-built sloop, most likely the vessel taken from Captain Simpkins. This second sloop, which the surviving documents fail to name, now carried 8 guns and some 30 pirates. The larger Revenge had 12 guns and 120 men. Mariners had been conditioned to expect Blackbeard and Hornigold to be operating together, each in their own sloop. Now that each was operating separately, but with 2 vessels each, it's not surprising that each man's victims wrongly assumed that the other had to be in charge of the second sloop. Like Bellamy before him, Blackbeard was looking to capture a ship of force that would allow his pirate gang to take on even the frigates of the Royal Navy. With 2 sloops of war at his disposal, the pirates knew they had a reasonably good chance of overwhelming one, and Blackbeard knew just the place to look. Out in the sea, just beyond the arc of the Windward Islands, that marks the leading edge of the Caribbean, the transatlantic shipping lanes converged. One could find ships bound from France to Martinique and Guadeloupe, from England to Barbados, and from Spain to the Spanish Main, through the deep-water passages between the islands. There, Blackbeard's men decided, was where they would cast their net. It was a good choice. On November 17th, within days or even hours of arriving, the lookout let out a cry. There, on the horizon, were the sails of an approaching ship.
This audiobook is continued on Disc 8. The Republic of Pirates by Colin Woodard. Continued. Disc 8.
Pierre d'Orsay, captain of the French slaver La Concorde, could not have been happy to see two large sloops approaching from the west. He knew it meant trouble. Because of the prevailing winds, many ships sailed to the Caribbean at this latitude, but nobody sailed in the opposite direction. La Concorde was a large, swift, powerful vessel, a 250-ton ship-rigged slaver, with a strong oaken hull and enough gun ports to accommodate up to 40 cannon. However, d'Orsay's crew was in no condition to go into battle. The Frenchmen had left their home port of Nantes 8 months earlier, with a crew of 75 and holds filled with goods to trade with the kings and princes of Ouida on Africa's Bight of Benin. La Concorde's owner, the merchant René Montaudoin, had given Captain d'Orsay a competitive advantage over the captains of rival slavers, a cargo the Africans would pay many slaves to possess. The people of the Kingdom of Ouida had a penchant for the colorful cotton prints produced in India. Montaudoin, the richest man in Nantes, had built his own textile factory near the mouth of the Loire, which turned out knockoffs of the calico and Andiennes patterns. With a hold full of colorful cotton, d'Orsay looked forward to a smooth and profitable journey. Things went badly from the start. A few days from Nantes, La Concorde encountered a pair of powerful storms that damaged the ship, causing the loss of an expensive anchor and the death of a crewman who was thrown overboard. They arrived in Ouida in July after 77 days at sea, and succeeded in trading their goods for 516 slaves and a small quantity of gold dust. They also picked up enough tropical microbes and bacteria to sicken many of the crew members. 16 crewmen died during their 3-month stay in Africa, or during the 6 weeks they had been crossing the Atlantic. 36 others were sick with scurvy and the bloody flux. 61 slaves had also died. Now, d'Orsay feared he might not make it to the slave markets of Martinique at all. With 70% of his crew dead or incapacitated, d'Orsay lacked the manpower to handle the ship's cannon and rigging at the same time. A captain in his situation could bluff, displaying his guns to ward off the attackers, but on this occasion d'Orsay was deprived of that option as well. Because he was carrying an unusually large number of slaves, nearly 100 more than in any of La Concorde's previous trips, they had to increase their cargo capacity by mounting only 16 guns. If the strangers turned out to be pirates, d'Orsay knew he was in trouble. As the sloops closed within range, he and his lieutenant, François Ernaud, must have felt a growing sense of terror. A spyglass revealed 2 sloops of war with guns run out of their ports and their decks jammed with men. Any further doubt about their intentions vanished when the sloops displayed a black flag with a death's head, and smoke and fire began to swirl around the head of the fearsome bearded man on the biggest sloop's quarterdeck. Puffs of smoke appeared along the length of one of the sloops as she fired a full volley of cannon at La Concorde. Cannonballs splashed in the water and flew over the deck, followed shortly by a cascade of musket balls. d'Orsay stayed the course and tried to rally his crewmen, but a second volley of cannon and musketry sapped the last bit of morale from the French crew. D'Ossé ordered the flag struck, and the helmsman swung La Concorde into the wind, and she drifted slowly to a stop. Monsieur Montaudoin was going to be very angry. As he looked over his new prize, Blackbeard knew he had finally found a proper flagship. La Concorde was as big, fast, and powerful as Bellamy's now infamous Witta, maybe more so. With such a vessel, Blackbeard knew his men could cause more havoc than the rest of the old flying gang put together. All the French slaver needed was a little refitting and a change of name. The pirates took La Concorde to Bahia, a hilly, forested island with a large protected anchorage located 9 miles southeast of St. Vincent, an island in the windward chain. Blackbeard knew they were unlikely to be bothered here, for unlike most of the surrounding islands, St. Vincent and Bahia were not controlled by Europeans, but by the mixed-race descendants of Carib Indians and the African survivors of the 1635 wreck of 2 slave ships. These people, the Garifuna, had tenaciously defended their land from the Europeans, but their naval operations were limited to a handful of Carib-style war canoes. Even if they did show up in force, they were likely as not to be pleased with the pirates for stopping a slave ship from reaching its destination. The hundreds of slaves in La Concorde's hold had little reason to celebrate, however. While Blackbeard had several crewmen of African descent, these men had probably been born in the West Indies, blacks familiar with European customs, language, and technology. Most Africans Blackbeard's men encountered, literally straight off the boat, appeared to have been treated as cargo, as creatures from an alien culture who were ineligible to join the pirates' ranks. They turned the vast majority of the 455 slaves chained in La Concorde's hold over to Captain D'Ossé, whose men guarded them on the shore of Bahia. Blackbeard kept 61 slaves aboard La Concorde, probably to use as laborers, although a few may have been inducted into his company. On this point, sadly, the historical record has little to say. The pirates did force 10 of D'Ossé's crewmen, and their choice illustrates their company's needs. The chief surgeon and his deputy, a pilot, both gunsmiths, the master carpenter and his deputy, an expert in the art of caulking hulls, a cook, and 1 seaman with unspecified skills. In addition, 4 of D'Ossé's men begged the pirates to let them join, including the coxswain and both of his cabin boys. The boys, 15-year-old Louis Arnaud and slightly older Julien Joseph Moisson, were the worst-paid members of the slavers' crew, receiving a paltry 5 and 8 livres, 0.2 and 0.35 pounds a month, respectively. Young Arnaud may have had reason to dislike D'Ossé and his officers, because he went out of his way to cause them harm, informing the pirates that they had a secret stash of gold dust hidden somewhere on the ship or their persons. Blackbeard's men interrogated D'Ossé and his officers, threatening to cut their throats if they failed to turn over the gold. The Frenchmen complied and were eventually rewarded with the means to get themselves and their slaves back to Martinique. The pirates exchanged their smaller 40-ton sloop, which they had disarmed, in favor of La Concorde. The pirates also gave them 2 or 3 tons of beans to prevent the slaves from starving. D'Ossé dubbed this sloop the Mauvaise Rencontre, the bad encounter, and used it to transport his crew and slaves back to Martinique, a task that took 2 separate voyages. Blackbeard oversaw the transfer of his personal effects from the Revenge to La Concorde, along with cannon and supplies from the 40-ton sloop and much of the pirate company. Stede Bonnet had recovered from his battle wounds, and despite the Barbadian's inexperience, Blackbeard allowed him to resume command of the Revenge and a crew of at least 50 men. From eyewitness accounts a few days later, We know that La Concorde was now mounted with 22 guns and had a crew of 150 men, indicating that at least some of the Africans retained by the pirates had been inducted into the crew. The pirates also gave La Concorde a new name, Queen Anne's Revenge. The choice of names suggests Jacobite political leanings among Blackbeard's crew, evoking the name of the last Stuart monarch and promising vengeance in her name against King George and his Hanoverian line. Now in command of a powerful warship, Blackbeard was ready to wreak havoc. He was by now aware of the relatively weak state of the European colonies in the Lesser Antilles, which Sam Bellamy's men would have attested to on the basis of their raids the year before. He proposed to the company that they sweep the 1,400-mile island chain from end to end, raiding ships and harbors alike until they reached the Windward Passage, where they might snare a Spanish galleon carrying the payroll to Cuba. This strategy agreed upon, the Revenge and Queen Anne's Revenge sailed out of the harbor to the south, a course set for Grenada, the first island in the chain. When they reached the French island, they would backtrack their way to St. Vincent and continue north, hopping from island to island and stripping them of valuables as if they were walking through a row of fruit trees. The first leg of the journey, which lasted but 2 days, was of mixed success. Despite, or possibly because of the presence of their French pilot, the pirates managed to run one of their vessels aground on Grenada. They were able to get her off whatever reef she had struck, and while it didn't suffer any serious damage, the pirates did find it necessary to abandon a number of the slaves. D'Ossé was later able to recover them, in part because he had branded them with La Concorde's initials. But they also made their first capture, a large brigantine, a seaworthy, 2-masted vessel armed with 10 guns. No account of the capture of this vessel survives, so there is no way of knowing where she came from or what was on board. But the pirates kept her as a third member of their fleet. Presumably, a few of her crew were forced into service, and the remainder released on one of the ship's boats or put ashore on St. Lucia. In any event, the pirates acquired this brigantine between the time they left Captain D'Ossé on Baquia and when they encountered their next quarry a day or so later in the Deepwater Passage north of St. Vincent. This was the Great Allen of Boston, a very large merchant ship en route from Barbados to Jamaica. Blackbeard, still furious with Massachusetts authorities, decided to take it out on all of its residents. He allowed the Great Allen's captain, Christopher Taylor, to be roughed up, so that Taylor would reveal the whereabouts of his valuables. The shackled captain either refused to tell or denied there were any riches, apart from whatever they had found in the Great Allen's hold. The pirates didn't believe him, and whipped him soundly. Whether he confessed or not, the pirates ended up with a cup of such exquisite value and workmanship that future captives would remember it above all the riches they saw aboard Blackbeard's ships. Taylor had to watch as the pirates burned his huge ship to the waterline. The next day, Taylor and his crew were put aboard a boat and were rowed to a sparsely inhabited shore on Martinique. It would take 3 months for word of the attack to reach the Great Allen's home port of Boston. By then, the fate of Bellamy's crewmen had already been sealed. Blackbeard's men confirmed that they had little to fear from French authorities in that part of the Caribbean. Martinique, a sugar colony with a population of 9,400 whites and over 29,000 slaves, was the center of France's West Indies Empire, but it had no naval protection of any kind. Blackbeard would have been dissuaded from attacking the harbor itself by the presence of Fort Royal, her thick walls and heavy guns providing ample protection. However, Guadeloupe, Martinique's sister colony, 75 miles to the north, was not so strongly fortified, a fact the pirates would have learned by interrogating D'Ossé and his crew. It was there that Blackbeard would make the first of many brash incursions into the very capitals of Europe's American colonies. We know only a few details of the attack on Guadeloupe town, which likely took place on the night of November 28, 1717. The pirates had sailed straight into the harbor, guns blazing, before the ships at anchor could get underway. They seized control of a large French ship that had just finished taking on a cargo of sugar, raising her sails and hacking away her anchor lines to make a quick escape. Then, in the most outrageous move made by a Caribbean pirate to date, they set the town ablaze, probably by firing red-hot cannonballs into its rows of neat wooden homes. As they sailed out of the port, a growing plume of smoke rose behind them. By the time the island's residents were able to get the conflagration under control, half of Guadeloupe town lay in ashes. The morning of the 29th found the pirates sailing north on a light wind with their big French sugar ship, creeping into the 40-mile-wide passage that separated French Guadeloupe from the neighboring English islands of Montserrat, Antigua, and Nevis. A large merchant vessel appeared bearing English colors. Before they had an opportunity to attack, however, several of the ship's men were seen climbing into their longboat. Then, to the pirates' surprise, instead of trying to escape, the boat began rowing straight up to the nearest of their three vessels, Stede Bonnet's Revenge. Bonnet luffed his sails, allowing the boat to come alongside. He looked over the rail and was greeted by a man who introduced himself as Thomas Knight, an officer of the Montserrat merchant. Knight's commanding officer, Bonnet soon learned, had mistaken the Revenge and Queen Anne's Revenge for a pair of English slavers arriving from Africa, and had sent him over to inquire if they were carrying letters bound for Montserrat or the British Leeward Islands. Bonnet, who must have looked the part of an aristocratic slave trader, introduced himself as Captain Edwards, and told Knight he was bound from Barbados to Jamaica. He said they did indeed have something for them, and insisted they come on board. At this point in the conversation, Knight finally noticed the death's head flag hanging from the Revenge's stern. Trying to conceal his discomfort, Knight politely declined. Bonnet then changed his tone, ordering Knight and his boat crew to come aboard, else he would sink them right then and there. The hapless men did as they were told, scampering onto the deck amid a crowd of armed men. Knight later recalled that, "When we went on board, the first words they said to us were that we were welcome aboard the pirates," meaning their vessel. For the next few hours, Knight and his men were kept in a state of terror and confusion. First, Bonnet's men invited them to a meal. Knight declined. The pirates extended the invitation a second time, this time adding that if it was refused, they would do them mischief. During this compulsory meal, Bonnet and his crew interrogated their guests, gathering intelligence about the British Leeward Islands. How big was Montserrat's fort at Kinsale? How many guns protected the island's principal harbor, Plymouth? And what was the strength of the ships anchored there? Knight told them what he knew. Kinsale's 60-year-old fort had 4 guns, but there were another 7 guarding the entrance to Plymouth. No other ships were armed with anything greater than personal firearms. Then he begged the pirates to release him and his men, or at least put them ashore on Guadeloupe or Montserrat, as the captain of their ship had by now figured out the situation and fled the scene. Bonnet's men refused, saying the captives must go and speak with the man-of-war, the Queen Anne's Revenge, before they would discharge us. As the day wore on, Bonnet caught up to the Queen Anne's Revenge and the French sugar ship. He came alongside Blackbeard's flagship, close enough to yell a question to his commodore. What should he do with the men they had captured? The word came back to send the captives over in a boat. Knight and his men rowed to the powerful man-of-war, which looked to them to have been built with Dutch lines, fast and agile. As they grew near, someone aboard the great pirate ship hailed them through a speaking trumpet. The message was the same as before: "Welcome aboard the pirate." Once on the deck of Queen Anne's Revenge, Knight's party was invited to yet another meal. This time they did not refuse. The pirates bragged about their conquests, but concealed their commanders' names, calling Bonnet Edwards and claiming Blackbeard's name to be Kentish. Blackbeard did not join them, however, and the captive soon learned that he was ill, probably from a disease carried from Africa in his ex-slave ship. The captain would speak to them later. In the meantime, they were put to work as temporary laborers aboard the ship. The pirates sailed through the night, leaving Montserrat unmolested in favor of Nevis, the second most important island in Britain's Leeward Islands colony, a volcanic peak soaring 3,200 feet out of the shimmering ocean. They reached Nevis at daybreak, and Blackbeard ordered a course for Nevis's main anchorage on the island's western shore. A few hours later, the pirate squadron reached Nevis harbor, but Blackbeard was so ill he could barely leave his quarters. William Howard, his quartermaster, inspected the vessels anchored against Nevis's sugarcane-fringed shores. There were a variety of merchant vessels for the taking: sloops, sailing canoes, and a few large brigantines or ships, but there was also a large frigate, which the pirates took to be the warship assigned to the Leeward Islands, the sixth-rate HMS Seaford. The pirates reacted with excitement, not fear. The consensus was that they should pounce on the frigate where she lay, storm her decks, cut her anchor line, and before authorities ashore could react, sail her out to sea. Howard proposed this bold plan to Blackbeard, but the pirate felt too weak to take part in the risky attack and talked the company out of it. There would be other opportunities, he told them, once they were more familiar with their ship and her capabilities. Instead, they should concentrate on easy targets. His argument won the day, and Howard ordered the flotilla to sail for Antigua, the capital of the British Leeward Islands, which they hoped was without naval protection. The pirates sailed under English colors, doing their best to appear to be simple merchant vessels going about their business. En route to Antigua, their 3 vessels sailed among a pair of unsuspecting merchant ships. Perhaps not wishing to arouse a general alarm, the pirates did not attack. Instead, they sent Bonnet a bit ahead of the other ships in the Revenge to gather more information. As the day progressed, a merchant sloop happened to pass alongside the Revenge. Bonnet or one of his officers hailed it, claiming they were from Barbados. A man aboard the sloop responded that he was Richard Joy, captain and owner of the new division on her way from St. Christopher to Antigua. The pirate said he must come aboard their vessel and promised to do him no harm. When I went on board, they asked me to eat and drink and inquired what vessels were along the shore, Joy later recalled. I could not tell. While Joy was consuming his meal, some of Bonnet's men climbed aboard the new division, took control of the quarterdeck, and forced all its crew back aboard the Revenge. They continued to interrogate Joy, demanding to know what vessels were in St. Christopher Harbor. At first, the merchant pleaded ignorance, but when the pirates threatened to burn his sloop, he told them everything. There were 2 ships, one newly arrived from Liverpool with a cargo of English foodstuffs. The pirates were pleased at the news, but announced they would sink the new division all the same. Joy approached Bonnet, begging him to let him have his vessel. I told him it was all I had to support my family. Bonnet took pity on the man and told his crew to let him have his sloop, but not to release him until after nightfall. When the new division finally parted from the pirates, Blackbeard's quartermaster, William Howard, allowed Thomas Knight and his men to leave with them. As their captives sailed off, the pirates drew their vessels together for a consultation, and based on their new intelligence, resolved to attack St. Christopher rather than Antigua. The 3 vessels turned around again, heading northwest toward their new target. Blackbeard's flotilla arrived on November 31st. The English settlers could not have been happy to see the 3 ships sailing into Sandy Point, black flags flying from the rigging. The settlers, who still hadn't recovered from a severe French attack during the war, were unable to keep up the island's defenses. The guns were rarely in working order, and powder, ammunition, and skilled gunners were in short supply even at the island's principal fort on Brimstone Hill, overlooking the anchorage. The militia had presumably been called up to man what cannon they did have, but were unable to stop Blackbeard's men from seizing and plundering a number of trading sloops. The Liverpool ship was nowhere to be seen. In a symbolic show of contempt for the king's fort, Blackbeard had his men sail their big French sugar ship right under the fort's guns and set her on fire right at the foot of Brimstone Hill. The ship, still loaded with sugar, turned into an inferno, a great plume of acrid smoke drifting over the fort's stone battlements. As the Revenge and Queen Anne's Revenge pulled out of the harbor, the pirates also set several trading sloops on fire, leaving Sandy Point looking as if the French had raided it anew. Blackbeard and Bonnet continued up the leewards, their vessels laden with silver, gold dust, and sugar. Blackbeard had stolen another 6 cannon, and as they sailed for the Virgin Islands, his crew mounted them on gun carriages and rolled them into place behind the Queen Anne's Revenge's spare gun ports. Blackbeard's flagship now had 28 2- and 6-pound cannon, with room for another 12. Blackbeard himself had recovered his health and perhaps regretted not attacking what he took to be the HMS Seaford back in Nevis. In truth, the Seaford had not been at Nevis. While Blackbeard and Bonnet were prowling Nevis and St. Christopher, the Seaford was sailing in the Virgin Islands, carrying Governor Walter Hamilton on a tour of his colony's far-flung possessions. The little frigate had just turned around to begin her return trip to Antigua, putting her on a collision course with Blackbeard and Bonnet. Governor Hamilton and the Seaford's captain, Jonathan Rose, were already concerned about their safety. The Seaford was the only warship assigned to the sprawling Leeward Islands colony, but she was one of the Navy's smallest frigates. The 20-year-old vessel was just 93 feet long and 248 tons, with 24 guns and a crew of 85. As usual, many of her men were incapacitated by one tropical disease or another. Governor Hamilton and Captain Rose were both aware she would be no match for a heavily armed pirate sloop and frigate, especially if they were boarded. Indeed, when Sam Bellamy passed through the colony the year before, they had been forced to cancel Governor Hamilton's tour of the Virgins. Finally, they were making the tour, but had already suffered a brush with danger. Just a few days earlier, they had encountered a pirate ship of about 26 guns and 250 men, off St. Thomas. The ship flew a white ensign with a figure of a dead man spread in it, and according to Captain Rose, was commanded by none other than Olivier Labuse. Despite being outgunned and outmanned, the Seaford chased after Labuse, but was unable to catch him, being outsailed by him as well. Blackbeard's men spotted the Seaford near St. Thomas on or about December 2nd, and from some distance away. They identified her with certainty, probably recognizing the Navy's distinctive ensign flying from her rigging. A discussion ensued. They knew they had to outman the frigate, but to realize this advantage they would need to board her. It was relatively easy to board a vessel if you surprised it at anchor, which is what the pirates had considered at Nevis, but it was far more risky to do so in a running battle at sea. Royal Navy gunners were well trained, able to fire their cannons twice as fast as their French and Spanish competitors. If they got off a well-timed broadside of grape shot, they could cut down 100 men in a few seconds. On the Revenge, veteran crewmen recalled the horrific carnage they witnessed when Bonnet had attacked a Spanish man-of-war, an engagement which Bonnet had only recently recovered from. In the end, they voted against the attack, which struck them as unnecessarily risky. As the pirates would later tell a captive, they had met the man-of-war of this station, but said they had no business with her, but if she had chased them, they would have kept their way. They stuck to their course and watched the Seaford disappear. Aboard the Seaford, Captain Rose and Governor Hamilton thought they had just passed a slave ship and merchant sloop, not realizing how near they had come to danger until later that day. Approaching the island of St. Eustatius, they were hailed by a sloop sent express from St. Christopher's, 10 miles to the southeast. The sloop's crew informed the governor of the pirates' identity and their raid on Sandy Point 2 days earlier. The attack, Governor Hamilton later recalled, gave the people of St. Christopher's just apprehensions for my safety, prompting them to voluntarily outfit a 6-gun sloop to escort the Seaford back to Antigua. 100 militiamen volunteered to man her, and 10 more came aboard the Seaford to bolster her crew in the event of a boarding by pirates. As the flustered governor sailed back to Antigua, he wrote a letter to Captain Francis Hume in Barbados, begging him to immediately bring the HMS Scarborough to the leewards to join the Seaford in hunting down the pirates. Future generations of historians would report that Blackbeard fought the Scarborough to a draw, an event seen as one of the most fantastic of his many accomplishments. The fight never happened, however, as proven by a thorough examination of the logbooks of the Scarborough and Seaford and the letters of Captains Hume and Rose. The Scarborough had pursued the pirates in the company of the Seaford, tracking Blackbeard and Bonnet's movements across the Antilles for nearly a month, but they were always more than a week behind them. They never caught up with the pirates. Instead, the naval captains received a false report that Blackbeard had been seen at Dominica near St. Vincent, which sent them on a 300-mile wild goose chase in the wrong direction. Somehow, accounts of the Seaford's close encounter with Blackbeard got mixed up with those of the Scarborough's engagements with Charles Martel and other pirates, and exaggerated into an all-out naval battle that never took place. In reality, after passing the Seaford on the morning of December 2nd, Blackbeard and Bonnet sailed to St. Croix, the pirate rendezvous used by Martel and Bellamy the year before. En route, they captured 2 sloops, one Danish and one English, which they took into St. Croix's harbor. There, they stayed for a night or two, regenerating their water and firewood supply, and mounting more captured cannon aboard the Queen Anne's Revenge, bringing her to 36 guns. For recreation, they also burnt the English sloop, adding her hulk to the burned-out bones of Charles Martel's pirate ship and sloops. Again, the crews of these trading vessels were not harmed. When Blackbeard was ready to leave, he put the captives aboard the Danish sloop, along with an Indian and a Negro belonging to Bermuda. The latter individuals had probably been captives for a couple of months, apparently ingratiating themselves with the pirates, for they were carrying 15 ounces of gold dust. It was stolen from them by the captains of the Danish and English sloops during their trip to Tortola. Blackbeard and Bonnet continued east, and on December 5th were off the eastern end of Puerto Rico. That day they captured one final Leeward Island sloop, the Margaret of St. Christopher, after the Queen Anne's Revenge fired a single shot over her bow. The Margaret's captain, Henry Bostock, was ordered to row over to the pirate flagship with 5 of his men. Bostock later gave English authorities one of the most detailed accounts of Blackbeard and his ship. The pirates did not seem to want provisions, but they did seize a number of the live cattle and hogs Bostock was carrying in his sloop, as well as his books, navigational instruments, cutlasses, and firearms. Blackbeard, Bostock reported, was a tall, sparse man with a very black beard which he wore very long. His crew numbered 300, and his flagship was a Dutch-built French Guineaman with 36 guns. There was a great deal of silver on board, as well as the fine cup taken from Captain Taylor. The pirates didn't abuse Bostock or his men, but they did force 3 of them to serve aboard their ship. A 4th, Robert Biddy of Liverpool, joined them voluntarily. Blackbeard interrogated Bostock and his crew, wanting to know what other merchant vessels were trading on the Puerto Rican coast. Bostock refused to talk, but Biddy and other crew members told him of French and Danish sloops they had passed on their way. Bonnet was sent ahead in the Revenge to chase them down, while Blackbeard's men finished transferring squealing hogs and unhappy cattle onto the Queen Anne's Revenge. The pirates bragged about meeting the Seaford and burning various ships and sloops. He overheard them discussing their intention to sail for Samana Bay, Hispaniola, now within the Dominican Republic, where they would careen and lie in wait for the Spanish Armada they expected would sail from Havana with money to pay the garrisons on Puerto Rico. "They think we are gone," Blackbeard said of the Spanish, "but we will soon be at their backs, unawares." For some reason, Blackbeard and his men were extremely eager to learn the whereabouts of one Captain Pinkentham, whom the pirates inquired often about. Pinkentham, a sea captain with ties to Jamaica and Rhode Island, had been a privateer during the War of Spanish Succession, commanding a swift vessel with a crew of 160 men. Blackbeard would certainly have known him and may have even served on his crew, which raises the possibility that his motives for finding Pinkentham may have been more complicated than simply wanting to loot the man's vessel. Bostock's men told Blackbeard that they had last seen Pinkentham at St. Thomas, one of the Danish-controlled Virgin Islands, in an 8-gun sloop. He planned to sail to Jamaica and then on to Florida to dive the Spanish wrecks, and already had official British permission to do so. Blackbeard probably hoped to catch up to Pinkentham on his way to Jamaica. They didn't succeed. Pinkentham's sloop was later captured by a Bermudan pirate named Grinaway. Pinkentham's crew of 10 men, 2 boys, and 6 Negroes later managed to overpower and escape their captors. Bostock had one other piece of information, one that would turn the pirates' world upside down. George I was believed to have issued an act of grace, pardoning all pirates for their crimes provided they surrender. The actual proclamation had not reached the authorities in the Leeward Islands, but there were mariners who had seen the decree back in England, where it had been published in the London Gazette 11 weeks earlier. A copy of the decree would arrive any day, Bostock told them. The pirates, Bostock later reported, listened to this news, but they seemed to slight it. The information was unsettling. It could not be otherwise. Every one of the nearly 400 men in Blackbeard's flotilla had thought they'd taken an irrevocable step into criminality and rebellion, only to discover a possibility of a second chance. Each man, Blackbeard included, must have thought about quitting piracy and retiring with their ill-gotten gains. If Blackbeard's pirates discuss this news with one another, the content of their debates has been lost to history. In fact, Henry Bostock was the last Englishman to see Blackbeard for nearly 3 months. After Blackbeard let Bostock go, the pirates sailed deeper into French and Spanish territory, and the intelligence collected by the captains of the HMS Scarborough and Seaford dried up. The last reports they received placed the pirates at Mona Island between Puerto Rico and Hispaniola, and finally near Samana Bay. There, Blackbeard faded out of the English records and into a Spanish world where nobody knew his name. Chapter 9. Begging Pardon. December 1717 to August 1718. Henry Bostock had not lied to Blackbeard. As part of his plan to suppress the pirates, King George I had indeed issued a royal proclamation on September 5, 1717, decreeing that any pirate who surrendered to a British governor within 1 year would be pardoned for all piracies committed before January 5, 1718. As Blackbeard sailed down the Greater Antilles, copies of this proclamation for suppressing of pirates were on their way from England aboard merchant ships bound for Boston, Charleston, and Barbados. When the ships reached their destinations, even jailed pirates would be freed. The pardons had been conceived of and promoted by Woodes Rogers, and were intended to reduce the number of active pirates prior to King George's counter-offensive. It was hoped that those pirates who took advantage of the Act of Grace would return to being productive, law-abiding subjects. Holdouts would be hunted down without mercy. King George had ordered all military and colonial personnel to seize such dead-enders, providing a reward of £100 for every pirate captain captured, plus £50 for senior pirate officers, and £20 to £30 for other members of a pirate vessel's crew. Between captures and pardons, the king's advisers reasoned the pirates of the Caribbean would be too weak to resist Rogers when he finally arrived to reestablish control of the Bahamas. Official word of the pardon reached Boston first, and the text of the proclamation was published in the Boston Newsletter of December 9, 1717. It arrived too late for the surviving members of Bellamy's crew. Through the spring and summer of 1717, the 8 prisoners waited in vain for rescue from their cages at Boston Prison. They were brought to trial in late October in the second-floor courtroom of Boston's 4-year-old townhouse, 100 yards down the street from the prison. The 2 carpenters forced from the St. Michael, Thomas South and Thomas Davis, were found not guilty and released. The other 6 men were sentenced to hang. The condemned men spent their final 2 weeks in the company of perhaps the most influential man in all of New England, the Puritan preacher Cotton Mather. Mather, the 59-year-old scion of a family that had dominated the spiritual and political life of Massachusetts since its foundation, took an interest in the pirates. He visited them in their cells, where he subjected them to long-winded sermons, extolling their vile behavior and accusing them falsely of murdering all their captives as their ship wrecked against Cape Cod. Throughout these meetings, one captive, Simon Van Voorst, maintained his innocence, noting that he had been a forced man. "Forced? No," Mather admonished the man at the time. "Better to have died a martyr by the cruel hands of the pirates than have become one of their brethren." Upon his return home, however, Mather scrawled a to-do note in his diary: "Obtain a reprieve, and, if it may be, a pardon for one of the pirates who is not only more penitent, but also more innocent than the rest." If he indeed tried to obtain this pardon, the effort was unsuccessful. On the afternoon of November 15th, Mather accompanied the condemned prisoners as they walked from the prison to the Charles River ferry landing. After he heard their final confessions, the sheriffs led them out to gallows that had been erected on the tidal flats. An enormous crowd watched as the men made their final speeches. According to Mather, most were distinguishingly penitent, particularly Van Voorst, who read a psalm in his native Dutch before exhorting young persons to lead a life of religion, keep the Sabbath, and carry it well to their parents. Then the men were hanged until they were dead. "Behold," Mather wrote in a published account of their final hours, "the end of piracy." The golden age of piracy was far from over. From Boston, news of the king's pardon slowly spread in all directions. A bitter snowstorm delayed the postal riders who carried word to Rhode Island and New York, but an unnamed merchant vessel brought the news to Bermuda in little more than a week. and into the hands of Governor Benjamin Bennett. Bennett, who had long been advising his superiors in London to do something about the pirate republic in the Bahamas, took it upon himself to inform the pirates of the pardon's existence. He had copies of the proclamation printed and asked his own son to deliver them to Nassau in a swift Bermuda sloop. The governor's son was walking into the mouth of the Lion, armed only with a stack of printed paper. The pirates had captured many of his countrymen's vessels and even threatened to attack Bermuda itself. If they reacted badly, young Bennett would wind up dead. By now, so many merchants were smuggling goods back and forth to the Bahamas, the pirates probably didn't give the unfamiliar sloop a second thought. Although he was the first official visitor to the island in nearly 2 years, the pirates may not have realized Bennett was there until he stepped ashore and started handing out copies of the king's offer of pardon. They were passed on to the literate among them, who read out the proclamation to those who could not. Within hours, everyone on the island must have known they had been offered a second chance. Nassau's pirates promptly broke into 2 contending factions. At least half of the pirates were ecstatic, greeting young Bennett as their hero and savior. This group was exemplified by Henry Jennings, who had never intended to become an outlaw in the first place, and it included Lee Ashworth, Bellamy's old quartermaster, Richard Noland, veteran pirate sloop captain Josiah Burgess, and Jean Bondavet, the French pirate who had previously tried to take the captive surgeon William Howell from Hornigold. Hornigold himself was at sea when Bennett arrived, but his sympathies lay with them. This camp consisted of the more moderate pirates, former sailors and privateersmen who had fallen into piracy with profit in mind. This pro-pardon crowd was eager for the chance to regain legitimacy, free to invest their plunder in commercial trade. Backed by the dozens of captives and forced men on the island, they celebrated by climbing to the top of Fort Nassau, where they raised the Union Jack in a display of submission to the crown. The other camp was infuriated by this action. They were the die-hard outlaws, bitter, angry men who saw themselves not as businessmen or thieves, but as rebels or guerrilla insurgents in a war against shipowners, merchants, and in many cases King George himself. This anti-pardon crowd included many of the pirates who held pro-Stuart or Jacobite sympathies and had been disappointed by the collapse of the 1715 uprising against King George in the House of Hanover. This faction included Palsgrave Williams, the ruthless sloop captains Christopher Winter and Nicholas Brown, and several ambitious young men whose names would soon become infamous: Edward England, Edmund Condent, and Calico Jack Rackham. Their undisputed leader was Charles Vane. Up until now, Vane had been in the background, one of the hundreds of low-ranking pirates who caroused in the streets of Nassau, drinking, gambling, fighting, and womanizing. He had been living off his earnings while serving with Henry Jennings, particularly his shares of the plunder stolen from the Spanish wrecks in 1716. He may have gone on short cruises with other pirate captains, but it seems that he spent most of the intervening year and a half as Jennings had, resting on his laurels ashore and appreciating the freedoms offered by the existence of the Bahamian pirate republic. The news of the pardon threatened to put an end to the pirates' nest, as did rumors that King George had appointed a new royal governor for the Bahamas. Vane, who had Jacobite sympathies, could not have been pleased when he read King George's proclamation. He was furious when he saw his less committed colleagues celebrating atop the fort beneath the newly raised British flag. Vane's faction rallied to the main square, which soon filled with hundreds of armed and angry men. They rushed the walls of the adjacent fort, evicted the revelers within, and pulled the Union Jack down from the flagpole. In its place, they hoisted a flag that left no ambiguity about their allegiance, the black flag with the death's head in it. Vane's faction tried to attract outside support as well. Through their network of smugglers and Jacobite contacts in England, these pirates passed a message to Captain George Cammock, a Royal Navy captain who had defected to the Pretenders' cause and was now living in France. In the message, the pirates did with one heart and voice proclaim James III for their king, and were resolved to prosper or perish in their bold undertaking against George I. As Cammock would later tell it, the pirates wrote that they have rejected with contempt the said pardon. They humbly desired that the Stuarts would send to them such a person as has borne some character in the Royal Navy of England, to serve as the Jacobite Captain General of America by sea and land, with the power to commission the pirates as privateers and to help organize their resistance to the Hanoverian king. With such guidance, they said they could mount a successful surprise attack on Bermuda and secure the colony for the Stuarts. This extraordinary proposal reached Cammock via supporters in England in just 3 months. The veteran naval officer enthusiastically embraced the pirates' plan and immediately volunteered to go to Nassau himself. In a letter sent on March 28, 1718, to James Stuart's mother that opposed Queen Mary of Modena, Cammock proposed to purchase a 50-gun warship in Cadiz for £15,000, crew her with English Jacobites, and sail to the Bahamas as a Stuart admiral. Once in Nassau, Cammock would, with James III's permission, issue a pardon for all the pirates, commissioning them as privateers instead. He would set up scheduled mailboat service between Nassau and Spain, so that the exiled Stuart court could be kept in close communication with the pirates. Employing them against the common enemy will be the only means to make way for a restoration of the House of Stuart, Cammock wrote. For if we can destroy the West India and Guinea trade, we shall make the English merchants rather desire a restoration than to allow that the reign of George, the Duke of Brunswick, should continue. Events in the Bahamas, however, would overtake Cammock's plan before it ever got off the ground. The situation in Nassau remained tense throughout January 1718. Several pirate vessels returned with a number of well-laden prizes that served as a reminder of the benefits of piracy. There was the Mary Galley of Bristol, her holds packed with bottled liquor, and 3 large French ships carrying brandy, white wine, and claret. Hornigold brought in 2 well-armed Dutch merchant ships taken off Veracruz, Mexico. One had 26 guns, enough to reinforce Fort Nassau, while the other, the young Abraham of Vlissingen, Netherlands, had 40, as well as a large parcel of poorly cured animal hides, whose influence would soon affect life on Nassau. The pirates held a general council to resolve their differences, but, in the words of the author of A General History of the Pirates, there was so much noise and clamor that nothing could be agreed on. Vane's camp argued that they should fortify the island, forcing King George to negotiate while they awaited word from James Stuart's court in exile. Jennings, on the other hand, insisted that they should take the pardon and surrender without more ado, turning the island over to the royal governor whenever he showed up. The divisions so disconcerted the assembled pirates that their Congress broke up very abruptly without doing anything. After that, almost everyone on New Providence seemed to be packing up. The diehards began fitting out the ships and sloops in the harbor, preparing for what could be long and arduous cruises. Christopher Winter and Nicholas Brown were sailing to Cuba to shelter themselves among the Spaniards. Edmund Condent and 97 other men signed aboard the sloop Dragon, which they fit out for a cruise to Africa and Brazil. Vane and 16 followers acquired control of the sloop Lark and hid her in a secluded anchorage nearby where they modified her for pirate service. Meanwhile, other residents were sailing to take the pardon in neighboring British colonies. Jennings and 15 of his men went to Bermuda in the Barsheba and received pardons from Governor Bennett. Others booked passage on merchant sloops bound for South Carolina, Rhode Island, and Jamaica. Hornigold stayed in Nassau but sent a sloop to Jamaica with 80 of his men. He must have feared for his safety among the anti-pardon pirates, because he instructed the departing men to ask naval authorities in Port Royal to send a warship to Nassau for protection. By then, a Royal Navy frigate was in fact on its way, but from New York rather than Jamaica. Captain Vincent Pierce, commander of the 6th-rate HMS Phoenix, received word of the proclamation on Christmas Day during a heavy snowstorm that had slowed the postal riders from Boston. While the captains of other naval vessels took in the news of the proclamation passively, carrying on with business as usual, Pierce was young, ambitious, and ready to take the news directly to the pirates. He received the blessing of New York's governor and immediately began readying his ship, which was hunkered down for the winter, rolling guns back into place, securing supplies, and remounting topmasts and other rigging. Pierce knew his frigate would need every advantage if the pirates proved hostile. The Phoenix was one of Britain's smallest men of war. At 273 tons and 93 feet in length, she was no bigger than a large pirate ship, like the Whydah or Queen Anne's Revenge, and she carried less firepower. During the previous year, the Admiralty had removed the 4 quarter-deck guns she had carried in wartime, leaving the frigate with only 20 6-pound cannon. She was also vulnerable to boarding, having a peacetime complement of only 90 men. Nor was she particularly well built. As her name suggests, the Phoenix was originally built as a fire ship, intended to be filled with combustibles, set on fire, and sailed into an enemy's battle fleet, her crew planning to get away at the last moment in an escape boat. As he set sail for Nassau on the afternoon of February 5th, Captain Pierce must have hoped he wasn't getting in over his head. On the morning of February 23rd, the Phoenix arrived at the main entrance to Nassau Harbor, her men glancing nervously at the guns of the decaying fort and the Death's Head flag flying from its mast. Anchored in the harbor were 14 vessels flying the colors of many nations, Dutch, English, French, Spanish, and the black or red flags favored by the pirates. 5 were large ships, including the well-armed Dutch prizes brought in by Hornigold, as well as the Mary Galley, the unarmed French wine ship, and a small English merchantman. The other 9, Pierce later wrote in his log, were traitors with these pirates, but pretended they never did it till after the Act of Grace was published. Pierce ordered his lieutenant, Mr. Simmons, to assemble a landing party to take copies of the proclamation ashore. As the Phoenix's longboat slowly made its way into the harbor, Simmons holding aloft a white flag of truce, the pirates had a moment of reckoning. They could easily drive off the Phoenix. In addition to the guns in the fort, pirates were already on board the 36-gun Young Abraham and the other 26-gun Dutch ship. If they did so, there would be considerable loss of life, and none of the survivors would have any chance of obtaining a pardon. Hornigold, the most experienced and influential pirate on the island at the time, counseled a conciliatory approach. Those who wished to take the pardon and return to civilized society could do so. Those who did not could still take the pardon, using it to their advantage to buy themselves more time. The rank and file agreed. When Simmons stepped onto the beach, proclamation in hand, he was received by a great number of pirates with much civility, Pierce's logbook attests. The lieutenant read the now familiar proclamation aloud to the pirates, who greeted it with what he took to be a great deal of joy. Simmons was ashore for a few hours, during which time he was briefed by members of the pro-pardon faction. They wished to rid themselves of the inflammatory Charles Vane more than anyone else in the anti-pardon camp, and told the lieutenant how to find his secret anchorage. The pro-pardon pirates must have taken pleasure in watching the Phoenix sail out of the harbor in pursuit of their nemesis. Vane's allies watched with trepidation. Pierce found Vane's sloop tucked in behind a little islet called Busk's Cay, just where his informant said it would be. He placed the Phoenix so that it blocked the entrance to the anchorage, then gave the order to commence firing on her. Aboard the Lark, Vane's company had little choice but to surrender. As 6-pound cannonballs splashed around their little vessel, the 16 men concocted a cover story. They would tell the Phoenix's commander that they had been preparing not to go pirating, but rather to sail to Nassau to see him and learn about the king's pardon. With this in mind, Vane and his new quartermaster, a fearless Irishman named Edward England, sailed to the Phoenix and surrendered. Pierce was not fooled by Vane's story and seized the Lark in the name of King George, taking Vane and company into custody. Although the sun was setting, Pierce felt confident they could find their way back to Nassau, so the Phoenix sailed through the night, arriving in the morning. He dropped anchor in 30 feet of water, the Lark anchoring nearby. Following the protocol of the day, the pirates aboard the 2 Dutch ships fired their guns in salute of His Majesty's ship, a sign that they recognized its authority. Shortly thereafter, a number of boats rode out from town carrying what Pierce described as their commanders and ringleaders, Hornigold, Francis Leslie, Josiah Burgess, and Thomas Nichols. Pierce recalled their conversation in his logbook later that day. They informed me that my taking the sloop had very much alarmed all the pirates in general, believing that Vane and the other men taken in her would be executed. The pirate commanders assured Pierce that if he set Vane's company free, it would be a very great means to induce the inhabitants of Nassau to surrender and accept the act of grace. Pierce, mindful of his tenuous position, took the pirate commander's advice and had Vane, England, and the other 14 men released, assuring them of His Majesty's goodness towards them. He kept the Lark, however, assigning some of his men to fit her out as a trading vessel. Pierce informed the pirate commanders that Woodes Rogers, the famous circumnavigator who had captured a Manila galleon during the war, had been appointed governor of the Bahamas and was expected in Nassau that summer. He added that he was willing to give each man who wished to accept the king's pardon a signed certificate that would afford them some degree of protection until Rogers arrived, or while the pirates were in transit to other colonies to get pardons from their governors. Hornigold, Vane, and the other pirate commanders rowed ashore, promising to do their best to convince those ashore to take the pardon. After the pirates left, it started to rain, and continued throughout the following day. Pierce waited in his steamy cabin for word from shore. On the second morning, February 26, 1718, a stream of boats began rowing through the rain, each filled with pirates who wished to surrender. Pierce received them throughout the next 2 days, acknowledging their capitulations, signing their certificates of protection, and adding their names to a growing list of soon-to-be-pardoned pirates. The first boatloads included Hornigold, Williams, Burgess, Leslie, and Nichols, as well as Bellamy's old quartermaster, Richard Noland, and Hornigold's quartermaster, John Martin. Pierce's list grew from 50 names to 100, and eventually to 209, a veritable who's who of Golden Age pirates. It soon included most of Hornigold's original partners back in his Periagua days, Thomas Terrell, John Cockram, and Daniel Stilwell, Henry Jennings's fellow privateer Lee Ashworth, and several men whose pirate careers were far from over, including Samuel Moody and Charles Vane. At the end of his first week in the Bahamas, Pierce felt he had gained the upper hand. Instead of the several thousand pirates he had expected to find upon his arrival, there had been only 500 young, resolute fellows, in Pierce's words, a parador of unthinking people. Many pirates had no intention of quitting piracy at all, and soon started to show signs of their impatience with the Phoenix's presence. On March 1st, Pierce raised all the frigate's signal flags, decking her out in celebration of the birthday of King George's eldest son and heir, the Prince of Wales. Some Jacobite-minded pirates responded by setting an English merchant ship on fire, spoiling the festive atmosphere. Meanwhile, Vane and his followers were quietly preparing a return to piracy. Late on the night of the 16th, he and 16 men climbed into a boat on Nassau's landing beach and rowed quietly past the Phoenix and out past the harbor's wide western entrance. The next night, 24 more pirates left to rendezvous with the Bahamas' new pirate commodore. Vane took stock of his men. Edward England, his quartermaster, was smart and courageous, a veteran mate in the merchant marine who had been forced by Christopher Winter some time earlier. He had since become a committed pirate, though he was more moderate than Vane himself. England was one of these men who seemed to have such a share of reason as should have taught him better things than to turn pirate, the author of the General History of the Pirates wrote of him. He had a great deal of good nature and did not want for courage. He would have been contented with moderate plunder and less mischievous pranks, but he was generally overruled, and as he was engaged in that abominable society, he was obliged to be a partner in all their vile actions. Vane's abominable society consisted of 40 men. John Rackham stood out from the rest because of his strange habit of wearing clothes made from brightly printed Indian calico. The other men had already taken to calling him Calico Jack. All Vane's company had were 2 boats and a pile of small arms, but then that was all Hornigold, Blackbeard, and Bellamy had when they started out. If Captain Pierce and Governor Bennett thought piracy in the Bahamas was over, Vane had some surprises in store for them. For several days, Vane's company lurked east of Nassau, waiting for an opportunity. On March 21st, perfect conditions presented themselves. The wind was light and kept changing direction, making it possible for the pirates to overtake a sailing vessel with their rowboats. A trading sloop from Jamaica came around the eastern end of New Providence, slowly drifting toward the narrow eastern entrance of Nassau Harbor. As she passed nearby, Vane's men rowed the boats out of their hiding place and with ropes and grappling hooks swarmed aboard the little sloop. Her crew surrendered without a fight. The pirates now needed somewhere secure to plunder and refit their prize. They decided on Nassau Harbor, right under the nose of the troublesome Captain Pierce. Vane's men were to exploit the peculiar geography of Nassau Harbor. One of the reasons the pirates had chosen Nassau as their base was that in addition to its main entrance to the west, the harbor offered a back door, a narrow but passable channel at its eastern end, through which a knowledgeable navigator might pass in a sloop. Near this entrance, a low sandbar called Potter's Cay split the harbor nearly in 2. Any vessel drawing more than 8 feet of water could not pass over the sandy shoals on either side of this islet. The Phoenix was anchored on the western side of this shoal and was too large to cross. The pirates could sail their sloop through the eastern passage and plunder their prize behind Potter's Cay in full view of Captain Pierce. It was political theater par excellence. The renegade pirates came into the harbor, a red or bloody flag flying from the top of their mast, dropped anchor in the secure basin, and began boisterously plundering their prize in full view of the Phoenix. Vane put the sloop's crew ashore on Potter's Cay, from where they could swim to town, but they kept her captain, promising to return his little vessel as soon as they captured another more to their liking. They celebrated through the evening, the sounds of their revelry beckoning the pirates ashore to resume their illicit trade. Captain Pierce knew he was being made to look the fool. All of the Bahamas knew that he had released Vane from captivity and signed his certificate of pardon. Now he had the audacity to taunt him. Something had to be done, and quickly. He called his officers together and outlined a plan. At 1 a.m, after the sound of the pirates' festivities had died down, Pierce armed a contingent of his men and ordered them into the largest of the Phoenix's boats. As silently as possible, they rowed across the darkened harbor, around Potter's Cay, and on toward the pirate sloop, hoping to catch her by surprise. Vane had posted a watch, however, and as the naval party came within musket range, they were greeted with a fusillade of small arms fire. The Phoenix's men returned fire, but after a few exchanges it was clear that the pirates were far too strong for them, and they had to make a hasty retreat. The Royal Navy had tried to flex its muscles, but had been forced to run instead. This brief engagement greatly boosted the morale of Nassau's pirates. Suddenly, the man-of-war looked vulnerable, and Vane's men heroic. Overnight, the mood shifted from resignation to defiance. I several times summoned the inhabitants together in His Majesty's name and used all the arguments possible to prevail with them to assist me in suppressing the said pirate, he later wrote. But they always rejected all methods I proposed. They entertained and assisted Vane's company with provisions and necessaries, and on all occasions showed no small hatred to government. From then on, Pierce's situation deteriorated. On the evening of March 23rd, he left the harbor to convoy 4 sloops safely out of the Bahamas. He had a personal interest in one of them, Vane's sloop, the Lark, which he had crewed with sailors from the Phoenix for a private, for-profit trading mission to St. Augustine. When he returned 6 days later, he discovered a further affront to his authority. Nassau's pirates had burned the young Abraham and the Mary Galley, and had run the 26-gun Dutch ship aground on Hog Island. On March 31st, Vane returned to his sanctuary in the eastern basin of Nassau Harbor to taunt Pierce with his latest prize, the Lark, which he had captured despite Pierce's efforts. Most worrisome, 3 of the Royal Navy sailors he had put aboard the Lark had defected to Vane's crew. Not only was Pierce outmanned and outgunned, he had to worry that his own sailors were regarding the pirates as heroes. As they transferred cannon and supplies to the Lark, Vane's men yelled insults at the Phoenix, which Vane loudly threatened to burn. Then they boldly rowed across the western basin to town, passing near the man-of-war. Pierce opened fire at the boat with both cannonballs and partridge shot, and ordered the pirates to come aboard the Phoenix. They ignored these orders and the ordnance splashing in the water around them, and proceeded to town. In just 3 days, Vane's gang grew from 19 to upward of 75. During this time, he also captured 2 more sloops whose captains, unaware of the danger, had anchored alongside the pirates. Pierce tried to warn the sloops by hoisting his topgallant sails with sheets flying, but to no avail. On April 4th, Vane raised a black flag to the masthead of the Lark and sailed out to sea. With a nimble 6-gun sloop and a proper company of men, Vane was in a position to bring all commerce in the Bahamas to a standstill. He had little sympathy for his victims, especially the merchant smugglers of Harbor Island, who had capitulated to Pierce the moment he showed the British ensign. They would pay a price for their disloyalty to the pirate republic. Even with Vane gone, Captain Pierce found himself in an untenable position. The pirates have altered their treatment and sent threateningly to the captain to be gone or it should be worse for him, Governor Bennett reported after debriefing pirates who sought pardon in Bermuda. "I conclude all have surrendered that intends to, and I fear they will soon multiply, for too many sailors are willing to join with them when their vessels are taken." Pierce did his best not to show weakness, but on April 6th, his carpenter accidentally set the Phoenix on fire while boiling tar in the galley. The crew quickly got the fire under control, but the symbolic damage was irreparable. 2 days later, the Phoenix raised its anchors and, in the company of 5 merchant sloops, sailed out of the harbor bound for New York. In a final embarrassment to the captain, he ran aground on the way out. For a few hours, the residents of Nassau watched the Phoenix's men work to free her. Then she was gone, leaving Nassau in pirate hands once again.
This audiobook is continued on Disc 9. The Republic of Pirates by Colin Woodard, continued. Disc 9.
Blackbeard and Bonnet spent the winter of 1717 to 18 in Spanish territory, their movements and activities lost to British authorities. Spanish mariners told their Jamaican counterparts that a pirate known only as the Great Devil was cruising the Gulf of Mexico, his ship filled with much treasure. Not long thereafter, Bonnet and Blackbeard were reported to be cruising about the Mexican Gulf port of Veracruz with 4 sloops and a ship of 42 guns. They were said to be hunting for a galley called the Royal Prince, and to have boasted that they would have the Adventure man-of-war if they can. It was quite a boast. The 36-gun HMS Adventure, a 438-ton fifth-rate based in Jamaica, was the most powerful Royal Navy frigate in the entire Western Hemisphere at the time. By late March, Blackbeard and Bonnet had separated in the Bay of Honduras. Blackbeard took the Queen Anne's Revenge to Turneffe Island, a great ring of mangroves and islets of coral sand located 25 miles off the coast of what is now Belize, amid a popular rest spot for English merchantmen. Bonnet sailed the Revenge 100 miles further south and was cruising for prizes off the Bay Islands, 3 coral-ringed islands off the coast of what is now Honduras. On March 28, 1718, Bonnet's men spotted a large ship near Roatan, the largest of the Bay Islands. The ship, the Protestant Caesar of Boston, was an enormous 400-ton merchantman, the muzzles of 26 cannon protruding from her gun ports. She was more than 4 times the size of the Revenge, which carried just 10 guns and 50 men. Despite the odds, Bonnet and his crew decided to attack, risking a replay of the eccentric planter's disastrous engagement with the Spanish man-of-war the year before. They caught up to the Protestant Caesar at 9 at night, cleverly cutting behind the big ship's vulnerable stern. Bonnet's men fired 5 cannon and a volley of musket shot, only to be answered by 2 stern guns and a hail of bullets. As the smoke cleared, Bonnet yelled out that if the ship fired another gun, they would give no quarter, a threat to kill everyone aboard. The Protestant Caesar's veteran captain, William Wire of Boston, knew a bluff when he saw it. He let off another salvo of his cannon. The running battle continued for 3 hours, cannon flashing in the night, until Bonnet finally gave up and retreated into the darkness. Bonnet's men were disgruntled. Clearly, their commander had learned little from his year-long apprenticeship with Blackbeard. They voted to travel to Turneffe, where they could recuperate from their ill-advised battle. They also made it clear to Bonnet that his command was on very thin ice. On April 2nd, the Revenge sailed into Turneffe's 5-mile-wide lagoon. To the crew's relief, the Queen Anne's Revenge was anchored inside. A number of them begged Blackbeard to use his influence to terminate Bonnet's command. Blackbeard asked Bonnet's men to call a meeting of their company, where he proposed they replace Bonnet with one of Blackbeard's officers, a man named Richards. The men accepted the plan, whereupon Bonnet was transported to the Queen Anne's Revenge. There, Blackbeard reportedly told his wayward colleague that, as he had not been used to the fatigues and care of such a post, it would be better for him to stay with Blackbeard, where he could live easy, at his pleasure, in such a ship as this, where he would not be obliged to perform the necessary duties of a sea voyage. Bonnet had been placed under house arrest, and would remain so for many months to come. The pirates stayed at Turniff for several more days, recuperating, gorging on fish and sea turtle, and capturing wayward vessels. Their first prize was an 80-ton logwood-cutting sloop from Jamaica called the Adventure that had blundered into Turniff Lagoon. The pirates found the sloop to their liking and kept it, and made its commander, David Harriot, a prisoner aboard the Queen Anne's Revenge. Blackbeard's mate, Israel Hands, took control of the Adventure in his stead. A few days later, they seized at least 4 more sloops, 3 from Jamaica and 1, the Land of Promise, from Rhode Island. Blackbeard's men burned one of the Jamaican sloops because of a grudge against its captain, but they raised red flags aboard the others and added them to what was now a 5-vessel fleet. Around April 6th, they left Turniff, Blackbeard telling one of his captives that they were bound to the Bay of Honduras to burn the ship Protestant Caesar, to ensure that Captain Wire might not brag when he went to New England that he had beat a pirate. On the morning of April 8th, the pirates found the Protestant Caesar at anchor off the coast of Honduras, her holds half filled with freshly cut logwood. When Wire spotted the pirates, a large ship and a sloop with black flags and death's heads, and 3 more sloops with bloody flags, he called all his men on deck to ask if they were willing to defend the ship from the attackers. According to Wire, his men answered that if they were Spaniards, they would stand by him as long as they had life, but if they were pirates, they would not fight. When it became clear that the attackers were the sloop they had fought earlier, now backed by the infamous Blackbeard, Wire's men all declared they would not fight and quitted the ship, believing they would be murdered by the sloop's company. For 3 days, Captain Wire and his men sheltered amid the jungle foliage and piles of logwood on shore, watching the pirates plunder their massive ship. On April 11th, Blackbeard sent a message to Wire telling him that if he surrendered peacefully, no harm would come to him. Blackbeard had a fearsome reputation among the merchant captains of the Americas, but the pirate had never been known to go back on his word, and as far as anyone knew, had never killed a man. Wire decided to trust him and surrendered. He was taken to Blackbeard, who told him he had been smart not to burn or sabotage the Protestant Caesar, else his men on board his sloop would have done him damage for fighting with them. Unfortunately, Thatch also had some bad news. He had to burn the Protestant Caesar because she was from Boston, and his gang was committed to destroy all Massachusetts vessels in revenge for executing the 6 pirates who had survived the Cape Cod shipwrecks. The next day, Wire watched as the pirates went aboard his ship and set her alight, logwood and all. True to his word, Blackbeard released Wire and his men unharmed, along with the crew of the sloop Land of Promise. All the captives eventually got back to Boston. Blackbeard's company also resolved to head north. Spring was in the air, and the time had come to shift their raids to the eastern seaboard of North America. First, however, they would stop in at New Providence Island and check up on the status of their pirate brethren. After humiliating Vincent Pierce, Vane and his band didn't return to Nassau for 3.5 weeks, during which time they unleashed a reign of terror on the Bahamian archipelago. Unlike Bellamy and Blackbeard, who avoided unnecessary force, Vane presided over an orgy of violence and cruelty that helped royal authorities paint all the Bahamian pirates as monsters. In this single cruise, which lasted from April 4th to 28th, 1718, his modest band captured 12 merchant vessels, all surrendering without a fight. Nonetheless, they treated most of their captives barbarously. The worst treatment was reserved for crews hailing from Bermuda, which accounted for 7 of the 12 prizes. Bermudans visited the Bahamas regularly to rake salt, the primary food preservative in those days, among the uninhabited Turks and Caicos Islands, which comprised the eastern part of the archipelago. As they tended to follow the same routes to the islands, they made an especially easy target. Vane's men had recently developed a particular animus toward them, apparently because their governor had recently detained a pirate named Thomas Brown on suspicion of piracy. Brown had been released, probably for lack of evidence, but Vane wished to retaliate all the same. It was as if someone had messed with a made man in the mafia. His colleagues were bound to mete out a lesson to the neighborhood. Edward North's sloop, William and Mary, fell into Vane's hands off Rum Cay on April 14th. On boarding the vessel, Vane's men immediately began beating North, his passengers, and crew, insisting they give up all their treasures. The little vessel had little of value aboard: 17 Spanish pistoles, 17 pounds, some foodstuffs, and 10 ounces of ambergris, a hard substance produced in the heads of some whales that often washed up on Bahamian beaches and was collected to make jewelry. Dissatisfied with the take, Vane seized one of North's sailors, bound his hands and feet, and lashed him to the topside of the William and Mary's bowsprit. The pirates then stuck a loaded musket in the sailor's mouth and burning matches inside the helpless sailor's eyelids. If he didn't confess what money was hidden on board, they would let the matches burn down to his eyeballs and blind him, after which he would be shot. After this, Vane felt confident that they had gotten everything of value, save for North's black crewmen, whom they seized as plunder. Even as these interrogations were taking place, Vane's company captured a second Bermuda sloop, the Diamond, and brought her alongside the William and Mary. As before, they began beating Captain John Tibby and his crew, and picked out one of his sailors for further torture. They tied up the unlucky man, Nathaniel Catling, put a noose around his neck, and hoisted him up the mast, kicking and gagging. There he hung, face turning blue, until he passed out. The pirates cut him down and left him for dead on the deck. Some time later, Catling began to regain consciousness. One of the pirates drew his cutlass and slashed the prostrate seaman across his collarbone. He raised his cutlass to continue hacking the man to death, but one of the other pirates stopped him, saying, as Catling later recalled, that it was too great a cruelty. The pirates looted the Diamond of valuables, 300 pieces of 8, 75 pounds, and a Negro man, and forced all their crew aboard the Lark, which the pirates were now calling the Ranger. Then they hacked down both of the Bermudan vessel's masts and set the Diamond on fire. Before letting the men go on the crippled William and Mary, they bragged about mistreating the crews of 2 other Bermuda sloops the week before. They told North and Tibby that when they got home to Bermuda, they should tell Governor Bennett that the pirates will join all the forces they can and come and take his country, and make a new Madagascar out of it. During their drunken celebrations, North and other witnesses recalled Vane's men toasting "Damnation to King George," the government, and all the higher powers, while threatening to occupy Bermuda that very summer. Vane's men, it seems, were well apprised of the appeals the pirates had forwarded to the exiled James Stewart, and were optimistic they would soon be receiving support from that quarter. By the time he returned to Nassau on April 28th, Vane had taken 3 more sloops from Bermuda, 3 from Jamaica, 1 from New York, and a Boston-bound ship. In the process, his crew had swelled to 90 or more, most recruited from the Jamaican vessels whose sailors may have known Vane from his Port Royal days. They had probably guarded only 1,000 pounds or so in treasure, but their actions had snuffed out legitimate trade into the Bahamas. If the pirates weren't in control of the archipelago's commerce, Vane reasoned, then nobody would be. Vane must have been pleased to find that the HMS Phoenix had withdrawn from Nassau, leaving the pirates' control of the island uncontested. He was even happier when a massive warship came into the harbor a few days later, the Death's Head flag at her masthead, accompanied by a pirate sloop of war and 2 prize sloops. Blackbeard had returned. Blackbeard was in command of some 700 men, which nearly quadrupled the pirate population of New Providence Island overnight. For a few short days, the streets of Nassau returned to life as Thatch traded stories with Vane, Palsgrave Williams, and the city's other die-hard pirate captains. His company likely divided their plunder at this point, as some 300 of his men left his company. Some undoubtedly planned to wait until Governor Rogers arrived to take the king's pardon. Others, including Blackbeard's gunner, William Cunningham, wanted to enjoy himself ashore before returning to piracy. Some may have been Jacobite stalwarts, who wished to stay behind with Vane to await reinforcements from the Stuart court in exile. A few may have snuck off with Palsgrave Williams, who let it be known that he was soon to leave the island for Africa to prey on European slave ships. One can imagine Williams and Blackbeard sharing a drink under the sailcloth awnings of one of Nassau's open-air alehouses, exchanging the stories of the destruction of the Whydah, the capture of the Queen Anne's Revenge, and close encounters with His Majesty's warships. They likely compared notes on their former commodore, Benjamin Hornigold, then in Jamaica, wondering if he had really given up piracy. Blackbeard heard that a fellow Bristolian, Woodes Rogers, was to be the new governor of the Bahamas. If Edward Thatch was indeed a pseudonym to protect Blackbeard's family, this news ruled out any possibility of accepting the pardon in Nassau, as Rogers would recognize him. Blackbeard had 2 choices: stay with Vane and try to resist Rogers, or leave Nassau for good. A day or 2 later, Blackbeard called all hands aboard his 5-vessel fleet. A few new faces appeared, pirates who had no intention of giving up life on the account, including Hornigold's old quartermaster, John Martin. The greatest pirate fleet afloat weighed anchor from Nassau, sails set for the Straits of Florida, Palmar de Ice, and the Spanish wrecks. At virtually the same moment, thousands of miles away, another fleet was weighing anchor in the River Thames, south of London, the one that would carry Woodes Rogers to the Bahamas. It was an impressive expedition, one that had taken Rogers many months to assemble. There were 7 vessels in all, 5 of them the property of Rogers and his business partners. He sailed on the Delicia, his 460-ton private man-of-war with a crew of 90 and 30 guns, accompanied by the 300-ton transport Willing Mind, 20 guns, 22 crewmen, the 135-ton ship Samuel, 6 guns, 26 crewmen, and the private sloop of war Buck, 6 guns, 12 men. Together, these 4 vessels carried the independent company of 100 soldiers, many of them recently discharged from the Chelsea Military Hospital, 130 male colonists with their wives and children, most of them Protestant refugees from France, Switzerland, or Germany's Palatinate. Food and supplies to feed and clothe all of these people for 14 months. All of the necessary tools and materials to, in the words of Rogers' co-investors, build forts and houses, clear fields, and plant them with sugar, ginger, indigo, cotton, and tobacco for snuff equal to that of Havana. Rogers, convinced the pirates would respond to spiritual teachings, had even brought aboard a parcel of religious pamphlets from the Society for Promoting Christian Knowledge. Altogether, the expedition represented an investment by the co-partners of £11,000, toward which Rogers had contributed £3,500. In addition to the soldiers, crew, and colonists, Rogers was accompanied by several gentlemen who intended to help him bring order to the fallen colony. Chief among them was Sir William Fairfax, a 26-year-old nobleman whose family owned 5.3 million acres of Virginia, who intended to serve as Rogers's Chief Justice. Fairfax, like his aristocratic colleagues, considered the Bahamas too dangerous for his wife to join him for the time being. "Though I expect to be but a little while separated from my wife, I trust in God she will not want anything to comfort her sorrows," he wrote his mother from aboard the Delicia just before departing. Escorting Rogers's vessels to Nassau were 3 Royal Navy warships: the 5th-rate frigate HMS Milford, 420 tons, 30 guns, under Commodore Peter Chamberlain; the 6th-rate HMS Rose, 273 tons, 20 guns, and the sloop-of-war Shark, 113 tons, 10 guns, each of which carried 100 men. These men of war represented the most concentrated naval force ever deployed against the Bahamian pirates. Taken with Rogers's well-armed vessels, they represented an overwhelming force: 7 armed ships manned by 550 soldiers and sailors. As they sailed out of the mouth of the Thames on the 22nd of April, 1718, few aboard the ships had any doubt that the Republic of Pirates was about to meet its end. Blackbeard had come to a decision that he hadn't shared with his crew. The time for overt piracy was coming to a close. King George's pardon had split the pirates' ranks, causing the surrender of a great many of their best leaders and the scattering of so many others. He may have been impressed at Charles Vane's commitment to hold down the pirate base at all costs, but Thatch was too prudent a strategist to commit to a lost cause. Unless they received reinforcements from the Stuart king, the few hundred pirates in Nassau had little hope of repelling a concentrated military force of the kind Governor Rogers could be expected to have with him. Blackbeard wasn't like Vane. He didn't want to go out in a blaze of glory. Thatch would rather be the pirate who got away with it all, perhaps setting himself up as an 18th-century version of the Godfather, a wealthy and powerful crime boss operating with the collusion of some authorities, his role undetectable or impossible to prove to the rest. He had a good idea where to set himself up in this role. First, however, he needed one more big score. The disgraced Stede Bonnet could have given him the idea to blockade Charleston, whose commerce was forced to travel over a shoal and through the narrow mouth of the harbor. Bonnet had blockaded the South Carolina capital in the Revenge the year before, but had to confine himself to a hit-and-run operation, fleeing the scene before the city's residents came after him in their own sloops. With his powerful fleet, however, Blackbeard had nothing to fear from the little armed sloops of Charleston's merchants. The Royal Navy had no permanent presence in the Carolinas, and even if a frigate happened to be in the harbor, it would be grossly outgunned by the Queen Anne's Revenge and her 3 consort sloops. The pirates could bring the entire colony to its knees, and might even consider plundering the town itself. The pirates agreed to set a course for Charleston. As they sailed north, some of the men came down with an unspecified ailment, possibly syphilis acquired from the prostitutes of Nassau. Their surgeon lacked the medicines considered necessary for treatment, and their acquisition was quickly becoming a priority. The pirate fleet took several vessels in the Florida Straits, including 2 sloops and a brigantine, hoping to garner intelligence as well as plunder. They hit pay dirt. 2 of these were 2 commanded by members of the old flying gang. Josiah Burgess, one of Nassau's veteran pirate sloop captains, was sailing back to the Bahamas from Charleston in the 10-ton sloop Providence with bottled ale and 2 earthenware plates, 2 items apparently in demand at the pirate's lair. Burgess was happy to share what he knew of Charleston, where he had spent several weeks after receiving his pardon. He traveled there with a number of their pirate friends, many of whom were there now, and would be happy to see their old pals. Blackbeard was pleased to hear there were no naval vessels in the harbor, but there were a number of merchant ships preparing to depart for London and New England. Blackbeard's men bought all of Burgess's cargo and sent him back to Charleston to act as their eyes and ears ashore. South Carolina's customs records show that he returned to Charleston only a few days after he had departed, his vessel empty just hours before Blackbeard's fleet cut off the harbor. A few days after meeting Burgess, the pirates also intercepted the 35-ton sloop Anne of Jamaica, commanded by another reformed pirate, Lee Ashworth. Ashworth had sailed a different vessel from Nassau to Charleston a few weeks earlier that had been filled with contraband. Taking the pardon, Ashworth had purchased the Anne in a family member's name and filled her hold with barrels of tar, pitch, and beef to sell in Port Royal. He was ready to retire to his Jamaican manor, he told Blackbeard. Ashworth may have stiffened Blackbeard's resolve to slip into semi-legitimacy, but not before raiding Charleston. The pirate fleet arrived off Charleston Bar, 9 miles south of town, on May 22, 1718, and seized the pilot boat before it could sail to town to raise an alarm. Then they spread their 4 vessels out across the approaches to the bar and waited, spider-like, for ships to fall into their web. Within a few days, they captured at least 5 vessels, 2 ships outbound to London, 2 ships inbound from England, and a tiny 8-ton sloop, the William, headed home to Philadelphia. The captain of the latter, Thomas Hurst, was a familiar face. He had been in Nassau recently, where he had purchased 8 great guns from the pirates there, guns that were still in his little sloop's hold. One day he was trading with pirates. Now he was their prisoner. The first of these captures proved the most valuable. The 178-ton ship Crowley had been headed out of the river bound for London. Her holds were stuffed with over 1,200 barrels, but these turned out to be filled with pitch, tar, and rice, Carolina exports that weren't particularly useful to the pirates. In her cabins, however, the Crowley carried a number of paying passengers, among them many of the most distinguished citizens of Charleston. While the pirates looted the Crowley of provisions and supplies, the frightened passengers were rowed over to the Queen Anne's Revenge, where they were thoroughly interrogated. Who were they? What was their vessel carrying? And what other vessels were at anchor in Charleston? One turned out to be Samuel Wragg, a member of the colony's governing council, who owned 24,000 acres in the province and was returning to England with his 4-year-old son, William. Blackbeard realized these captives were worth more to the pirates than the cargo in the Crowley's hold. It was time to call a general council to decide their fate. In preparation for the meeting, all the pirates' captives, a total of 80 people from various vessels, were stuffed into the Crowley's hold and locked in darkness. This was done with such hurry and precipitation that it struck a great terror in the unfortunate people, verily believing they were then going to their destruction, the author of the General History of the Pirates later wrote, apparently after speaking with witnesses. Wragg and the other passengers, having heard bloodthirsty tales of the pirates, expected their captors would light the ship on fire, and what seemed to confirm them in this notion was that no regard was had to the qualities of the prisoners, with merchants, gentlemen of rank, and even a child of Mr. Wragg's being confined with common servants and sailors, a harbinger of death in their minds. As the captives cowered in the hold, bewailing their condition, the pirates met aboard their flagship to devise a plan. They would send a boat into Charleston and demand ransom for their captives. If they were refused, they would threaten to not only kill all the captives and burn their vessels, but also to sail into Charleston Harbor, sink all the ships there, and perhaps attack the town itself. Whatever disease the pirates had contracted, it must have become extremely worrisome, for the only ransom they demanded was a chest containing a list of medicines drawn up by their surgeon, with a total value of about 400 pounds. The meeting concluded, Blackbeard had the prisoners brought before the assembled pirates and informed them of the plan. Rag begged the pirates to send one of the captive gentlemen in with whomever delivered the ransom demand, so that they could impress on the governor how serious the situation was. The pirates agreed, with some suggesting they send Rag himself, while keeping his son hostage. Blackbeard, always the strategist, was against this tactic. He didn't want to lose possession of his most valuable bargaining chip, because if his bluff was called, he had no intention of actually murdering young William Rag and the other captives. Instead, the pirates chose another captive, a Mr. Marks, to travel with their emissaries. If the entourage didn't return with the medicines in 2 days, the pirates said they would make good on their threats. The boat departed, carrying Marks and 2 pirates on what would prove a farcical journey. On the way to town, a sudden squall capsized their little boat. The 3 men managed to swim to safety on an uninhabited island and awaited rescue for much of the day, well aware that the clock was ticking. The next afternoon, hungry and bedraggled, they realized they would have to rescue themselves. They found a large wooden hatch cover on the shore, but it wasn't buoyant enough to support all of them. Lacking other options, Marks got onto the hatch and the pirates pushed it out into the water. When they got over their heads, they clung to the edge of the hatch and swam hard, pushing the makeshift raft toward Charleston, 9 miles away. They paddled this way throughout the night, making little progress. By morning, they were sure they were all going to die, but were saved by some passing fishermen who brought them to their camp. Marks, realizing the captive's time was already up, paid the fishermen to go tell Blackbeard what had happened. Meanwhile, he hired a second boat to take the 3 of them to Charleston. By the time the fishermen found the pirates, Blackbeard was in a fury. The deadline had come and gone more than a day earlier, and the pirate commodore had threatened Rag and the others, calling them villains 1,000 times and swearing that they should not live 2 hours. Though he did his best to terrify the captives, he hadn't harmed them in any way. When the fishermen related Marks's mishap and asked on his behalf for 2 additional days, Blackbeard consented. However, when 2 more days passed and the emissaries did not return, Blackbeard's gang still didn't kill anyone. Instead, they resolved to sail to Charleston and terrorize the town. Meanwhile, in Charleston, Marks was desperately searching for the 2 pirates he had traveled with. As soon as they had gotten to town, he had rushed to the home of Governor Robert Johnson, who had immediately agreed to Blackbeard's demands. The 2 pirates, however, had gone out drinking, and in the process had run into some of their old colleagues. There were upward of a dozen Nassau pirates in town who had come to take the king's pardon. As the 2 pirates wandered the streets of the walled city, they discovered that many common people admired them. Enjoying the celebrity and the company of old friends, they had gone from one house to another drinking until they forgot the time. They didn't remember their mission until a day or 2 later they heard screaming on the streets outside. Blackbeard's fleet had arrived in the harbor, frightening the inhabitants so badly that women and children ran about the street like mad things. The 2 drunken pirates stumbled to the waterfront, preventing their colleagues from exacting retribution on the town. Marks rowed out to the pirate man-of-war with the chest of medicines, and a message from Governor Johnson offering to pardon Blackbeard if he wished to lay down his arms. Blackbeard rejected the overture but released all his captives and their vessels, although local officials reported they had destroyed most of their cargoes and did some damage to the ships, all for pure mischief's sake. In the end, the pirates left with only the medicines, provisions, a few barrels of rice, 4,000 pieces of eight, 1,000 pounds, and the clothes of their gentlemen captives, whom they had stripped before releasing. They left Charleston with only one prize, a Spanish sloop they had taken off Florida. Blackbeard had paralyzed an entire colony for over a week, but for reasons unknown was willing to settle for plunder probably worth less than 2,000 pounds. As they sailed north, the pirate fleet detained two more South Carolina-bound vessels, the 60-ton ship William of Boston, loaded with lumber and corn, and the 45-ton brigantine Princess of Bristol, carrying a cargo of 86 African slaves from Angola. From the Princess, the pirates took 14 of what a Charleston official called their best Negroes, adding to an already substantial number of Africans aboard the pirate fleet's 4 vessels. As the slaves were transferred, Blackbeard told the Princess's commander, Captain John Bedford, that he had got a baker's dozen, suggesting that he regarded these particular blacks as commodities rather than recruits. As for the William and her cargo, the pirate company's last words upon leaving Charleston had been that they would swear revenge upon New England men and vessels for executing Bellamy's men. However, it was the Revenge that actually captured the William, and for some reason her commander, Blackbeard's lieutenant, Mr. Richards, let the William go. Afterward, captives overheard Blackbeard raging at Richards for not burning said vessel because she belonged to Boston. Blackbeard soon put aside his anger, as there were more important matters to attend to. He had secretly decided that the time had come to break up his company, but with no intention of sharing the recent plunder with all 400 men. While in Central America, some of the rank-and-file pirates had become mutinous after the rum supply had run out. "Our company somewhat sober," Blackbeard wrote at the time in his journal. "A damned confusion amongst us, rogues a-plotting, and great talk of separation." Fortunately, the fleet's next prize had a great deal of liquor on board that kept the company hot, damned hot, and then all things went well again. This journal later fell into the hands of the Royal Navy, but sadly was subsequently lost. This appears to be the only excerpt ever recorded. Blackbeard never forgave the plotters, however, and had no intention of rewarding such behavior. He developed a plan to rid himself of them, along with the incompetent Stede Bonnet and his loyalists. He shared it with only a few trusted colleagues, including his quartermaster, William Howard, and boatswain Israel Hands, who was in command of one of the fleet's vessels, the 80-ton prize sloop Adventure. These men helped him convince the company to sail into one of North Carolina's sparsely populated bays to careen, supposedly in preparation for intercepting the annual Spanish treasure fleet in the Florida Straits. 6 days after leaving Charleston, sometime around June 3, 1718, Blackbeard's fleet turned into what is now called Beaufort Inlet, halfway up North Carolina's low, swampy coast. To avoid the sandy, uncharted shoals, the vessels had to negotiate a narrow, comma-shaped channel created by a tidal creek, whose sluggish mouth provided a quiet anchorage. Although this harbor was located right in front of the hamlet of Beaufort, the pirates had nothing to fear from the handful of families living there, who had no practical way to send for help overland. The sloops, the Adventure, Revenge, and the small Spanish prize went in first, crossing the 15-foot-deep outer bar and proceeding up the curving channel to the anchorage. Thatch safely sailed the Queen Anne's Revenge over the outer bar, But as he approached the entrance to the tidal channel, under full sail, he apparently ordered the helmsman to maintain a course that took her straight onto the shoals. The great ship shuddered to a stop, the force of the collision so powerful it threw men off their feet and snapped the lines of one of the ship's bow anchors, which splashed into the water. According to plan, Blackbeard sent William Howard up the channel in a boat to tell Israel Hands to come down with the Adventure, supposedly to help get the Queen Anne's Revenge off the shoal before the tide went out. Hands sailed the Adventure straight into the shoal, a gunshot away from the flagship, tearing enormous holes in her hull. By the time the Revenge and the Spanish sloop reached the scene, Blackbeard's ship had started listing to port, her holds filling with water. The pirates rowed one of the Queen Anne's Revenge's anchors 400 yards into the channel, set it, and tried to drag the ship off the shoal with their anchor winch, but the effort failed. The company realized that their Queen Anne's Revenge was doomed. Everyone transferred to the Revenge and the Spanish sloop, which took them up to Beaufort. As the pirates took stock of the situation, Blackbeard set the next part of his plan into motion. Stede Bonnet had been in a state of utter depression for weeks, declaring to one and all that he would gladly give up piracy, but on account of his actions was so ashamed to see the face of any Englishman again that he would have to spend the remainder of his days living incognito in Spain or Portugal. Accordingly, the pirates must have been very surprised when Blackbeard announced that he was returning command of the Revenge to the pathetic fellow. Bonnet, hardly able to believe his ears, decided to secure a pardon as soon as possible. Beaufort's villagers could have told him that the governor of North Carolina, Charles Eden, lived in the tiny village of Bath, a day's sail up the Sound and Pamlico River. Bonnet and a handful of loyalists hopped in a shallow-draft boat and sailed immediately, promising to return shortly for the rest of his men. No sooner had Bonnet left than Blackbeard and his 100 or so co-conspirators drew their weapons and took their shipmates into custody. They stranded 16 of them, and the Adventure's captain, David Harriot, on Bogue Bank, a sandy, uninhabited island a mile from the mainland. Another 200 pirates were left to fend for themselves in Beaufort. Blackbeard and his colleagues, 40 white men and 60 Negroes, clambered aboard the Spanish sloop and departed, taking all the company's plunder with them, about 2,500 pounds. 'Twas generally believed the said Thatch run his vessel aground on purpose, Harriet later told authorities, so that he could break up the companies and to secure what moneys and effects he had got for himself. When Bonnet returned with his pardon 3 days later, the Revenge was waiting for him in Beaufort, but the treasure was gone. He rescued the Bogue Bank castaways and vowed to avenge himself on his double-crossing mentor. Little did Bonnet know, but Blackbeard had also sailed to Bath, taking the outer passage around the barrier islands rather than the shallow sound inside them. As Bonnet was sailing back to Beaufort, his nemesis had been just on the other side of the barrier islands, headed in the opposite direction. About the time Bonnet discovered his treachery, Blackbeard's 8-gun sloop was making its way up a narrow creek leading to North Carolina's unassuming capital. Although Bath was North Carolina's administrative center, oldest town, and official port of entry, it was little more than a village. 3 long streets, 24 homes, a grist mill, and a small wooden fort set along Bath Creek, whose cypress-covered banks were so low, flat, and marshy, it was impossible to tell where the water ended and land began. Blackbeard's sloop came into the wind and anchored in the brown, tannin-stained water, the town on one side, a wharf and plantation house on the other. Bath's 100 or so residents couldn't help but take notice of their visitors. With their arrival, the town's population doubled. Upon coming ashore, the pirates may well have asked where to find the courthouse or seat of government, and residents would have informed them that North Carolina had neither. The governing council was migratory, meeting at one member's home or another, sometimes many miles from the village. To take the king's pardon, Blackbeard was advised to row over to the wharf across the creek. Governor Charles Eden's house was at the end of it. No eyewitness accounts of the initial meeting between Blackbeard and Governor Eden have survived, but apparently it went well. Eden, 45, was a wealthy English noble with a 400-acre estate, but he governed an impoverished colony, a pestilent backwater populated by aggrieved Indians and penniless settlers. Blackbeard's men had money, 2,500 pounds in Spanish coin, in addition to whatever they had saved from their previous year of piracy, and the means and inclination to bring in more, as long as the governor refrained from asking too many questions about where it was from. They came to an understanding. Eden would issue pardons to all of Blackbeard's men, most of whom would disperse. Blackbeard and a handful of his closest lieutenants would settle down in Bath, however, building homes and leading what might appear on the surface to be honest lives. In reality, they would quietly continue to detain vessels heading up and down the eastern seaboard or to and from nearby Virginia, whose haughty leaders had long looked down their noses at their backward southern neighbors. Eden and his friends would fence their goods, and the pirates would benefit from their protection. North Carolina would become, in effect, the new Bahamas, only better in that it had a sovereign government and was therefore not subject to a British invasion. Most of Blackbeard's company promptly left North Carolina for Pennsylvania and New York. William Howard went to Williamsburg with 2 slaves, one taken with La Concorde, the other from the brigantine Princess. Blackbeard and 20 other men, including at least 6 free black pirates, stayed in Bath. According to local tradition, Thatch took up residence on Plum Point, a promontory on the edge of the village. According to the author of A General History of the Pirates, Blackbeard promptly married a young creature of about 16 years of age, the governor performing the ceremony, allegedly his 14th wife, whom he would force to prostitute herself with 5 or 6 of his brutal companions as he watched. The story is greatly embellished. Thatch would not have found the time to marry 14 women given the amount of time he had spent at sea. With his remarkably humane track record as a pirate, it's doubtful that he would have arranged for his teenage bride to be regularly gang-raped. Thatch did marry someone in Bath, however, as his nuptials were later remarked on by a Royal Navy captain based in neighboring Virginia, who had been keeping tabs on his activities. Local lore holds that this bride was Mary Ormond, daughter of a future sheriff of Bath, a story supported by at least one of Ormond's early 20th century descendants. Another Blackbeard story in the general history rings true. He often diverted himself with going ashore among the planters, where he reveled night and day. By these people he was well received, but whether out of love or fear I cannot say. Like Henry Avery, Thatch had bought the loyalty of a colonial governor, but had yet to accumulate the sort of fortune that would allow him to live like a king for the rest of his days. Therefore, after a few weeks of rest, he returned to work. Back in the Bahamas, Charles Vane had no intention of taking his activities underground. After his April cruise, he had spent nearly a month stewing in Nassau, waiting for Jacobite reinforcements. These were not to come. Shortly after George Cammock forwarded his Bahamian plan to James Stuart's mother, Queen Mary of Modena, she passed away, the plot apparently dying with her. As the weeks passed, Vane realized that Woodes Rogers, George I's governor, was going to beat the Stuarts to Nassau. The pirate republic, he was coming to realize, was likely doomed. Hornigold and other reformed pirates who had returned to Nassau intended to place themselves in Governor Rogers's service. Jennings had gone further than that, having taken a privateering commission from Governor Bennett to hunt Vane down and bring him back to Bermuda to be tried for his crimes. He was said to be fitting out 2 or 3 sloops to come to Nassau for that purpose. Vane wished to continue piracy, but was aware that the walls were closing in on him. By late May, Vane could wait no longer. He went around Nassau calling up his old crew. 75 like-minded diehards agreed to join him on the Lark, including Edward England and Calico Jack Rackham. The plan was to go out on one last cruise before Governor Rogers showed up, and hopefully acquire a larger pirate vessel, one capable of operating without a home port for long periods of time. If Vane was to be pushed out of the pirate's nest, he wanted to be ready to fly as long and as far as necessary to find another. Vane's first capture was an audacious one. On May 23, 1718, near Crooked Island, Bahamas, 200 miles southeast of Nassau, they overtook a familiar vessel. The 14-ton sloop Richard and John had been a fixture in Nassau for many years, bringing supplies to the pirates from Charleston and Jamaica and trading them for pirate plunder. Vane and everyone else aboard the Lark knew it belonged to Richard Thompson, the leading citizen of Harbor Island, and his son-in-law, John Cockram, one of the founders of the Pirate Republic, who had sailed canoes with Hornigold back in 1714. The Richard and John had always been off-limits to pirates, but not this time. Cockram had been a leading member of the pro-pardon camp and was no friend to Vane and his men. They fired on the Richard and John, forcing her captain, Cockram's brother Joseph, to come into the wind and surrender. Vane's crew dumped him on the forlorn shores of Crooked Island and sailed away with his sloop. Vane was making a clear statement. In his book, reformed pirates were fair game. In the first half of June, Vane captured several more vessels, including a 2-masted boat and a 20-gun French ship. The 2-masted boat was turned over to Edward England, and the crew voted the flamboyantly dressed John Rackham to replace him as the company's quartermaster. The French ship, a substantial 200 to 250-ton vessel, was well suited to piracy, and Vane adopted it as his new flagship. After being disarmed, the Lark was apparently given to the Frenchmen. On June 23rd, cruising outside the French port of Léogane, near modern-day Port-au-Prince, Haiti, they seized another French vessel, the brigantine Saint-Martin of Bordeaux, carrying sugar, indigo, brandy, claret, and white wine. Vane dumped her captain and several passengers on the shore, but kept the Saint-Martin and 13 of her crewmen. Satisfied with these prizes and fortified with drink, Vane's company agreed to return to Nassau. Vane in his French ship, England in the 2-masted boat, and the Saint-Martin and Richard and John sailed by prize crews. With these large vessels, the pirates were forced to take the deep water passage around Harbor Island and Eleuthera. This route took longer than cutting directly across the Bahama bank, but it proved fortuitous. On the morning of July 4th, the pirate flotilla found themselves among a small swarm of trading sloops heading in and out of Harbor Island. In just a few hours, the pirates captured 3 of them, the Drake of Rhode Island, Captain John Draper, carrying wine, spirits, and rum, the Ulster of New York, John Fred, loaded with tropical timber from Andros Island, and the Eagle of Rhode Island, Robert Brown, with sugar, bread, and 2 barrels of nails. No treasure fleet this, but the sloops would make good tenders, and the alcohol would keep the men happy for a few days, at least. That evening, Vane's convoy of prizes arrived in Nassau, where his men promptly seized 2 more sloops, the Dove, William Harris, and the Lancaster, commanded by none other than Neil Walker, the son of former Justice Thomas Walker, whose family Hornigold had driven off New Providence in 1716. Vane had left Nassau with a single sloop 6 weeks earlier, but was now in control of at least 9 vessels. He quickly consolidated control over the island. He is said to have stormed ashore with his sword drawn, threatening to burn the principal houses of the town and to make examples of many of the people. Vane moved against Benjamin Hornigold and other reformed pirates, making examples of many of the people, and acting extremely insolent to all who were not as great villains as himself, according to the author of A General History of the Pirates, who had excellent sources in Nassau. He reigned here as governor for 20 days, stopped all vessels which came in, and would suffer none to go out. He swore that while he was in the harbor, he would suffer no other governor than himself. His opponents cowed. Vane and his men set to work transferring cargo from the Saint Martin to various sloops, and shifting additional cannon aboard the big French ship. His gang intended to sail for the coast of Brazil, where they could hope to join forces with La Buse, Condent, and other die-hard pirates. Maybe another pirate republic could be built on the shores of South America, beyond the reach of the Hanoverian king, where the pirates could regroup. On the evening of July 24th, 1718, with Vane's men just 3 or 4 days from departure, the cry went out. The sails of a Royal Navy frigate had been spotted coming round the backside of Hog Island. Woodes Rogers had arrived. Chapter 10. Brinksmanship. July to September 1718. Woodes Rogers stood on the quarterdeck of the Delicia, cane in hand to support his bad foot, and peered out across the sea. His great ship heeled gently to starboard, her sails set close to the wind, the shadowy outline of New Providence Island 3 miles off her bow, dominating the southern horizon. Commodore Peter Chamberlain's flagship, HMS Milford, sailed alongside, lookouts atop her mainmast and 30 heavy guns at the ready. Behind, in the Delicia's sizzling wake, the transport Willing Mind rode low in the waves with her heavy load of soldiers and supplies, with the private sloop of war Buck sailing nearby. From time to time, Rogers peered through his looking-glass to pick out the frigate HMS Rose, a lighted lantern hanging in her mizzenmast, now rounding the western end of Hog Island 3 miles away. He could see the sloop of war HMS Shark hanging a half-mile behind her. In the wee hours of the morning, Commodore Chamberlain had put local pilots aboard the Rose and Shark and sent them ahead to Nassau to scout out the scene. Now, 15 hours later, the moment of reckoning had come. The Rose was entering the harbor. Rogers and Chamberlain, lacking pilots for their large, deep draft ships, planned to spend the night sailing back and forth out in the deep water. Until daybreak, they could only wait, watching and listening for reports from the Rose and Shark. Rogers felt a sinking feeling when a few minutes later he heard the unmistakable sound of cannon fire echoing from inside Nassau's harbor. At 6:30 p.m., the captain of the Rose, Thomas Whitney, ordered the frigate's anchors dropped just inside the harbor's main entrance. She swung into the easterly wind, so that her 20 guns pointed uselessly at stretches of unoccupied shoreline, the tip of Hog Island to port, the shrubby, overgrown fields outside of Nassau to starboard. The main anchorage lay dead ahead, a scene of desolation. The remains of some 40 captured vessels were strewn on the shore, some burnt, and all of them ruined. Dutch ships, French brigantines, sloops of various sizes and nationalities, fittings and sails missing, and stray ends of rigging blowing in the wind. In the middle of the anchorage, a large 20 to 30 gun ship, French-built by the look of her, rode at anchor, a St. George's flag flying from her mainmast, a sign of allegiance to Old England rather than the decade-old nation of Great Britain. Sloops and other vessels were anchored all around her, some flying the Death's Head flag. The same flag could be seen flapping over Fort Nassau, whose seaward-facing walls were so decrepit their cracks were visible from a distance. The wind carried the sickening smell of putrefying flesh across the harbor, as if the carcasses of 1,000 animals were rotting somewhere on the shore. Suddenly, to Whitney's alarm, a flash of fire and a puff of smoke appeared from the stern of the big ship, Charles Vane's ship, in the center of the harbor. The sound came moments later, the report of a stern-mounted cannon, followed by the splash of a cannonball on the surface of the water not far from the Rose. 2 more cannonballs passed over his head, at least one tearing through some of the Rose's rigging, before Whitney raised a white flag of truce. Clearly, the young captain must have thought this was not going to be easy. With the pirate ship appearing to accept the flag of truce, Whitney sent his lieutenant into the harbor in a boat to, in his words, know the reason for the pirates' hostility. The lieutenant went alongside Vane's ship and hailed her captain, inquiring why he had fired on the king's ship. His answer, Whitney wrote in his logbook, was that he would use his utmost endeavor to burn us and all the vessels in the harbor. Vane also gave the lieutenant a letter addressed to Governor Woodes Rogers, on the outside of which was written, "We await a speedy answer." The letter, which may or may not have been delivered to Rogers that evening, read, July 24th, 1718. Your Excellency may please to understand that we are willing to accept His Majesty's most gracious pardon on the following terms, viz., that you will suffer us to dispose of all our goods now in our possession, likewise to act as we think fit with everything belonging to us, as His Majesty's Act of Grace specifies. If Your Excellency shall please to comply with this, we shall with all readiness accept of His Majesty's Act of Grace. If not, we are obliged to stand on our own defense. Your humble servants, Charles Vane and Company. Vane was simply trying to buy a little time to find a way to escape from New Providence with his new ship and all his loot. His ship was too large to pass over the Potter's Cave Bar and through the harbor's shallow eastern passage. The Rose was anchored in the western entrance, bottling him in the harbor, and he thought of trying to run past her guns, exchanging comparable broadsides, was put to rest when a few minutes later the 10-gun HMS Shark sailed into the harbor and anchored just ahead of the Rose, followed by the 20-gun transport Willing Mind and the 10-gun privateer Buck. Vane's ship was trapped, her men at the mercy of Governor Rogers's forces. The sun set, plunging the harbor into darkness. Vane stewed for a few hours until he finally decided Rogers did not intend to honor him with a reply. His company agreed that the warships at the harbor's entrance seemed to speak for themselves. The ship was doomed, Vane told them, but there was still a way to escape the governor's clutches. The 90 men in his crew listened intently as he outlined a daring escape plan. At 2 a.m., Captain Whitney was awakened in his cabin by a breathless subordinate. The pirates were attacking. The Rose was in danger. He rushed onto deck and was greeted by a horrific sight. Vane's ship, enveloped in flames, was heading straight for the Rose and her consorts. In the middle of the night, Vane's men had unloaded their ship and soaked its decks and rigging with pitch and tar. They had rolled all her guns out of their ports, every one packed with powder and 2 cannonballs. Weighing anchor, they had quietly towed her in the direction of the interlopers. As the distance closed, one pirate stayed on the helm, keeping the ship aimed directly at the anchored Shark and Rose, while others dashed about the doomed ship, lowering sails and setting the pitch-soaked decks and rigging alight. If all went to plan, the ship would collide with the Royal Navy vessels, consuming them in the resulting conflagration. As the last pirates abandoned their ship, Sailors were rushing about the decks of the Rose, Shark, Buck, and Willing Mind, some loosening sails, others hacking away at the anchor lines with axes, trying to free the endangered vessels. As soon as the anchors came free, Whitney and the other captains swung their ships around, wind to their backs, toward the open sea. There was a frightening few minutes as the fireship drew closer, the first of her double-loaded guns discharging as their gunpowder charges ignited in the heat. Then, slowly, the Rose and the other vessels gained momentum and pulled away from the approaching inferno. Vane himself watched these events from the deck of the Catherine, a swift Bermuda-built sloop that he had commandeered from another pirate in the middle of the night. Catherine's owner, a minor pirate named Charles Yates, remained on board and was none too happy about having his vessel taken from him. Vane's men had loaded their possessions into the sloop and augmented her armament to 10 or 12 guns. They watched with disappointment as the Rose and Shark escaped out to sea, but the action had bought them time. In the 4 hours remaining until sunrise, they would have the run of Nassau. Vane sent men into town to seize anything they thought useful: equipment, supplies, weapons, valuables, and the island's best pilot and carpenter, whom they roused out of bed and carried aboard the Catherine. Then they waited, black flag at the mast, for the dawn. At 7 a.m., shortly after daybreak, Rogers's entire fleet appeared at the entrance to the harbor. The governor's first glimpse of his new capital was of the smoldering timbers of a large ship bobbing in the middle of the channel, embers hissing, the boneyard of ruined vessels on the shore, and a pair of pirate vessels anchored up the harbor, just behind Potter's Cay. If he had wished to make a dignified entrance, Rogers was disappointed. On their way into the harbor, both the Delicia and Milford ran aground on a sandbar and had to wait 2 hours for the rising tide to lift them off. Vane's men presumably had a good laugh, watching ships bearing the governor and Commodore's personal flags loll on the Hog Island sandbar. The laughing stopped around 10 o'clock when, with the tide now high, the shallow-drafted Buck and another sloop began sailing around Potter's Cay Bar, their decks filled with soldiers. Vane knew they had lingered long enough. He ordered anchors lifted and sails raised. The Catherine turned and headed out the narrow eastern entrance of the harbor, with the Buck in hot pursuit. The winds blew strong from the south-southeast that morning, and the chase proceeded close on the wind. Vane had a worried few hours as the Catherine proved slower than her pursuers on this point of sail. He was relieved when they finally rounded the eastern end of New Providence, let out their sails, and began gaining ground. Vane's men fired their guns in defiance, and the Buck was forced to give up the chase and return to Nassau. Vane and his men were to remain at large, but New Providence Island, for the time being at least, would be in the possession of Governor Rogers. On the morning of the 27th, Rogers landed ashore, an event punctuated by much pomp. The Rose and Shark fired 11-gun salutes as Rogers's boat hit the beach, where, to his considerable relief, he was joyously received by pro-pardon residents. Thomas Walker, who had returned to the island in recent weeks, was the first to greet the governor, along with his old nemesis, Benjamin Hornigold. These two men, the pirate governor and the former justice, led Rogers and his entourage to the crumbling mass of Fort Nassau. Along the way, the crews of several pardoned pirate captains, Hornigold, Josiah Burgess, and others, formed orderly lines on either side of the road, each man firing his musket into the air as Rogers walked past, creating a running salute all the way to the fortress gates. Rogers climbed to the top of the fort to address the gathering crowd. He could see in an instant that the fort was in terrible disrepair. The seaward-facing bastion looked like it might collapse at any moment, having, as Rogers put it, only a crazy cracked wall in its foundation. The parade ground was overgrown with weeds, and instead of longhouses for the garrison, it contained a single hut in which a pathetic old man was living. The pirates had absconded with the cannon, leaving behind a single 9-pounder, which explained why Vane hadn't tried to hole up in the fort. By the time Rogers reached the roof, William Fairfax, Walker, and Hornigold at his side, and a group of soldiers behind, some 300 people had assembled in the square below. Rogers unrolled a scroll and read aloud the king's commission, appointing him governor of the Bahamas. The people, Rogers said, showed many tokens of joy for the reintroduction of government. Rogers spent the next few days consolidating control of the island and surveying its conditions. His 100-man independent company took control of Fort Nassau, constructing shelters out of sticks and palmetto leaves, while the sea-weary colonists set about building tents made from sails borrowed from the Delicia, Buck, and Willing Mind. Sailors from the Rose secured in the name of the king the Saint-Martin, Drake, Ulster, Dove, Lancaster, and other vessels that happened to be in the harbor. Rogers moved into the old governor's house, one of the only buildings that had survived the War of Spanish Succession. In his makeshift office, he had consultations with various residents, looking for inhabitants who had not been pirates, that were the least encouragers of trading with them, to serve on his 12-man governing council. His initial appointees, announced on August 1st, included Harbor Island smuggling king Richard Thompson, and several men who had come with Rogers, including Fairfax, the new justice, and the Delicia's captain and first mate. The council met at Rogers's house that very day and spent hours accepting the surrenders of some 200 pirates who had not yet taken the king's pardon. The pirate population on the island was estimated at 500 to 700, suggesting that a great number of those who had left Nassau to accept pardons in other colonies had come back. Another 200 non-pirates were also on the island, people who, in the words of one of Rogers's officials, had made their escape from ye Spaniards during the war, and now lived in the woods, destitute of all necessaries. Rogers set all of these people to work, clearing a thick layer of vegetation the pirates had allowed to smother buildings, yards, and fields. Others were recruited to assist the soldiers in arming and repairing the fort, and in setting up a separate battery to guard the harbor's eastern entrance. The last vessel in Rogers's fleet, the supply ship Samuel, finally arrived, safe and sound in the harbor, her capacious hold filled with food and supplies. After the first week of his governorship, Rogers was likely optimistic for success. Reports of piracy in the surrounding waters shattered the mood. First came a message from Charles Vane, who had detained 2 inbound vessels and said that he would join with Blackbeard, planning, as Rogers described it, to burn my guardship and visit me very soon to return the affront I gave him on my arrival in sending 2 sloops after him instead of answering him. Shortly thereafter, on August 4th, a Philadelphia mariner named Richard Taylor arrived with more ominous news. Taylor had been captured in the southern Bahamas by Spanish privateers, who, despite the peace, had proceeded to sack the English villages on Cat Island and Crooked Island. The leader of the privateers had told Taylor that a new Spanish governor had arrived in Havana with orders from King Philip to destroy all the English settlements in the Bahama Islands. He had 5 warships and upward of 1,500 men to accomplish this task. If the English surrendered, Taylor explained, the Spanish governor had instructions to deport them to Virginia or the Carolinas, but in case of resistance, to send them to Havana, and thence as prisoners to Old Spain. Facing simultaneous threats from Charles Vane and the King of Spain, Rogers knew he needed to complete his fortifications as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, his labor supply began to disappear. First, the soldiers, sailors, and colonists he brought with him fell ill by the dozens. The unidentified disease and the putrid stench that had hung over the town for weeks was blamed on the huge piles of rotting animal hides the pirates had abandoned on the shore. Although the illness had broken out 2 weeks before Rogers's arrival, he wrote it was as if only fresh European blood could draw the infection. Longtime residents quickly became free of contagion, while the newcomers were seized so violently that I have had above 100 sick at one time, and not a single healthful officer. 86 of Rogers's party died, as did 6 crewmen from the Rose and Milford, and 2 of the locals who served on Rogers's governing council. Rogers himself came down with intestine commotions and contagious distempers, and by mid-August was unable to attend council meetings. Most of the island's cattle also perished, striking a blow to the food supply. Longtime Nassau residents resisted not only the illness, but Rogers's efforts to put them to work. Most of them are poor and so addicted to idleness that they would choose rather almost to starve than work, Rogers reported home. They mortally hate it, for after they have cleared a patch that will supply them with potatoes and yams and very little else, and fish being so plentiful, and either turtle or iguanas available on the neighboring islands, they eat them instead of meat, and covet no stock or cattle. Thus they live poorly and indolently, and pray for nothing but shipwrecks or the pirates, and would rather spend all they have in a punch-house than pay me a tax to save their families and all that is dear to them. The locals proved unreliable militiamen as well. These wretches can't be kept to watch at night, and when they do, they come very seldom sober and rarely stay awake all night, though our officers or soldiers very often surprise their guard and carry off their arms and punish, fine, or confine them almost every day, the governor complained. I don't fear but they'll all stand by me in case of any invasion attempt, except one by pirates. But should their old friends have strength enough to design to attack me, I much doubt whether I should find one half to join me. It was at this time that Commodore Chamberlain announced that his 3 men of war were leaving. Rogers was flabbergasted. The colony was at its most vulnerable, its defenders ill, and its fortifications unfinished. The Milford, Rose, Shark, and the 300 men serving on them were essential to its defense. Chamberlain was adamant, however. He had cleaned his vessel's hull, taken his share of the loot seized from pirate prizes in the harbor, and, frankly, had no orders to stay any longer. Rogers had no power over naval personnel, and so was forced to beg the Commodore not to abandon the colony. Begrudgingly, Chamberlain agreed to leave the 20-gun Rose behind for 3 weeks longer, at which point Rogers said he was in hopes my men and the fortification would be in a better state to stand alone against the pirates and Spaniards. Accordingly, at 9:30 a.m. on August 16th, the Milford and Shark departed for New York.
This audiobook is continued on Disc 10. The Republic of Pirates by Colin Woodard, continued. Disc 10.
Rogers's situation deteriorated. Over the next few days, the Bahamas were racked with lightning, thunder, and rain, and Captain Whitney, expecting a hurricane, had his men take down the Rose's topmasts. Rogers tossed and turned in his humid bedroom with wrenching guts and a high fever. Progress on the fort moved at a snail's pace. Rogers's lieutenants barely able to get the reformed pirates to clear the scrub from around the fort, better yet to take part in the strenuous labor of salvaging cannon from the Hog Island wrecks and transporting them to the fort's bastions. The rain continued for 2 weeks, toward the end of which a boat arrived carrying men who, on examination, turned out to be members of Vane's company. These men confessed that Vane in a brigantine was headed north, but had promised to meet them around September 14th at Abaco, one of the Bahama Islands, 60 miles from Nassau. Was he headed north to join forces with Bonnet or Blackbeard? If so, was he preparing to make good on his threat to attack Nassau? On September 8th, there was more bad news. A boat arrived carrying John Cockrum's brother Philip and several other men who had been held captive by Spanish guardas costas for 2 months. During that time, they had been forced to serve as pilots for the Spaniards as they sailed around Abaco and New Providence, gathering intelligence for an imminent invasion. They had released Cockrum and his colleagues so that they could bring Rogers a message. Prove to us that you are a legitimate governor and not a pirate, or expect the worst. Rogers quickly drew up a letter to the governor of Havana while his lieutenants set about loading the Buck with goods to trade at Cuba. The sloop of war departed on September 10th in the company of a smaller sloop, the Mumville Trader. The Buck, however, never made it to Havana. En route, her crew, a mix of reformed pirates and Rogers's sailors, turned pirate. A number of the sailors who had come from England with the Buck apparently found piracy attractive. The motivations of one of these men, Walter Kennedy, were later recorded. Kennedy, the young son of a Wapping anchorsmith, had served in the Royal Navy during the War of Spanish Succession, where he had occasion to hear of the exploits of the pirates, from the time of Sir Henry Morgan to Captain Avery's more modern exploits at Madagascar. Inspired by these tales, Kennedy thought he might be able to make as great a figure as any of these thievish heroes whenever a proper opportunity offered. Kennedy seized that opportunity, apparently killing the Buck's captain, Jonathan Bass, and other resistors before sailing away to Africa. With the loss of the Buck, Rogers implored Captain Whitney to stay and help protect the island from Vane, who was now expected any day. Whitney delayed his departure by a week, but in the early morning hours of September 14th, over Rogers's strong objection, the Rose left Nassau. Whitney promised Rogers he would return in 3 weeks. It was a promise he had no intention of keeping. Rogers watched as his last naval escort vanished over the horizon on a southwesterly breeze. A few hours later, another boat came into the harbor bearing alarming news. Charles Vane had arrived at Abaco. After escaping from the Buck on the evening of July 26th, Vane's exact movements remain sketchy. His company appears to have continued sailing south with the sloop Catherine, whose original pirate captain, Charles Yates, remained aboard, resentful and disgruntled. The pirates appear to have spent the first half of August bouncing between the southern Bahamas and the Cuban coast. On July 28th, they captured a sloop from Barbados, which was given to Yates and his men under the condition that they continue sailing in consort with Vane. 2 days later, another sloop, the John and Elizabeth, fell into their clutches, and not long after that, a brigantine, which Vane took command of. A London paper later reported that at about this time 2 London-bound ships were set upon as they left Nassau by a pirate who, based on his behavior, was very likely Vane. The London Weekly Journal reported that the pirate captain had wanted to sink both ships, with their commanders and men, but that his crew would not consent to such an inhuman piece of barbarity. The pirates kept their captives for 5 days, during which time their captain promised to capture 2 more London ships that were expected to come to Nassau, saying he would cut him into pound pieces. While these pirates drank and cleaned their vessels at some secluded Bahama hideaway, another vessel arrived with supplies for them, plus news of where other pirates cruised and what men of war were out in chase after them. The captain was heard to brag that if there came 2 men of war to attack him, he would fight him, and if he could not escape them, he would go into his powder room and blow up his ship and send any of them on board and himself to hell together. In mid-August, Vane sent several men to Nassau to gather information and provisions, which they were to bring back to him at a secluded anchorage near Abaco. Vane appears to have been biding his time, observing his enemy, and hoping to eventually join forces with Blackbeard or Bonnet to attack the island. He may have even hoped that the Spaniards would attack, weakening or destroying Rogers's forces, creating a vacuum into which the pirates could return. In the meantime, he counted on old friends to buy his goods, smuggle vital provisions to his gang, and keep him abreast of happenings on New Providence. Toward the middle of August, his company's morale may have started to flag, because he decided to take a short cruise to Charleston in the hopes of filling the crewmen's purses. The pirates blockaded the harbor on August 30th, 1718. Vane in his 12-gun brigantine with 90 men, and Yates in a sloop, presumably the Catherine, of 8 guns and 20 men. The merchants of South Carolina had to have been appalled to be at the mercy of pirates once again, as vessel after vessel fell into their clutches. Over a 36-hour period, Vane and Yates took 8 in all, from the little 15-ton sloop Dove of Barbados to the 300-ton ship Neptune of London. From the 80-ton brigantine Dorothy of London, Vane seized 90 slaves from Guinea. Vane forced the Africans aboard Yates's sloop, which he intended to use as a floating warehouse. Yates, however, had other plans. His sloop full of valuable human cargo, he took off in the other direction, intending to make his escape from his overbearing commander. Vane chased after him and got off at least one broadside, but was unable to prevent his underling's escape. Yates snuck his vessel into Edisto Inlet, 35 miles south of Charleston, and sent a messenger to that city offering to surrender if the governor would grant his men pardon. The governor ultimately agreed. Vane was undoubtedly furious about Yates's defection, but 2 other prizes gave him consolation. These were the 50-ton ship Emperor and the Neptune, both bound for London with pitch, tar, rice, and turpentine. These cargoes would find a ready market in the Bahamas, but they comprised 2,900 large barrels, far too bulky to transfer to Vane's modest brigantine. Instead, Vane's company resolved to take both ships to the Bahamas, where they could plunder at their leisure. They would go to their hideaway near Abaco, where they expected their informants and suppliers from Nassau to be waiting. Vane's men left Charleston not a day too early, for a posse was setting out to bring them to justice. The merchants of South Carolina had fitted out 2 well-armed, well-manned sloops under the command of Militia Colonel William Rhett, a wealthy merchant who had lost a good deal of money to the pirates over the years. By the time Rhett's vessels got out of Charleston's harbor, Vane was nowhere to be seen. Rhett decided to snoop around the North Carolina coast, hoping to find the pirates in one of their hideaways. On the afternoon of September 27th, he found some in Cape Fear Harbor. Not Vane's crew, who were halfway to the Bahamas by then, but another pirate company that just couldn't seem to catch a break. Poor Stede Bonnet. After Blackbeard had double-crossed him at Topsail Inlet, Vanishing with the Spanish prize sloop and much of the company's treasure, Bonnet spent much of June 1718 trying to hunt him down. When he heard a rumor that Blackbeard was at Ocracoke Inlet, 50 miles up the North Carolina coast, he sailed there in the Revenge only to find a couple of deserted sandy islands. Bonnet fell into despair. He had been a pirate for more than a year and had little more than what he had started out with. His sloop, Revenge, a crew of 40 men, and thanks to the pardon from the governor of North Carolina, a clean legal record. As a pirate captain, he had been a total failure, his poor decisions having cost the lives of many of his men and the rest of his treasure. Any hopes he might have had to take part in a Jacobite uprising against King George had been dashed. The true king, known to them as James III, could barely help himself, better yet, the pirates of the Americas. Bonnet had a ruinous reputation in both respectable and outlaw circles, and he could not bear the humiliation of returning to either his old life among the slave plantations of Barbados or living among his pirate peers in the Bahamas. He would have to live on the fence. While getting his pardon in Bath, Bonnet learned that the King of Denmark, one of Britain's minor allies in the War of Spanish Succession, was still at war with Spain. Perhaps if Bonnet were to go to St. Thomas, Denmark's principal Caribbean colony, he could persuade its governor to grant him a privateering commission. His company thought it a good idea. Some of the pirates' former captives, like Captain David Harriot, signed up for the plan. When they left Beaufort Inlet, the pirates elected Robert Tucker as their quartermaster. Tucker was a mariner from Jamaica whom Blackbeard had seized from a merchant sloop some weeks earlier. Like many other captives, he found that he liked the pirate's life and had become a popular member of the crew. He had little respect for Bonnet and wasn't particularly interested in returning to being a law-abiding subject. When the crew discovered that the Revenge had but 10 or 11 barrels of food aboard, Blackbeard having stolen the rest, Tucker resolved that they should simply seize more from the next merchant vessel they encountered. Bonnet was opposed to this plan and even threatened to resign and leave the Revenge, but the crew didn't seem to mind the thought of losing him, and a majority threw their votes behind Tucker. The pirates seized the very next vessel they encountered, taking provisions. Then they took another. Pretty soon they were off the Capes of Virginia, taking every vessel they could lay their hands on. Bonnet tried to keep the company from invalidating his pardon. To conceal his identity, he insisted that he be called Captain Edwards or Captain Thomas, a ruse that didn't fool all their captives. To hide their tracks further, the pirates renamed the Revenge the Royal James in homage to James Stewart. Bonnet also insisted that the pirates give their captives payment for the goods they stole so that they could claim that they were traders, not pirates. Their first two victims received small parcels of rice, molasses, and even an old anchor cable in exchange for the barrels of pork and bread that were taken from them. After a week or two, however, most of the pirates refused to participate in this subterfuge, and some of Tucker's clique took to threatening and abusing captives instead. On July 29th, off Cape May, New Jersey, Tucker boarded the 50-ton sloop Fortune and fell to beating and cutting people with his cutlass and cut one man's arm, according to an eyewitness. 2 days later, they boarded a sloop anchored in the harbor of Lewis, Delaware, and threw themselves a party in the captain's cabin, eating pineapples, drinking rum punch, singing songs, and toasting the health of James Stewart, saying they hoped to see him king of the English nation, according to one of the sloop's crewmen. Tucker was, by now, captain in everything but name, and the pirates had even taken to referring to him as their father. Not all of the men aboard the Royal James wished to return to piracy, and took great risks to escape Tucker's clutches. 7 men successfully escaped on July 21st by stealing a prize sloop, which they took to Rhode Island. Authorities there imprisoned them, but 5 managed to escape before being brought to trial. When, after taking at least 13 vessels off New Jersey, Delaware, and Virginia, the pirates returned to Cape Fear to wait out the hurricane season, several forced men fled into woods. Unable to find food, shelter, or inhabitants in the swampy wilderness, the men had no choice but to return several days later and were put to work among the Negroes, cleaning the Royal James. One of the captives, a mulatto, lamented to another that he was not able to bear any longer, but was forced to comply with the pirates, for they told him they would have no regard for the color of his skin, but would make a slave of him. On another occasion, a pirate told the same mulatto captive that he was but like a Negro, and they made slaves of us all of that color, if they did not join with the pirates. In Bonnet's company, it seems, both whites and blacks could choose between slavery and piracy. Bonnet did not try to escape from the Royal James as the company returned to piracy. The pirates planned to continue on to St. Thomas after hurricane season had passed, so he may have held out hope that he could still become a legitimate privateer in the service of Denmark. On September 27, 1718, the 2 South Carolina pirate-hunting sloops under Colonel William Rhett found the Royal James at anchor behind Cape Fear. The pirates were outnumbered by nearly 2 to 1, Rhett having the sloops Henry, 8 guns, 70 men, and Sea Nymph, 8 guns, 60 men, against Bonnet's 10-gun, 45-man sloop. Rhett lost the advantage of surprise, though, when he ran aground, and was forced to take on the pirates in a full-on naval battle. Bonnet's company raised anchor and attempted to run straight between the South Carolinian sloops to the open sea. Instead, all 3 sloops ran aground, the Royal James and Henry within short range of each other. The pirates had the advantage, as the Royal James happened to list on the starboard side, so that her raised rail protected the pirates during the musket battle that followed. Colonel Rhett's Henry, by contrast, listed to port, exposing her entire deck to the pirates' fire. The 2 parties exchanged fire for the next 5 hours, until the rising tide lifted the Henry free. Still immobilized and facing the Henry's cannon, the pirates surrendered. 9 died as a result of wounds received in the battle, as did 14 of Colonel Rhett's men. Bonnet, who had survived unscathed, was brought into Charleston on October 3rd and placed in armed custody, to the considerable joy of some, but not all, of the colony's inhabitants. He was the first prominent pirate captain to be captured by British authorities. By late July 1718, Blackbeard decided it was time to get back to work. He and his men had been involved in minor thefts. Witnesses reported that he was insulting and abusing the masters of all trading sloops and taking from them what goods or liquors he pleased. In their drunken revelries, he and his men had committed some disorders in Bath itself, according to North Carolina Governor Charles Eden, who perhaps encouraged Blackbeard to take his men to sea for a time. Governor Eden had already granted Blackbeard undisputed ownership of the Spanish prize sloop in which he had come from Beaufort. Now he signed customs papers clearing him to take the sloop, which Thatch unoriginally renamed Adventure, to St. Thomas, where he could keep his men occupied as privateers if he so desired. As it turns out, he didn't. Instead of going to St. Thomas, Blackbeard and his men apparently sailed up the Delaware River, 250 miles north, where he quietly went ashore at Philadelphia to sell some select treasures. Pennsylvania Governor William Keith later reported that Blackbeard had been seen on the city streets, and that he was well known among many people there because of visits to the city years earlier, while serving as a mate on a Jamaican vessel. In the early 1840s, a number of elderly Philadelphians would tell historian John Watson that in their youth they or their relatives had encountered Blackbeard and members of his crew, including an old black man who lived with a family of the brewer George Gray. According to their accounts, Blackbeard visited a store at 77 High Street, where he bought freely and paid well. He also was said to frequent a High Street inn, always wearing his sword by his side. Nobody dared arrest him for fear that his crew would come ashore and avenge his cause by some midnight assault. By the second week of August, the pirates having accomplished their business, the adventure slipped out of Delaware Bay and into the open sea. It was time to refill their coffers far from their familiar stomping grounds. They sailed straight into the Atlantic in the direction of Bermuda, looking for foreign ships whose crews would be unlikely to be able to finger them for their crimes. They may have taken some vessels along the well-traveled sailing route from Philadelphia, but their first documented captures were on August 22, 1718, to the east of Bermuda. The victims were a pair of French ships, one heavily laden, the other largely empty, on their way home to France from Martinique. The French put up a fight, damaging the Adventure and wounding some of her men, but were ultimately overwhelmed by the pirates. Blackbeard's crew transferred all of the cargoes to one ship, which they kept, and all the French crewmen to the other, which was sent on its way. As Blackbeard began sailing back to North Carolina, he had no idea how much trouble this incident was to bring him. Around September 12th, they anchored their prize behind the sandy mass of uninhabited Ocracoke Island and began to unrig her, stripping the valuable masts, spars, and lines, and unloading the cargoes of sugar and cocoa. Blackbeard refused to allow anyone to board his vessels, a passing mariner later reported, except a doctor to cure his wounded men, who claimed to have been injured when a cannon shifted in rough seas. Leaving both vessels at Ocracoke on the afternoon of the 13th, Blackbeard and 4 black sailors headed up the Pamlico to Bath in one of their boats. He carried sweetmeats, loaf sugar, a bag of chocolate, and some mysterious boxes found aboard the French ship, all presents for Governor Eden's next-door neighbor, Tobias Knight, North Carolina's Chief Justice, and His Majesty's Collector of Customs. According to his 4 black crewmen, Blackbeard arrived at Knight's plantation about 12 or 1 o'clock in the night, gave Knight his gifts, and went into the house with him till about an hour before the break of day, at which point he ordered the men to head back down to Ocracoke. 3 miles down the Pamlico River, Blackbeard noticed a periagua tied up at the landing of an isolated farmhouse with 2 men and a boy aboard. Blackbeard decided to plunder this trading canoe and ordered his men to row alongside. William Bell, the owner of the periagua, had spent the night at John Chester's Landing and had seen Blackbeard's boat pass by earlier that evening. Bell's crew consisted only of his young son and an Indian servant, so when the 5 pirates came alongside his boat, he knew resistance would be difficult. At first, Blackbeard simply asked if Bell had anything to drink, to which Bell answered that it was so dark he could not well see to draw any from the cask. Blackbeard turned to one of his black sailors, who handed him a sword. He then jumped into the periagua and commanded Bell to put his hands behind him in order to be tied, and, swearing damnation seize him, he would kill Bell if he did not tell him truly where the money was. Bell, who was from Currituck, near the Virginia border, did not recognize Blackbeard and demanded to know who he was. Thatch replied that he came from hell and he would carry him presently there. Bell was able to tell authorities, despite having been foolish enough to have grabbed Thatch and tried to force him from the periagua. Blackbeard called to his men, who quickly subdued Bell. They then rowed the periagua out to the middle of the river with them and plundered her of pistols, brandy, a box of clay pipes, 66 pounds in cash, and a silver cup of remarkable fashion. Blackbeard then threw Bell's oars and sails overboard, and in retribution for his resistance, beat him with the flat end of his sword until it broke. Blackbeard continued on his way to Ocracoke. Bell must have gotten replacement oars at Chester's Landing, because 2 hours later he was at Tobias Knight's house in Bath to report the crime. Knight, Bell would later testify in court, listened patiently and filed a report, but never mentioned that the perpetrators had spent the night at his house. On September 24th, Blackbeard sailed up to Bath in the Adventure, where he reported to Governor Eden under oath that the French ship and goods were found by him as a wreck at sea. When an arch pirate comes to one's door, claiming to have found a vessel floating in the middle of the ocean, filled with valuables, and sufficiently seaworthy to be sailed some 700 miles back to North Carolina, one might have grounds to be suspicious. Eden and Blackbeard apparently had an understanding. The governor promptly declared the French ship to be Blackbeard's property by right of salvage, and a large parcel of sugar from the wreck somehow found its way into Chief Justice Knight's barn and hid itself under a pile of hay. Eden also gave Blackbeard permission to promptly burn the French ship as a hazard to navigation, conveniently eliminating any physical evidence that piracy had taken place. With the governor and Chief Justice in his pocket, North Carolina was shaping up to be a safer pirate lair than the Bahamas ever were. Blackbeard never would have guessed that the governor of another colony would have the audacity to invade. Chapter 11. Hunted, September 1718 to March 1720. Alexander Spotswood, the governor of Virginia, had been keeping tabs on Blackbeard for months. He had received intelligence of his intentional grounding of the Queen Anne's Revenge, his accepting the pardon from Governor Eden, and the subsequent depredations on trading vessels in the humid creeks of North Carolina. Spotswood had collaborated with the captain of one of the 2 naval frigates in Virginia, Captain Ellis Brand of the HMS Lyme, to send spies into North Carolina to make particular inquiry after the pirates. He'd even seized Blackbeard's old quartermaster, William Howard, who had taken the king's pardon and was hanging around Hampton Roads under the pretense that he could not explain how he had acquired the 50 pounds in his pocket or the 2 African slaves in his company. On these questionable legal grounds, Spotswood and Captain Brand had Howard forced aboard the Lyme and then incarcerated in Williamsburg's tidy brick jail. By interrogating Howard and debriefing his spies, Spotswood had assembled a detailed picture of what Blackbeard was up to, where he spent his time, and how he had bought the protection of the senior-most officials in North Carolina. In late October, he decided to act. Spotswood would later argue that Blackbeard represented a threat to Virginia's commerce, and that his presence encouraged others to piracy. All of this was true, but was not the real reason for Spotswood's decision to move against the pirate. Like politicians before and since, Spotswood intended to launch a military expedition abroad to divert public attention from his own improprieties at home. Spotswood governed the second most powerful colony on the American seaboard after Massachusetts, with a population of 72,500 whites and 23,000 blacks. It was entirely different from that northern colony. Virginia was a land of plantation manors surrounded by tobacco fields and the hovels of their servants and slaves. Each plantation had its own pier and served as a factory unto itself, its employees and human chattel producing most requisite products and services on site. As a result, there were hardly any towns or cities to speak of, the planters conducting much of their business at rural landings, churches, courthouses, and weekly markets. Even the capital, Williamsburg, was little more than an administrative center, a campus of elegant government buildings set near the brick buildings of the College of William and Mary. For most of the year, Williamsburg had a population of little over 1,000 administrators, craftsmen, teachers, and students. When the colony's aristocratic legislators met at the Grand Brick Capitol, Williamsburg came alive, its inns and boarding houses packed to bursting, its taverns bustling, and plays showing to enthusiastic audiences at British America's only theater, a 2-year-old structure on the east side of the carefully landscaped Palace Green. In recent years, the legislators came together to criticize Governor Spotswood and the culture of corruption he had nurtured during the 8 years he had overseen the colony. They drafted an official complaint over how he lavishes away the country's money on the nearly completed governor's palace, with its opulently appointed dining rooms, carved marble mantelpieces, formal orchards, gardens, and entry gates. Others were incensed at Spotswood's corrupt land dealings. He would eventually transfer 85,000 acres of public land to himself via blind trusts in an area which came to be known as Spotsylvania County. Most legislators opposed his imperious claim to control the appointment of all priests and high officials in the Anglican Church, the official religion of the colony. In 1717, the legislature had successfully petitioned the king to repeal some of Spotswood's economic regulations, and was now working to remove him from office altogether. With so many enemies at his door, it was in strict secrecy that Spotswood met with Captain Brand of the Lime and Captain George Gordon of the HMS Pearl in early October of 1718. He asked their assistance in ridding the Americas of Blackbeard, once and for all. In Nassau, Woodes Rogers was also preparing to confront pirates. On September 14, 1718, he received word that Charles Vane was at Green Turtle Cay, near Abaco, 120 miles north of Nassau. Facing a Spanish invasion, and bereft of manpower or Royal Navy support, Rogers knew his only hope was to take a chance on the leaders of the pro-Parton pirate camp. Benjamin Hornigold and John Cockram responded to the governor's call and agreed to become pirate hunters. Rogers outfitted a sloop for them, probably Hornigold's bonnet, and dispatched them to gather intelligence and, if possible, confront Vane. They left Nassau 4 days later. Nobody saw them again for weeks. While awaiting Hornigold's return, Rogers tried to put Nassau's defenses in order. Nassau's governing council agreed to impose martial law, setting up a very strict watch, and ordering the island subjects and their slaves to help repair the fortress. Practically every night, however, pirates stole boats and fled the island, hoping to join Vane. Rogers estimated that 150 had abandoned him between the end of July and late October. As the days turned to weeks, Rogers began to fear that Hornigold was either taken by Vane or had begun his old practice of pirating again. Most islanders concurred. But 3 weeks after his departure, Hornigold's sloop sailed back into the harbor with a prize and a handful of pirate captives. Hornigold told everyone how he and Cockram had spent most of the time hiding out near Green Turtle Cay, observing Vane and waiting for an opportunity to ambush him when away from his main force. Unfortunately, that chance never presented itself, and Hornigold and Cockram judged Vane's company too powerful to take on directly. In addition to his pirate brigantine, Vane had the Neptune and Emperor with him, the 2 ships he had captured at the Charleston bar, and his party spent most of their time plundering these ships and careening their vessels. After nearly 3 weeks had elapsed, the pirates said goodbye to the captive crews of the Neptune and Emperor, wishing them a good voyage home. But as they sailed from the anchorage, they spotted another sloop coming in. This, Hornigold was able to report, was the 30-ton sloop Wolf, which had sailed out of Nassau a few days earlier, with Rogers's permission to hunt sea turtles. In reality, the Wolf's captain, a pardoned pirate named Nicholas Woodall, was smuggling ammunition, supplies, and intelligence to Vane. Vane dropped anchor and consulted with Woodall, who gave him a detailed description of Rogers's activities and defenses. Vane, perhaps hoping his fellow pirates had risen up against the governor, was apparently disappointed. When one of the captives asked the pirates what news they had of Nassau, they replied none good, but bid him ask not many questions. The pirates, being very much disturbed with the news, voted to maroon the captives and destroy the Neptune by hacking down her masts and rigging, and then firing a gun, double-loaded with shot, straight into her hold. Vane's pirates left the harbor in the brigantine and the Wolf, at which point Hornigold sailed in to give the captives provisions and to let them know that help had arrived. That night, Hornigold sailed out in pursuit of the pirates, and a few days later intercepted the Wolf and brought her with him to Nassau. Hornigold's capture of the Wolf boosted Rogers's morale. Captain Hornigold, having proved honest, Rogers wrote his superiors in London, disobliged his old friends, divides the people here, and makes me stronger than I expected. Unsure of his authority to try Woodall, Rogers kept him in irons and sent him back to England on the next outward-bound ship. With the change in seasons, the weather also improved, and Rogers's people began recovering from their sickness. A convoy of trading sloops left the island to trade with friendly contacts in Cuba, from whom they hoped to secure additional supplies. With the fort almost complete and one of the leading pirates on his side, Rogers felt a growing sense of security. On November 4th, Rogers received word that the crews of all 4 trading sloops he had sent to Cuba had gone pirate and were intending to join Vane. The renegades were said to be at Green Turtle Cay, however, and might still be caught. Rogers again turned to Hornigold and Cockram, who sailed to the island and engaged the recidivists in an all-out battle. The pirates turned pirate hunters came back to Nassau on November 28th with 10 prisoners, including Blackbeard's former gunner, William Cunningham, and the corpses of 3 more. Rogers was ecstatic. "I am glad of this new proof that Captain Hornigold has given the world to wipe off the infamous name he has hereto been known by," he wrote the British Secretary of State, "though in the very acts of piracy he committed, most people spoke well of his generosity." The pirate prisoners presented a challenge, as Rogers lacked the men to ensure they stayed locked up. Trying and executing them in Nassau might spark an uprising. He called a secret session of his governing council, which now included the former Chief Justice, Thomas Walker, and laid out the options. More than anything, the councilors worried that Vane, tipped off by his numerous informants, might attempt to free the captives. "If any fear be shown on our part," they resolved, "it might animate several pirates now here to incite the pirates without to attempt the rescue of those in custody. Therefore, to prevent the designs of Vane the pirate, the council concluded they should, as soon as possible, bring the prisoners to trial." Lacking a jail, Rogers had the 10 prisoners chained aboard the Delicia before setting about what he knew was to be a risky confrontation with the island's pirate sympathizers. On leaving Green Turtle Cay, Vane headed north. The intelligence he had received from Woodall suggested he would need reinforcements if he were to make good on his threat to attack Nassau. Having lost hope that the Stuarts would send assistance, Vane knew he had to turn to his old comrades for help. Labuse had vanished to the south. Williams, England, and Condent had sailed for Africa and Brazil. One pirate, however, was still in the region, and everyone knew where to find him. Vane's men agreed they would sail for North Carolina's Pamlico Sound, where they hoped to hook up with their comrade Blackbeard. They arrived at Ocracoke Inlet in the second week of October. There, behind Ocracoke Island, they spotted an armed sloop that would later prove to be Blackbeard's Adventure. There must have been a few minutes of confusion until the two parties identified each other, as neither was sailing in a vessel that was familiar to the other. Somehow, probably by speaking trumpet, Blackbeard and Vane confirmed each other's identity. Vane promptly saluted his comrade, firing his brigantine's guns high in the air, Blackbeard responding in kind. Vane anchored his vessel alongside the Adventure. Men rowed from one vessel to the other, commencing a pirate festival that would last several days and spread to the shores of Ocracoke Island. The two men shared their experiences over the past few months. Blackbeard was probably the first to inform Vane of Stede Bonnet's capture, an event that had been on everyone's lips from Charleston to Boston. Vane told Blackbeard about his confrontations with Pierce and Rogers at Nassau, and of the progress of the latter's government. Vane may have tried to convince his former partner to join him for a joint assault on New Providence. Blackbeard, comfortable in his new situation, declined. His men were safe and sound, free to continue their piracies without fear of reprisal. Their revelries concluded, Charles Vane and Edward Thatch took leave of each other to follow their separate paths. Governor Spotswood planned his attack on Blackbeard under a cloak of secrecy. He informed neither Virginia's governing council nor its legislature, and he certainly had no intention of airing the matter with Governor Eden. The pirates, he later explained, were simply too popular. I did not so much as communicate to His Majesty's council here, nor to any other person, but those who were necessarily to be employed in the project's execution. Least among the many favorers of pirates we have in these parts, some of them might send intelligence to Thatch. He had grounds to worry. A few months earlier, some of Blackbeard's men had passed through the colony on their way to Philadelphia, and had tried to tempt a number of merchant sailors to join them. Local officials wanted to arrest the pirates, but reported to Spotswood that they could find none willing to assist them in the disarming and suppressing of that gang. Spotswood did manage to arrest William Howard, Blackbeard's quartermaster, but shortly thereafter one of the judges of his own Vice-Admiralty Court, a friend of Governor Eden, named John Holloway, ordered the arrest of Captain George Gordon and Lieutenant Robert Maynard of the HMS Pearl, on which Howard had been detained. Holloway filed a civil suit against both naval officers on the pirates' behalf, seeking £500 in damages from each of them. Fearing a jury might let Howard go, Spotswood had him tried without one, a move strongly condemned by the governing council. Virginians, Spotswood sniffed, had an unaccountable inclination to favor pirates. It was at Howard's trial that Spotswood unveiled his plan to Captain Brand and Captain Gordon, who had been sharing intelligence with him for months. It was the perfect opportunity to meet with the Royal Navy officers without raising suspicions, their both being in Williamsburg to serve as officers of the court. After the trial, at which Howard was found guilty, Brand and Gordon walked the 4 blocks from the handsome H-shaped Capitol through the market square and down the palace green to the governor's palace. Within one of the palace's opulent rooms, Spotswood outlined his plan. Since Blackbeard shared his time between Bath and Ocracoke, there would be a 2-pronged assault. Brand, as the senior-most officer, would lead a contingent of Marines overland to Bath, connecting with gentlemen sympathizers along the way. A second force would travel by sea to Ocracoke, ensuring no pirates escaped into the Atlantic. The Pearl, 531 tons, 40 guns, and the Lime, 384 tons, 28 guns, were both far too large to negotiate the dangerous shoals of North Carolina's brackish creeks and barrier islands. Instead, Spotswood offered to purchase at his own expense 2 nimble sloops, which would be placed at the officer's disposal. Brand and Gordon agreed to man, arm, and supply the sloops, and to place both under the command of Captain Gordon's first officer, Lieutenant Robert Maynard. Gordon himself would stay behind with the frigates at Hampton Roads. In addition to the possibility of claiming some of Blackbeard's treasure, naval personnel had an extra incentive to participate. Spotswood had just pushed a new law through the legislature rewarding a special bounty for the capture of Blackbeard or his minions. Gordon and Brand agreed to the plan. If it went well, it might prove both patriotic and profitable. Spotswood's plan was also entirely illegal, as neither the governor nor the officers had the authority to invade another colony. Blackbeard was, legally speaking, a citizen in good standing. He had been pardoned for his previous crimes, had applied for and received legal sanction to salvage his French wreck from Governor Eden, and had yet to be indicted for any crime. The expedition departed from Hampton on November 17th. Maynard, who was the oldest naval officer serving in America, climbed aboard his flagship, the Jane, the larger of the 2 sloops hired by Governor Spotswood. On board the Jane were 35 men, an ample supply of muskets, cutlasses, and swords, a month's worth of provisions, but no cannon, the Jane being too small to bear them. The other sloop, the Ranger, was even smaller, carrying 25 sailors under the command of Midshipman Edmund Hyde of the Lime. With no cannon and only 60 men, Maynard knew that if his sloops were the ones to encounter Blackbeard, they would have to surprise him at anchor. At 3 a.m. on that November morning, they raised their anchors and sailed out of the Chesapeake. A few hours later, Captain Brand of the Lime set out on horseback from the Hampton village with a small contingent of sailors. They rode on dirt tracks through the Virginia countryside, past empty fields and teams of slaves tending racks of tobacco leaves drying in the cool fall air. The following day, the last fields, plantations, and roads fell behind them as they entered the trackless wilderness of North Carolina. They spent 3 agonizing days crossing miles of pine barrens and the aptly named Great Dismal Swamp before emerging on November 21st at Edenton, one of the colony's few settlements. Coming from the pastoral manners of Virginia, the poverty of the North Carolinians would have made an impression on Brand. The people indeed are ignorant, there being few that can read and fewer write, even of their justices of peace, another early 18th century visitor said of the area's inhabitants. They feed generally upon salt pork, sometimes upon beef, and their bread of Indian corn, which they are forced for want of mills to beat, and in this they are so careless and uncleanly that there is but little difference between the corn in the horse's manger and the bread on their tables. 2 men were waiting for Brand in Edenton. They introduced themselves as Morris Moore, a colonel in the colony's militia and the son of the former governor of South Carolina, and Edward Mosley, the founding settler of Edenton, a wealthy and accomplished lawyer who had once been a member of North Carolina's governing council. Captain Brand described them as 2 gentlemen that have been much abused by Thatch. But they were also long-standing political opponents of Governor Eden, and were probably Spotswood's chief informants in the colony. Brand's party spent the night in or near Edenton, probably at Mosley's home, where the officer let it be known that he had come in to take Thatch. The next morning, Mosley and Moore arranged onward transportation across Albemarle Sound, and with several other residents accompanied Brand on his final push to Bath, 30 miles further south. Brand and company reached the outskirts of Bath at about 10 o'clock on the night of November 23rd, 6 days after leaving Hampton. Moore scouted ahead and discovered that Blackbeard was not in town, as Brand had hoped he would be, but was expected any minute, with another load of cargo salvaged from the French ship. Leaving most of his men behind, Brand crossed the head of Bath Creek and went straight to Governor Eden's plantation house. There, Brand later reported, "I applied myself to him and let him know I was come in quest of Thatch." Governor Eden must have been alarmed at Brand's surprise appearance in the company of two of his political rivals. He could only hope that Blackbeard had made his escape, and that Brand would not discover the large parcel of stolen goods hidden in the barn of his neighbor, Tobias Knight. It's easy to picture Brand sitting by Eden's fireplace until dawn, loaded musket at his side, waiting for Blackbeard to come down the stone path from Eden's dock. Blackbeard never came. As he sailed down North Carolina's Outer Banks, Lieutenant Maynard heard all sorts of stories about Blackbeard. His pilot, a North Carolinian hired by Spotswood, said Blackbeard had been ferrying stolen cargo between Ocracoke and Bath. At Roanoke Inlet, halfway down the Outer Banks, local mariners told them that the Monday before they had seen Blackbeard's adventure aground on Brant Island, a marshy islet on Currituck Sound, 30 miles back toward Virginia. Maynard spent the rest of the day sailing back and forth the length of Currituck Sound, but saw no sign of Blackbeard or anyone else. Spotswood himself had warned that Thatch was fortifying an island at Ocracoke Inlet and making that a general rendezvous of such robbers. From other mariners, Maynard probably heard another disturbing story that would reach Williamsburg a few days later. Blackbeard had been joined by some other pirate crews at Ocracoke, increasing his numbers to 170 men. Maynard had no way of knowing that Vane's pirate crew had come and gone 8 weeks earlier. At 4 p.m., with mounting trepidation, Maynard's small sloops reached Ocracoke Inlet, 30 miles south of Cape Hatteras. Once around the outer edge of Ocracoke Island, Maynard saw 2 sloops at anchor behind the island in a place now known as Thatch's Hole, one of them bearing 9 guns and matching the description of Blackbeard's adventure. The other sloop was unarmed and looked to be a coastal trading sloop. On the island, Maynard would have seen a large tent, the remains of bonfires, some empty kegs and barrels, perhaps, but no sign of fortifications. He took note of the wind and currents and the sun low in the sky, and gave the order for the Jane and Ranger to drop anchor. He didn't want to engage Blackbeard in darkness. Since Vane had left, Blackbeard had indeed been traveling back and forth between Bath and Ocracoke, spending a couple of weeks overseeing 20 or so men at Ocracoke, then a couple of weeks with his wife in Bath. His return to town was, by now, overdue. 5 days earlier, November 17th, he had received a letter from Tobias Knight urging him to make the best of your way up as soon as possible, as I have something more to say to you than at present I can write. The justice had signed it, your real friend and servant, T. Knight. Blackbeard had more important matters to attend to than Knight or the 2 modest sloops that had just appeared in the inlet. His pirate gang was entertaining one of their merchant friends, Samuel Odell, whose trading vessel was anchored alongside the Adventure. While Maynard's men tried to sleep, steeling themselves for the fight ahead, Blackbeard's men drank late into the night. At 9 o'clock the following morning, Maynard gave the command to weigh anchor and sailed straight for the Adventure, hoping to board her before Blackbeard could roll out her cannons. As they entered the anchorage on the faintest of breezes, Midshipman Hyde's Ranger ran aground on a sandbar. He ordered his men to start throwing ballast stones overboard in the hopes of making the sloop light enough to get back afloat. Maynard pressed ahead in the larger Jane, only to run aground himself, eliminating any possibility of a surprise attack. Despite their hangovers, Blackbeard's men couldn't help but take notice of the two sloops that had clearly been trying to sneak up on them, and whose suspiciously large crews were now noisily throwing ballast and water barrels over the side in an urgent attempt to get free. When it dawned on them that they were under attack, the pirates sprang into action, rushing to loosen sails, cut the anchor cables, and ready the cannons. It happened so fast that their guest, Samuel Odell, and his 3 crewmen didn't have time to get off Blackbeard's vessel. Just as the Adventure's sails caught their first faint breath of wind, Hyde got the Ranger afloat and headed straight for the pirates, with most of his 25 men straining at the oars. The pirates began firing their muskets, and when the vessels had closed to within half a pistol shot, Blackbeard signaled the gun crews to fire. Flames blasted from the muzzles of the Adventure's cannons, and a split second later, 4- and 6-pound cannonballs tore across the Ranger's foredeck, demolishing foresails and killing Hyde and his second-in-command, the Lime's coxswain, Alan Arlington. Wounded men convulsed on the Ranger's blood-soaked deck as the sloop slowed to a stop. Amid the confusion, some of the sailors managed to let off a volley of small arms fire as the Adventure swept past. One of the musket balls severed the jib halyard, the line holding up the pirates' foresails, causing the Adventure to lose speed. This was a critical piece of luck for Maynard's men. Having gotten the Jane free, they now rowed madly toward the pirates in the hope of boarding them. Had the halyard not been hit, the Adventure could have escaped into the open sea. Instead, the two vessels closed to within 50 feet of each other. At this point, Blackbeard hailed Maynard. "Damn you villains! Who are you, and from whence came you?" he said according to the general history. "You can see by our colors we are no pirates," Maynard is said to have replied. Thatch, his beard tied in black ribbons, held up a glass of liquor and, according to Maynard, drank damnation to me and my men, whom he styled cowardly puppies, saying he would neither give nor take quarter. Maynard responded that that was fine with him. Blackbeard then signaled to his gunner, Philip Morton, to unleash his other broadside. Morton had loaded the guns with grape and partridge shot that yielded a shotgun-like discharge that was extremely deadly at such close range. Other pirates threw improvised hand grenades they had made by stuffing gunpowder, musket balls, and bits of old iron into empty rum bottles. When the smoke lifted, the Jane's deck was covered with bodies. In just a few seconds, 21 of Maynard's crew had been killed or wounded. Only 2 men were still standing on the sloop's deck. The battle, Blackbeard concluded, was won. He ordered the Adventure to come alongside the Jane and for his men to prepare to board. Under cover of gunpowder smoke, however, Maynard had ordered a dozen or so uninjured men to hide in the Jane's hold and await his signal. Crouching at the ladder, he whispered instructions to his helmsman and his first mate, Mr. Baker, telling them to lie low and to signal to him when the pirates came over the side. When the Adventure banged against the Jane, Blackbeard was the first over the rail, with a rope in his hands to lash or make fast the 2 sloops. At Baker's signal, Maynard rushed up from the hold, sword in hand, a dozen crewmen behind him. In a scene that inspired many Hollywood movies, Blackbeard and Maynard faced off against each other, dashing naval lieutenant and fearsome pirate, swords drawn. Humphrey Johnson, the North Carolina mariner who carried the news of the battle to New England, described the fight this way. Maynard, making a thrust, the point of his sword went against Teach's cartridge box, where he stored his ammunition, and bended it to the hilt. Blackbeard then delivered a blow that shattered the guard of Maynard's sword, slicing the officer's fingers. Maynard jumped back, threw away his sword, and fired his pistol, which wounded Teach. By now, 10 of Blackbeard's men had clambered aboard the Jane and were clashing with Maynard's men. In the chaos, the Jane's helmsman, Abraham Demelt, made his way to Maynard's side and managed to slash Blackbeard across the face. The pirates aboard the Jane were outnumbered by Maynard's men and rapidly fell to the blood-stained deck. More men trained their pistols on Blackbeard, who staggered on, swinging his sword at Maynard and Demelt, blood gushing from his face and body. More musket balls struck his tall frame as the sailors surrounded him, swords drawn, circling for the kill. According to Humphrey Johnson, the final blow came from a Scots Highlander who decapitated Blackbeard with a powerful swing of his sword, laying it flat on his shoulder, attached by a bit of flesh. The author of the general history disagrees, saying Blackbeard expired suddenly as he was cocking another pistol, finally succumbing to his wounds. In letters to friends and relatives, Maynard didn't say how Blackbeard died, but noted that he fell with 5 shot in him and 20 dismal cuts in several parts of his body. The melee had lasted less than 6 minutes, during which time all of the boarding pirates were slain, without killing a single one of Maynard's men, though he reported several were miserably cut and mangled. The Ranger came alongside to help finish off the pirates remaining aboard the Adventure, who were outmanned by nearly 3 to 1. Many jumped in the water, where the naval sailors picked them off one by one. According to Captain Gordon's post-action report, one of the pirates made it to shore, succumbed to his injuries, and was discovered some days after in the reefs by way of the fowls hovering over him. One of the Ranger's sailors had been killed by friendly fire, bringing the Navy's total casualties to 11 dead and over 20 wounded. The victors had one final scare outside the Adventure's powder room. They discovered a black pirate named Caesar, match in hand, struggling to get free of the merchant Samuel Odell and one of his crewmen, so he could follow Blackbeard's last command. In the event of defeat, blow them all to smithereens. Caesar was successfully restrained and became one of 14 pirate prisoners, 9 white and 5 black, that were taken into custody. Odell, his body bearing no less than 70 wounds, was also taken prisoner, though he was later released. After the battle, Maynard's men searched the Adventure, hoping to find a hoard of Spanish gold and silver. Instead, they found some gold dust, a few items made of silver, including the goblet stolen from William Bell, and other small things of plunder. They also found Tobias Knight's recent letter to Blackbeard, and a number of papers implicating Knight and Eden in Blackbeard's piracy. The tent on the shore concealed the remnants of the French ship's cargo, 140 bags of cocoa and 10 casks of sugar. If Blackbeard had accumulated fantastic wealth, he had not kept it with him at Ocracoke. Whether severed during or after the battle, Blackbeard's head was strung up in the Adventure's bowsprit, a grotesque trophy that would fetch the sailors 100 pounds bounty when they got back to Virginia. Maynard had Blackbeard's headless body thrown into Pamlico Sound, where, according to legend, it swam around the Adventure 3 times before sinking into the brackish water. Owing to a spate of rough weather, Maynard and Brand didn't meet up until November 27th, when the lieutenant came up to Bath to deliver the evidence found against Knight and Eden. Brand was already furious with Knight, who he said was making an abundance of difficulty, advising the governor not to assist me, and constantly justifying the pirates. The Chief Justice had positively denied that any pirated goods were about his plantation. Brand now confronted Knight with incriminating evidence from Blackbeard's letter, the memorandum in Thatch's pocketbook, and statements from several witnesses who had taken part in unloading plunder. Knight finally owned the whole matter and showed Brand 20 barrels of sugar and 2 bags of cotton covered with fodder in his barn. Eden, seeing the game was up, ordered his marshal to deliver to Brand 6 slaves and 60 hogsheads of sugar that had belonged to Blackbeard or his men and had been in the governor's possession. Brand also tracked down several pirates lurking in Bath, including Blackbeard's boatswain, Israel Hands, who would ultimately agree to testify against his companions in exchange for his life. The total value of the cargo found in Bath and Ocracoke was estimated at £2,238, including the Adventure herself. Lieutenant Maynard returned to Hampton Roads in the Adventure on January 3, 1719, Blackbeard's head still hanging from the bowsprit. As he passed the HMS Pearl, he saluted Captain Gordon with all 9 of the Adventure's guns. Gordon treated his lieutenant to a rare honor, an equal return salute from one of His Majesty's frigates. Gordon and Maynard presented Blackbeard's head to Governor Spotswood, who had it suspended from a tall pole on the west side of the Hampton River at a place now known as Blackbeard's Point, as a ghoulish admonition to would-be pirates. In a few weeks, Maynard would be a household name from New England to London, Port Royal, and beyond. In Boston, 13-year-old Benjamin Franklin, then a printer's apprentice, wrote and published a sailor's song about Maynard's accomplishment, which he sold on the street. The text has been lost, save for one stanza ending with the lines, "It's better to swim in the sea below than to swing in the air and feed the crow," says jolly Ned Teach of Bristol. The expedition kept the court system busy for many years as the various parties tried to settle their scores with one another. On March 12, 1719, the prisoners were tried at the Capitol in Williamsburg, and apart from Samuel Odell, found guilty. 13 pirates were executed. Their bodies hung in gibbets strung along the Hampton-Williamsburg road. The last, Israel Hands, was freed just prior to execution, owing to the timely arrival of a ship carrying an extension of the King's pardon, an event that also saved William Howard. Based on evidence gathered by Brand and Maynard, Tobias Knight was brought to trial in North Carolina for colluding with the pirates. He was found not guilty, largely because he managed to have the testimony of Blackbeard's 4 black crewmen thrown out, because, as he argued, by the laws and customs of all America, the testimony of blacks was not of any validity against any white person whatsoever. Governor Eden threatened to prosecute Brand for trespassing on the lands of the Lord's proprietor of North Carolina, and sparred for months with Spotswood over both the legality of the invasion and the ownership of plunder, though these efforts came to naught. Edward Moseley and Morris Moore broke into an official's home in an unsuccessful attempt to find evidence linking Eden with Blackbeard, and were caught, tried, and convicted of sedition. For his part, Robert Maynard filed an unsuccessful lawsuit against Gordon and Brand after the captains decided to share Spotswood's bounty money among the crew of the Lime and Pearl, not just those who had fought at Ocracoke. In the end, most sailors received only £1 for their part in the battle. In Charleston, the courts had not only been busy, they had literally been under siege. The inhabitants were at odds over the fate of Stede Bonnet and the other pirates Colonel William Rhett had captured at Cape Fear. Most colonists were undoubtedly pleased that perpetrators of some of the recent blockades were finally being brought to justice. This sentiment was particularly strong among merchants and planters who had lost ships and cargo in these incidents. But there were a great many people in Charleston who supported the pirates, and their passion exceeded that of their counterparts in North Carolina or Virginia. This faction included a large number of pardoned pirates and former Nassau smugglers, as well as servants, sailors, free blacks, and other members of South Carolina's enormous underclass. Bonnet, they argued, was a gentleman, a man of honor, a man of fortune, and one who has had a liberal education. His crewmen were seen as heroes, men unafraid to seize the goods of wealthy men or to drink to the damnation of Britain's so-called king. They insisted none too quietly that all the pirates should be freed. Like Woodes Rogers in Nassau, Governor Johnson was not at all sure that he could keep the pirates in custody. South Carolina had just fought a major Indian war, thus manpower was in short supply. Charleston had no jail, so Johnson had been forced to incarcerate the pirates in the Court of Guard, a small two-story building that stood on the Half Moon Battery, a fortification on the Bay Street waterfront. The structure's wooden walls had numerous windows, making it less than secure, despite the presence of armed guards. As a concession to Bonnet's gentility, and to keep him from plotting with his men, Johnson had the pirate captain held at the home of Nathaniel Partridge, the colony's provost marshal, where sentinels were placed early in the evening to guard against jailbreaks. Through these improvised arrangements, Johnson hoped to hold the pirates from October 3rd, when they were brought in, until October 28th, when their trial was scheduled to begin. Nonetheless, on the night of October 24th, 1718, Bonnet escaped from the marshal's house with the help of Richard Tuckerman, a merchant who had made a small fortune smuggling goods back and forth to the Bahamas when they were under pirate rule. Marshal Partridge may have been complicit in the escape, which apparently took place without a struggle. He was fired a few days later. Curiously, Bonnet escaped in the company of David Harriet, a forced man who would almost certainly have been acquitted, as he had turned state's evidence that very morning, giving a lengthy deposition against the pirates. He had been moved from the court of guard to the marshal's house as a reward for his cooperation. Yet Harriet chose to flee into the night with Bonnet. By the time the alarm was sounded, they were halfway across the harbor in Tuckerman's canoe, paddled by several of his black and Indian slaves. Not long thereafter, Charleston descended into civil disorder. The details of what came to be called the disturbances are unclear, but from passing references in subsequent legal documents, it appears that an armed mob lay siege to the court of guard in an attempt to free the remaining pirates. We can't forget how long this town has labored under the fatigue of watching the pirates, and what disturbances were lately made with a design to release them, Assistant Attorney General Thomas Hepworth said a few days later. We were apparently in danger of losing our lives in the late disturbance when, under a notion of the honor of Carolina, the rioters threatened to set the town on fire about our ears. The attack, Hepworth concluded, shows how necessary it is that the law be speedily executed on them to the terror of others and for the security of our own lives. The trial started on October 28th, and when they concluded on November 5th, 29 of the 33 prisoners had been found guilty. 22 were hanged 3 days later at White Point, a marshy tongue of land sticking out from the southern end of the Charleston Peninsula. Meanwhile, while paddling to North Carolina, Bonnet and Harriet encountered a storm that forced them ashore on Sullivan's Island, just 4 miles south of Charleston. There, on November 8th, they were ambushed by yet another posse, led by William Rhett. There was a brief exchange of gunfire, in which Harriet was killed and 2 slaves injured. Bonnet was captured, carried to Charleston, and on November 12th found guilty of piracy. By an odd coincidence, the Chief Justice was Nicholas Trott, nephew and namesake of the disgraced governor of the Bahamas, who had helped Henry Avery go free. If Bonnet entertained hopes that Trott's nephew might grant him leniency, he was disappointed. "You shall go from hence to the place of execution," Justice Trott told him, "where you shall be hanged till you are dead." Bonnet was said to have made such a pathetic display on hearing the sentence that a number of Charleston citizens, most of them women, applied to the governor to spare his life. According to the author of the General History, the governor was also approached by some of Bonnet's friends with a proposal to send the gentleman pirate to England so that his case might be referred to His Majesty. Colonel Rhett is said to have offered to go with Bonnet and to raise funds to pay for the trip. These and other interventions prompted Johnson to delay Bonnet's execution 7 times, the London Original Weekly Journal later reported, a situation that so angered the city's merchants that they approached the governor in a mass and demanded immediate execution on the offender. Bonnet, fearing the end was near, wrote a plaintive letter to the governor begging him to look upon me with bowels of pity and compassion, and to think me an object for your mercy. Make me a menial servant to your honor and this government, and you will receive the willingness of my friends to be bound for my good behavior and constant attendance to your commands. The governor was unmoved. On December 10, 1718, Major Stede Bonnet was led to the gallows at White Point and hanged.
This audiobook is continued on Disc 11. The Republic of Pirates by Colin Woodard, continued. Disc 11.
News of the disturbances and the execution of Bonnet's men traveled quickly to Nassau, convincing Woodes Rogers and his governing council of the need to move quickly against the 10 pirates they had in custody aboard the Delicia. Rogers was, if anything, in a more vulnerable position than Governor Johnson. Until his arrival, the Bahamas had been the epicenter of Atlantic piracy, and despite the departure of so many, the pirates and their followers still constituted the majority of inhabitants of New Providence. By late November 1718, Rogers had barely enough men to keep his 10 prisoners under guard, better yet, to defend the colony from Vane or a Spanish invasion fleet. His independent company had been reduced by disease, which even killed their surgeon. Of the 4 vessels he had brought with him, 3 were gone. The 10-gun Buck, stolen by pirates, the 20-gun Willing Mind, wrecked on a sandbar, and the 6-gun Samuel on her way to London to secure more troops and supplies. The only thing standing between Rogers and his enemies were the Delicia, a poorly manned ruin of a fort, and the influence of Hornigold, Cockram, and Josiah Burgess. The time had come for a final test of wills between Rogers and the island's pirate sympathizers. On December 9th, the prisoners were brought to the fort and escorted to a guardroom where the trial was to be held. Robert Beecham, head of the independent company, had all 60 of his surviving soldiers guard the entrances before going inside. There he sat down with Rogers, Chief Justice William Fairfax, and 5 other men Rogers had appointed as justices, including reformed pirate Captain Burgess, now an officer in the militia, and Thomas Walker, who was no doubt pleased to finally be sitting in judgment over the pirates of the Bahamas. The trial lasted 2 days, during which time numerous witnesses testified to the guilt of 9 of the pirates. The last, John Hips, proved to have been a forced man and was acquitted. The rest, including Blackbeard's former gunner, William Cunningham, were sentenced to death by hanging, with the execution set for 2 days thence. A few of the men begged Rogers to delay the execution, but the governor refused. According to the trial record, the governor told them that from the time of their being apprehended, they ought to have accounted themselves as condemned. On the morning of December 12th, a crowd of 300 formed at the base of the fort's northeastern rampart, a sandy shoreline where a gallows had been erected against the water's edge. The throng consisted almost entirely of former pirates, who might have been there to interrupt the proceedings. Few men besides the governor's adherents were spectators to the tragedy, the official trial record put it, but those who had lately deserved the same fate. At 10 a.m., the 9 prisoners were unchained from their ad hoc cell by the provost marshal and led under heavy guard to the top of the rampart. The crowd's behavior was erratic. Some cheered their former brethren. Others looked warily at the heavy cannon trained on them from the ramparts and the 100 armed soldiers, sailors, and officials posted there and around the perimeter of the gallows. Standing atop the rampart, most of the prisoners were cowed, including their ringleader, John Auger, who was dressed in filthy clothes and had neither washed nor shaved. In contrast, 28-year-old Dennis McCarthy and Thomas Morris, 22, were dressed flamboyantly with long blue and red ribbons adorning their wrists, necks, knees, and skulls. Morris was in good humor, smiling frequently. McCarthy looked out on the crowd cheerfully before yelling out that he knew a time when there were many brave fellows on the island that would not suffer him to die like a dog. He kicked each of his shoes over the wall and into the crowd, adding that some friends of his had often said he should die in his shoes, but that he would make them liars. The crowd buzzed, but nobody attempted to rush the well-guarded fort. At the prisoner's request, the island's Huguenot priest read several prayers and psalms in which all present joined. When the priest finished, the marshal conducted the prisoners one by one over the ramparts and down a ladder to the gallows. Thomas Morris paused at the top of the ladder to quip, "We have a good governor, but a harsh one." Near the foot of the ladder, 9 nooses hung over a single wooden stage, held up by 3 large barrels. Each was led to his appointed noose, where the hangman fastened the cords as dexterously as if he had been a servitor at Tyburn, London's primary execution site, the trial record noted. With hands tied behind their backs and a noose in place, the prisoners were allotted 45 minutes to say their final words, drink their last goblets of wine, and sing their last psalms before the boisterous crowd. Most of the prisoners set to drinking to deaden their fear, particularly William Lewis, a former prize-fighter who was eager to toast fellow prisoners and bystanders alike. When Lewis asked for more wine, one of the sullen prisoners, William Ling, shot back that water was more suitable to them at this time. William Dowling, a 24-year-old Irishman, became so drunk that his behavior was very loose on stage. McCarthy and Morris hadn't given up on the crowd, exhorting them to rush the stage. According to the general history, Morris began taxing the spectators with pusillanimity and cowardice, as if it were a breach of honor in them not to rise and save them from the ignominious death they were going to suffer. Some of their old cohorts and others surged forward and got as near to the foot of the gallows as the marshal's guard would suffer them, according to the official account, but their wills saw too much power over their heads to practice anything. The moment passed. Rogers stepped forward to announce the last-minute reprieve of young George Rounseville, because, as he later explained, "I hear he is the son of loyal and good parents at Weymouth." in Rogers's native Dorset. The fortunate young man was untied and brought off the stage. The marshal's men then gripped the ropes tied to the barrels supporting the stage and waited for Rogers's signal. In these last moments, Morris yelled out that he might have been a greater plague to these islands, and now wished he had been so. Rogers gave the signal. The guards heaved on their ropes, and in the words of the official record, the stage fell, and the 8 sprang off. As the 8 corpses swung from the gallows before the placid blue waters of Nassau Harbor, Rogers knew he had finally gained the upper hand. Indeed, Rogers would realize that the executions had dealt a mortal blow to those on the island who wished to overthrow his government. Sometime after Christmas, several disgruntled residents held a secret meeting where they hatched a plot to kill Rogers and his officers, and then to deliver up the fort for the use of the pirates. But opinion in Nassau was against the plotters. Some privy to the conspiracy passed word to Rogers, who had 3 of the ringleaders seized and punished with severe whipping. In the wake of the executions, the coup had garnered so little support that Rogers decided his new prisoners could do him no harm. "I shall release them," he wrote the British Secretary of State a few weeks later, "and be the more on my guard in future." The home front was secure, but Rogers faced other threats. He was still keeping a lookout for the Spanish, and also for Charles Vane and the handful of other pirates at large still operating in and around the Bahamas. As Vane sailed south from Ocracoke in mid-October 1718, he must have felt disappointed. He had been unable to convince Blackbeard to join forces with him against Nassau, and had but 90 men aboard his 12-gun brigantine. Based on what his informants had told him, even Rogers's depleted forces at New Providence would be able to resist an attack by such a small contingent. If he were to oust the governor and restore the pirate republic, he would have to wait until he had accumulated a stronger force, or hope the Spanish would once again invade, destroy the government, and abandon the island. For now, he would have to content himself with smaller, softer targets. Harbor Island was also too strong for him, its fortifications well manned and maintained by Richard Thompson and the Cockrams. The farming hamlet on adjacent Eleuthera was another matter. There were only families living on the entire 200-square-mile island, and between them they could only muster a militia force of 70. Vane proposed that they sack Eleuthera, pillage supplies, and make south for sparsely populated Hispaniola to establish their own pirate camp and wait for events to unfold in the adjacent Bahamas. The company, which included Quartermaster Calico Jack Rackham and First Mate Robert Deal, agreed. The raid on Eleuthera was a complete success. The pirates came ashore, plundered the inhabitants of their liquor and as much of their livestock as could be carried away. The brigantine departed as quickly as it came, her decks crowded with live pigs, goats, sheep, and poultry, the makings of many a feast. On October 23rd, as they made their way south through the Bahamas, they captured 2 prizes, a small sloop and the 40-ton brigantine Endeavor of Salem, on her way home from Kingston. Vane bore down on him, hoisted a black flag, and fired a shot at him, the captain of the Endeavor, John Shattuck, later deposed. He ordered him to hoist out his boat and come on board him, which he did. Apparently, Shattuck's boat crew didn't row fast enough, because the pirates began yelling that they would fire a volley of small shot into them if they did not make haste. The pirates kept Shattuck's men aboard their vessel for 2 days, beating and abusing their captain, while they plundered the Endeavor of her gunpowder, salt, and whale oil. When Shattuck complained of his abuse, Robert Deal replied, "Damn you, old dog, then tell where your money is. If we find you in one lie, we'll damn you and your vessel also." The frightened captain told them what they wanted to know, and on the 25th was put aboard the Endeavour and allowed to sail away. Vane kept the small sloop as a tender and took her with him to Hispaniola. During their passage, the pirates lived riotously on board, drinking heavily and gorging on freshly slaughtered farm animals. Perhaps as a result of these excesses, they failed to capture a single vessel for the better part of a month. As they slaughtered the last chickens and drank the dregs of their wine casks, the pirates' morale began to wane. They had forsaken the pardon in the hopes of living merry, acquiring riches, and pestering the forces of the Hanoverian king. Now they found themselves sober, bored, and filled with discontent. The sour mood lifted on November 23rd when their lookout spotted a large frigate-rigged ship downwind of their position. Vane ordered the brigantine and sloop to bear down on her and ran a black flag up his mainmast, expecting the ship to surrender as almost everyone before her had done. Instead, the ship's captain ran up a white flag studded with tiny gold fleur-de-lis, the ensign of the French Navy. Cannon muzzles rolled out of her heretofore unnoticed gun ports, and in a thunderous, rolling explosion, the French man-of-war blasted Vane's brigantine with a full broadside. By concealing their guns until the last minute, however, the French gunners were apparently unable to aim them properly, as the brigantine suffered little or no damage from the opening salvo. Vane was not one to back off from a fight, but seeing himself outgunned, he ordered his vessels to swing around and run away into the wind. The French frigate trimmed her sails and, to Vane's surprise, followed them. Then, as a captive later recalled, the pirates quarreled among themselves about how to proceed. Vane was for escaping, but Quartermaster Jack Rackham and much of the crew wanted to take on the man-of-war, arguing that though she had more guns and a greater weight of metal, they might board her, and then the best boys would carry the day. Vane responded that it was too rash and desperate an enterprise, the man-of-war appearing to be twice their force, 24 guns, and that their brigantine might be sunk by her before they could get on board. Deal and 15 other pirates agreed, but the other 75 supported Rackham. Unwilling to embark on what he considered a suicide mission, Vane pulled rank, forcing the pirates to retreat by dint of his absolute power as captain, while fighting, chasing, or being chased. The company was outraged, but respecting the articles they'd signed, followed orders, tightening their sails and ultimately leaving the French frigate in their wake. The incident cost Vane dearly. The next day, the pirates were out of danger, putting an end to Vane's war powers. Jack Rackham, clad in his multicolored Indian prince, called a meeting of the ship's company to challenge Vane's rule by a vote of confidence. A resolution passed against Vane's honor and dignity, the author of the General History wrote a few years later, branding him with the name of coward, deposing him from command, and turning him out of the company with marks of infamy. Vane, Deal, and 15 loyalists were put aboard the sloop the pirates had captured off Long Island, with some provisions and ammunition. Rackham, whom the pirates had elected as their new captain, sailed away in the brigantine, bound for Jamaica. Vane had been deposed from command. After all of his bravado, defying the Royal Navy, blockading cities, putting entire colonies into a state of terror, Vane's pirating career ended with a whimper. Reduced to a single sloop, 15 men, and a cannon or two, Vane was no longer in a position to threaten His Majesty's governments. but he tried to rebuild all the same. As they sailed south for the jungle-carpeted shores of the Bay of Honduras, he and Deal did their best to transform the puny vessel from tender to gunboat, mounting cannon, shifting ballast, and modifying the rigging. In late November, they tarried several days off the northwest coast of Jamaica, capturing 2 periaguas and a sloop, and convincing most or all of their crews to join the company. Deal took command of the second sloop, and the pirates continued southwards. They reached an anchorage in the Bay of Honduras on December 16th, where they surprised 2 merchant sloops and kept them to help careen their vessels. A few days later, Vane made what would be his final capture, the Prince, a 40-ton sloop from Kittery, Maine, sailed by Captain Thomas Walden. His men now scattered among 5 vessels, Vane led the way to their ultimate destination, the Bay Islands, 40 miles off the coast of Honduras. The Bay Islands made the perfect nest for a pirate captain on the mend. They had served as a retreat for generations of freebooters from Henry Morgan to John Coxon. Lush, mountainous, and out of the way, the islands had everything Vane's men needed: fresh springs, secluded anchorages, timber, game, and fish-infested coral reefs located so close to the shore one could practically wade to them. Vane set up camp at Guanaja, which had an anchorage on the southern shore with no less than 7 entrances and exits between sharp reefs and sandbars. Here, from late December to early February, Vane cleaned his vessels, chatted with his men, and feasted on fish, crabs, and salt pork on the island's beaches. At the end of this peaceful interlude, Vane and Deal loaded up their respective sloops and sailed out to cruise the Spanish Main, no doubt hoping to overwhelm a ship of force that would get them back to the top of their game. A few days out to sea, the pirates were overtaken by a violent hurricane. Vane and Deal lost each other amid the towering seas and screaming winds, and after being battered for 2 days, Vane's sloop was driven ashore on a small uninhabited island in the Bay of Honduras. The vessel was smashed to pieces, and in the process most of her crew and all of the food and supplies aboard her were lost. Vane survived, but was reduced to great straits for want of necessaries. He lived as a castaway for several weeks, kept alive by the charity of visiting turtle hunters who came from the mainland in dories and provided him with meat. The turtlers must have been a pathetic lot, as Vane preferred to stay on the island rather than join them in their jungle camps. He knew an English merchant vessel was bound to show up in search of water or firewood and take him back to civilization. He was proven right when, sometime in the late winter or early spring of 1719, a ship from Jamaica dropped anchor off his island. Vane greeted them and was surprised to learn that their captain was an old friend, a retired buccaneer by the name of Halford. But Halford knew of his old friend's reputation and refused to take him aboard. "Charles, I shan't trust you aboard my ship unless I carry you prisoner," he is said to have told the sorry pirate. "Otherwise, I shall find you caballing with my men to knock me on the head and run away with my ship, a-pirating." He put Vane ashore, telling him that he would return in about a month with a load of logwood. "If I find you upon this island when I come back," he vowed, "I'll carry you to Jamaica and hang you." Luckily for Vane, before the month was up, a different ship put in for water, one whose captain and crew did not know him. Eager to get off the island, Vane gave a false name and signed on as a crewman for the remainder of the voyage. Halford arrived at the anchorage shortly thereafter, and the captain of the vessel on which Vane was now crewing invited Halford aboard for dinner. While making his way down the deck to the captain's cabin, Halford happened to glance down into the hold and spotted Vane at work. He went straight to the captain, a friend of his, and advised him of the castaway's true identity and reputation. Halford, who was on his way back to Jamaica, volunteered to carry him to justice. Vane soon found himself at gunpoint while Halford's crewmen clamped him into irons. The crew of a humble trading vessel had captured the most notorious pirate in the Americas. A week or two later, Vane was home in Jamaica, a prisoner of the king he so despised. For reasons that are unclear, he was allowed to rot in jail for the better part of a year before being brought to trial in Spanish Town, the Jamaican capital, on March 22, 1721. He knew the verdict would not be in doubt. Numerous witnesses came to testify against him, captains, crewmen, and passengers from various vessels he had captured, and even Vincent Pierce of the HMS Phoenix, who related how Vane had made a mockery of the king's pardon. When it was Vane's turn to present his defense, he called no witnesses and asked no questions. His piracy career had started aboard one of Lord Hamilton's privateers. Now it was Hamilton's successor, Governor Nicholas Laws, who pronounced what he termed the usual sentence, to be hanged by the neck till he was dead, and the Lord have mercy on his soul. On Wednesday, March 29, 1721, Charles Vane was hanged at Gallows Point in Port Royal. Governor Laws had his corpse cut down, carried to Gun Cay at the harbor's entrance, where it hung in chains from a gibbet for all mariners to see. Over the months and years that followed, they watched his apparition disappear, bit by bit, ravaged by birds, insects, and the elements, until all that was left of Vane and the golden age of piracy were the stories told by the tavern fire, or in hammocks between the decks of 1,000 creaking, miserable ships. Epilogue. Piracy's End, 1720 to 1732. With the execution of the pirates at Nassau in December 1718, Woodes Rogers no longer feared his government would be brought down by a coup, but the threat from the Spaniards remained. Throughout the winter of 1718 to 1719, he did his best to put the impoverished colony on a good defensive footing, prodding his indolent subjects to shore up Fort Nassau, writing requests for reinforcements, and begging unsuccessfully for naval support from Commodore Chamberlain, commander of the Jamaica Squadron. In March 1719, he received official word that Britain and Spain were again at war, the War of the Quadruple Alliance, that pitted Spain against Britain, France, Austria, and the Netherlands. And he promptly handed out privateering commissions to many of the Bahamas' former pirates, most of whom were probably eager to return to pirate-like work. When his government ran out of funds shortly thereafter, Rogers paid, fed, and supplied the colony's sailors and soldiers with money out of his own pocket, expecting to be reimbursed by his fellow investors or the Crown. Despite these efforts, Rogers knew the Bahamas were in no way ready to repel a serious invasion attempt. A Spanish invasion fleet sailed from Cuba in May 1719, carrying 3,000 to 4,000 troops. Had it attacked New Providence as planned, it would certainly have rolled over the island's paltry defenses. En route, however, the Spanish Commodore received word that the French, Britain's allies this time around, had captured a strategically important fortress at Pensacola. The fleet therefore turned around and sailed for that settlement on Florida's Gulf Coast, sparing the Bahamas for another 9 months. Rogers continued pushing and prodding Nassau's very lazy citizenry to finish the fort. A close brush with invasion prompted everyone to pitch in, but only for a couple of weeks, after which most abandoned their work sites, leaving Rogers with "a few of the best of them, ye Negroes and my own men." Receiving no financial assistance from the Crown, he continued to purchase vital war supplies on credit, £20,000 worth by the end of 1719, some of it under his own name, rather than on behalf of his investment group. Many suppliers started cutting him off for non-payment. "Having no news of my bills being paid at home, I am forced to run too much in debt," he alerted officials of the Council of Trade and Plantations in early 1720. "I must continue doing so, or we shall starve, or be a sacrifice to the Spaniards." His letter went unanswered, as had every single letter he had sent them. In fact, he hadn't heard from anyone in the central government for the better part of a year. With the pirates defeated, King George's administration seemed to have forgotten the Bahamas' existence. Rogers hadn't gotten much support from the Navy either, whose captains, in Rogers's words, had little regard for this infant colony. In his first year as governor, only 2 men-of-war visited Nassau, one to deliver official mail, the other, Captain Whitney's Rose, forced in for fresh water by poor sailing conditions. "I observed a general dissatisfaction in the governor," Whitney sniffed in a report to the Admiralty. Rogers was still complaining for want of help, which I'm afraid he and his fellow investors will always be in till they have redeemed their credits, paid their bills, throughout America. Even so, when a Spanish invasion fleet appeared off Nassau on February 24, 1720, Rogers was able to face them with a 50-gun fort, the 10-gun Eastern Battery, the Delicia, 100 soldiers, and 500 armed militiamen. By fortune, the 6th-rate frigate HMS Flamborough, 24 guns, was in Nassau at the time, although Rogers had to browbeat her abrasive captain, John Hildsley, to stay and defend the island. The Spanish, by contrast, had 3 frigates of 40, 26, and 22 guns, a 12-gun brigantine, 8 armed sloops, and an invasion force of 1,300 men. Rogers's defenses dissuaded the Spanish from a direct assault on the harbor. Instead, they landed on the backside of Hog Island and, in the middle of the night, attempted to cross the narrow eastern channel in small boats. A pair of heroic sentries, both free blacks, somehow managed to fire enough musket rounds to frighten the Spaniards into retreat. Ironically, 2 men who had probably been slaves themselves had saved Rogers, a professional slave dealer. The Bahamas were secured, but the effort exhausted Rogers's physical and financial resources. The imperial government continued to ignore his letters. Merchants denied him credit, and his colony's economy remained paralyzed for lack of productive settlers. Stressed and exhausted, Rogers was in such poor health that he nearly died on 2 occasions. In November 1721, he spent 6 weeks in South Carolina, hoping a rest in the cooler climate and more genteel surroundings of Charleston would repair his health. Instead, he found a city in political upheaval, and while there was wounded in a duel with Captain Hildsley of the HMS Flamborough relating to disputes they had at New Providence. He sent one last set of letters to London before returning to Nassau, begging support and instructions. They, like many others before them, went unanswered. By midwinter, Rogers could bear it no longer. "I can subsist no longer on the foot I have been left ever since my arrival," he wrote the Council of Trade on February 23, 1722. "I have no other satisfactions left me in this abandoned place and condition, except having done my duty to His Majesty and my country, though at the hazard of my entire ruin." Leaving the colony in the hands of William Fairfax, Rogers sailed for England a month later, hoping face-to-face meetings would prove more productive than his correspondence. He arrived in London in August to learn that King George had fired him, and a new governor was already on his way to Nassau. Worse, his fellow investors had liquidated the co-partners for carrying on a trade and settling the Bahama Islands. Making no allowance for the £6,000 Rogers had personally advanced on their behalf. Rogers was ruined once again. His creditors moved in on him, and before long he found himself locked in debtor's prison. The man who had captured a Manila galleon, dispersed the pirates of the Caribbean, and successfully defended a critical strategic asset from an invasion force twice his strength, was left behind bars. Many former pirates became privateers during the course of the War of the Quadruple Alliance, with varying degrees of success. Benjamin Hornigold, founder of the Pirate Republic, took his commission from Rogers and cruised against Spanish pirates from the familiar shelter of Nassau Harbor. In the spring of 1719, while lurking near Havana, his vessel was captured by a Spanish ship and brigantine. He either died in the engagement or in a Cuban prison, as his Bahamian colleagues never saw him again. Josiah Burgess, once Nassau's third most powerful pirate, served Rogers as a lieutenant of the Independent Company, a justice of the Vice Admiralty Court, and a privateer. In the latter capacity, his vessel was wrecked near Abaco. Burgess drowned, along with George Roundsville, the young man Rogers pardoned at the gallows, who went back in the water to try to rescue him. Henry Jennings and Lee Ashworth both operated privateers out of Jamaica. Jennings was particularly successful, arriving in New York in October 1719 on his trusty Barsheba, with 2 brigantines and a sloop taken from the Spaniards off Vera Cruz. Jennings survived the war and returned to respectable merchant service out of Bermuda. In 1745, during the War of the Austrian Succession, his sloop was captured in the West Indies. Prison may have proven fatal to a man in his early 60s. Ashworth's fate is unclear, but in May 1719 he was again stepping over the line between privateering and piracy by attacking one of Rogers's privateers and kidnapping one of Thomas Walker's sons off Cuba. Others jumped over the line with both feet, and none more infamously than Vane's old quartermaster, Calico Jack Rackham. Rackham didn't lack for courage, but perhaps for judgment. After abandoning Vane in November 1718, he convinced his band to cruise just off the shore of Jamaica, a particularly dangerous environment, as the island was home to the Royal Navy's West Indies Fleet and a large number of armed merchant vessels. With risk came rewards. On December 11th, the pirates laid chase to the merchant ship Kingston, overtaking her so close to Port Royal that the townspeople watched the attack. The ship, it turned out, was carrying a cargo valued at £20,000, much of it in the form of a large parcel of gold watches, hidden in the bulk cargo. Her Jamaican owners were not going to let such a brazen theft succeed. As it happened, there were no warships in the harbor, but with the governor's blessing, the owners outfitted a pair of privateering vessels to recover their ship. 3 months later, in early February 1719, the privateers finally found the Kingston at Isla de los Pinos, south of Cuba. Rackham's brigantine was anchored alongside, but most of her crew was ashore, sleeping off hangovers under the brigantine's sails, which they'd converted into temporary tents and awnings. Surprised, and in no condition to defend themselves, Rackham's company fled into the woods, hiding there until the privateers left with the Kingston and most of her cargo. Rackham and his men were left with 2 boats, a canoe, a few small arms, 20 silver watches, and several large bales of silk stockings and laced hats. After donning the finery, the pirates became divided over how to proceed. From their captives, they had learned that King George had extended his pardon, the same extension that had allowed some of Blackbeard's men to escape hanging in Virginia. Rackham and 6 followers decided to take the pardon in Nassau, where they might claim that Vane had forced them into piracy. They left in one of the boats and worked their way around the eastern tip of Cuba, capturing various Spanish boats along the way. Rackham arrived in Nassau in mid-May 1719 and convinced Rogers to pardon his men. They lived in Nassau for a while, hawking watches and stockings, drinking in what taverns and brothels still remained. Rogers, who continued to distribute Protestant religious pamphlets to the ex-pirates, presumably clamped down on some of Nassau's moral excesses. As their money ran out, Rackham's friends shipped out on privateers or merchant sloops. Rackham, with his captain's double share of plunder, lasted the longest. During this time, he made the acquaintance of one of New Providence's most infamous harlots, Anne Bonny, wife of James Bonny, a rank-and-file pirate who had become one of Rogers's informants. Rackham took a fancy to the fiery young woman who swore like a pirate and had cuckolded her husband on a great many occasions. He spent the last of his money courting her, then shipped out on one of Burgess's final privateering missions and spent his share of the proceeds on his new flame. The two fell in love, and sometime in the spring or early summer of 1720, approached James Bonny to seek an annulment of their marriage. Bonny agreed to do so in exchange for a substantial cash payment, but they would need a respectable witness to sign the appropriate papers. They chose their witness poorly. Richard Turnley, a mariner despised in some circles for having piloted HMS Rose safely into the harbor when Rogers first arrived, not only refused to act as witness, he informed Governor Rogers of the situation. Rogers, perhaps having read too many of the religious pamphlets he'd brought with him, told Bonny that if she annulled her marriage, he would have her thrown in prisons where he would force Rackham to whip her. Anne promised to be very good, to live with her husband and keep loose company no more. She had no intention of doing any of these things. Unable to continue their relationship ashore, Rackham and Bonny decided to take to the sea as pirates. The couple recruited a half-dozen disgruntled former pirates, as well as Anne's close friend, a cross-dressing female sailor named Mary Reed. The author of A General History of the Pirates erroneously claimed that Bonny and Reed met at sea, when Reed, dressed as a man, was pressed into service aboard Rackham's pirate sloop. According to this oft-repeated account, Bonny took a liking to the fresh-faced recruit, only discovering her true gender after making the moves on her. Reed is then said to have explained that her mother had raised her as a boy in order to pass her off as another man's son, that she had served as a sailor and foot soldier, and had come to Nassau when pirates captured a merchant ship she was serving aboard. Indeed, the two women may well have met after Bonnie mistook Reed for a handsome young man. But the encounter almost certainly took place not at sea, but in Nassau. We know this because by the time Rackham and Bonnie decided to go pirating together, Mary Reed was not only with them, her identity and gender were already well known to Governor Rogers, who identified the women by name in an official proclamation released to the Boston newspapers. The legends are essentially correct. The women did indeed become cross-dressing pirates. Late on the night of August 22nd, 1720, Rackham, Anne Bonny, Mary Reed, and 6 men stole one of the swiftest vessels in all of the Bahamas, the William, a 12-ton, 6-gun sloop belonging to privateer John, catch him if you can, Ham. The watch aboard the Delicia challenged the pirates as they left the harbor, but they talked their way out of trouble, claiming they were going to stand outside the harbor for the evening after having broken their anchor line. Instead, they took the William round to the backside of New Providence and began plundering fishing canoes and other vessels from locations all over the Bahamas, their numbers growing as unhappy sailors and former pirates joined their company. Rackham and Bonny also went out of their way to track down Richard Turnley, whom they knew to be hunting turtles on one of the Bahamas' outer cays. They destroyed his boat and pressed 3 of his crewmen, while Turnley and his young son hid in the woods. They left behind a 4th crewman with a message for Turnley. If Rackham and Bonny ever came across him again, they would whip him to death. Over the next 2 months, Bonny and Reed became inseparable, and in matters of fashion, developed a compromise between them. When they saw any vessel, gave chase, or attacked, they wore men's clothes, as Reed preferred, a former captive would later testify at their trial, and at other times they wore women's clothes. At a time when women sailors were unheard of, Bonny and Reed actively participated in combat, running gunpowder for the men, fighting in battles, and terrorizing their captives. Dorothy Thomas, a fisherwoman detained by the pirates on the north side of Jamaica, testified that the 2 women wore men's jackets and long trousers and had handkerchiefs wrapped around their heads, a machete and pistol in their hands, and cursed and swore at the men, urging that they should kill her to prevent her testifying against them. Thomas added that the only reason she knew they were women was by the largeness of their breasts. On October 20th, 1720, the pirates daringly attacked the sloop Mary and Sarah while she lay at anchor in Dry Harbor on the north shore of Jamaica. The vessel's captain noted that Bonny had a gun in her hand and that they were both very profligate, cursing and swearing much, and very ready and willing to do anything on board. Despite having his lover aboard, Rackham continued to pursue a reckless strategy. He spent much of October on the shores of Jamaica, hopping from harbor to harbor, stealing small vessels and recruiting additional crewmen. Soon he was being dogged by several Jamaican privateers, including one commanded by former Bahamian pirate Jean Bondave, who had been terrorizing Spanish shipping. Bondave caught up with Rackham while he was collecting recruits from shore near the western tip of Jamaica. Rather than trying to conceal his identity, Rackham promptly fired on Bondave's vessel. Bondave retreated to report the incident to Captain Jonathan Barnett, a privateer who had been hunting for Rackham in his own well-armed sloop. Barnett chased Rackham throughout the afternoon and into the night, during which time many of Rackham's men fell to drinking. The alcohol may have affected the pirates' handling of their swift vessel because at 10 o'clock, Barnet came within hailing distance. He ordered them to strike immediately to the King of England's colors. Somebody on Rackham's sloop responded, "We will strike no strikes," at which point Barnet's men fired a swivel gun. At this point, most of Rackham's men fled into the hold, leaving Reed and Bonney on deck. Reed, according to the general history, called to those under deck to come up and fight like men, and finding they did not stir, fired her arms down the hold amongst them, killing one and wounding others. Moments later, Barnet's men fired a broadside, backed by a hail of small arms fire, causing the pirates' boom to crash onto the deck, followed by the shot-ridden mainsail. Unable to maneuver their vessel, the pirates begged for quarter. Barnet's men stormed over the rails, took everyone aboard into custody, and the next morning delivered them to the militia officer ashore. Soon thereafter, Calico Jack, Anne Bonny, and Mary Reed found themselves in Spanish Town Jail, awaiting trial. Among their fellow prisoners was Charles Vane. It's not known if the pirates were able to speak to one another, but if they did, Vane may have had some harsh words for his former quartermaster. Had Rackham not led the uprising against him 2 years earlier, Vane might have succeeded in building a pirate fleet comparable to those once commanded by Bellamy and Blackbeard. Once divided, neither man had the strength to do any serious damage to the British Empire. Rackham was among the first to be tried and found guilty. On November 18, 1720, the day of his execution, Anne Bonny was allowed to see him one last time. "I'm sorry to see you here," she is said to have told him, "but if you had fought like a man, you need not have hanged like a dog." Later that day, he and 4 other men were executed at Gallows Point in Port Royal. His body was later placed in a gibbet on a small island in the harbor, now known as Rackham's Cay. He and Vane may have been hanged separately, but their corpses swung within sight of each other across Port Royal Harbor. As for Mary Reed and Anne Bonny, they were tried on November 28, 1720, found guilty, and sentenced to death. They had a surprise for Governor Laws and the other officials at the Spanish Town courthouse. They pled their bellies, claiming to be quick with child, and thus ineligible for execution, as it was illegal for the court to take the lives of their fetuses. Laws ordered that the women be examined, whereupon their claim was found to be true. Their sentences were postponed, and the women were presumably returned to prison. Mary Reed died there from a violent fever, and was buried at St. Catherine's Church in Jamaica on April 28, 1721. Anne Bonny's fate is unclear, though she was apparently not executed. During her pregnancy, her long-estranged father, a South Carolina planter of some means, may have been able to obtain her release. If she died on Jamaica, the records of her burial have been lost. With the execution of Rackham and Vane, the golden age of piracy was all but over. While ships would continue to be attacked, particularly off West Africa, the pirates never again had the upper hand. With few exceptions, the pirates of the 1720s spent their time playing cat-and-mouse games with the authorities. There were to be no more threats to the colonies themselves. British authorities estimated the worldwide pirate population at approximately 2,000 between 1716 and 1718, but less than 200 by 1725, a collapse of 90%. After 1722, most pirates had abandoned any hope of carving out their own republic or helping overthrow the Hanoverian kings of England, and spent most of their time fighting for mere survival. That's not to say that all of the flying gang pirates were defeated. Indeed, many of the diehards who abandoned the Bahamas in 1718 carried on for years, and a few managed to retire comfortably. Olivier Labuse, Bellamy's longtime consort, went to the Leeward Islands with his ship of force prior to the Pirate Republic's collapse. On June 12, 1718, Captain Francis Hume's HMS Scarborough cornered Labuse at La Blanquilla, where he had anchored to plunder a small prize sloop. As the frigate approached, Labuse and most of his crew made their escape on the faster, more nimble sloop. He eventually made his way to West Africa, meeting up with a number of Bahamian colleagues, including Edward England and Palsgrave Williams. He had a long and generally prosperous career in Africa and the Indian Ocean until 1730, when he was apprehended by French authorities and executed on the island of Réunion. His grave is a popular tourist site there. Palsgrave Williams also wound up in Africa, where he was last seen in April 1720, serving as quartermaster aboard Labuse's brigantine. A man held captive on that vessel, slaver Captain William Snellgrave, recalled that Williams was grouchy and despondent, threatening him with violence without provocation. "Don't be afraid of him, for it is his usual way of talking," another captive told Snellgrave, "but be sure to call him captain as soon as you get aboard his vessel." Indeed, Williams warmed to the use of his old title, as he was unhappy not being in command. Snellgrave also reported that members of the pirate fleet drank toasts to King James III, suggesting continued Jacobite proclivities among Williams's associates. Williams probably sailed with Labuse for some time thereafter, possibly settling among other aging pirates in Madagascar. He never again saw his wife and children in Rhode Island, but his eldest son apparently never forgot him. When he grew up, Palsgrave Williams Jr. became a wig-maker, specializing in the peruke his father was so fond of wearing. The rank-and-file pirates who stole Rogers's privateer Buck helped spawn a new wave of outlaws who would terrorize the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. Led by Howell Davis, a fearless Welshman, they plundered vessels from Virginia to West Africa. In November 1719, he forced a carpenter named Bartholomew Roberts to serve aboard the Buck. After Davis was killed a short time later during an attack on a Portuguese slave fortress, Roberts presided over what was probably one of the most productive pirate companies in history, taking over 400 vessels before they were captured by the Royal Navy in February 1722. Another Buck mutineer was Walter Kennedy, an Irishman inspired to piracy by the tales of Henry Avery. After running his own pirate sloop for a time, he returned to London to enjoy his riches, set up his own brothel on Deptford Road, and dabbled in mugging and other petty crime. He was eventually apprehended and executed for piracy in 1721 at Wapping, where he had been born 26 years earlier. One of Kennedy's old shipmates aboard the Buck, Thomas Anstis, also became a successful pirate captain, but was killed by his own crew during a 1723 mutiny. It was Edward England, Vane's first quartermaster, who may have been the one to live out the Avery legend. After parting ways with Vane, England specialized in attacking slave ships on the west coast of Africa, whose demoralized crews were reliable sources of fresh manpower. He captured 9 such vessels in the spring of 1719, and more than a third of their sailors defected to his company. At Cape Corso, he nearly captured Lawrence Prince's new command, the 250-ton Witta II, which fled under the guns of a slave fort to avoid following her namesake into piracy. He, like Avery, spent considerable time cruising the Indian Ocean. He raided the shipping of the Mughal Empire, and upon catching a 34-gun ship, named it Fancy, as Avery had done. In the end, his men deposed him for refusing to allow them to harm their captives, marooning him on one of the islands of Mauritius, east of Africa. England managed to build a raft and conveyed himself to Madagascar, where he lived the rest of his days among Avery's surviving pirates. For the most part, the pirates' nemeses and their high-level collaborators fared worse than the pirates themselves. After abandoning Rogers in Nassau, Commodore Peter Chamberlain of the HMS Milford remained in charge of the Royal Navy's West Indies fleet until June 1720, when he received orders to escort 14 merchant vessels back to London. On June 28th, while passing through the Windward Passage, the fleet encountered a violent storm that drove every vessel ashore on the west end of Cuba. A witness later said, "The shore was covered with dead bodies. 2/3 of the 450 sailors and passengers were killed, including Chamberlain and the entire complement of the Milford, apart from 34 sailors, the purser, and a blind cook." Francis Hume, commander of the HMS Scarborough, who destroyed the pirate vessels of Martel and Labuse, was rewarded in 1723 with the command of the third-rate Bedford, one of only 12 ships of the line then in service. Nonetheless, he shot and killed himself in Scotland on account of some private discontent in February 1753. Vincent Pierce's Phoenix was based in New York for many years, allowing him to build many lasting relationships among the leading citizens of that city. These led to his marriage to Mary Morris, the daughter of New Jersey Governor Lewis Morris, who owned a vast estate in what is now the Bronx. The marriage was not a happy one. While Pierce was in England, Mary carried on a dalliance with another naval officer. Pierce didn't discover the affair until a few years later, when the couple was living in London. Enraged, he brought her to court for adultery. The scandal was voluminously documented in the Morris family's letters to one another and descended into a soap opera of lawsuits, countersuits, abortive reconciliation, and intrigue. In 1742, while Pierce fought his wife in London, a New York court ruled against him in a 1,500-pound lawsuit on an unrelated matter, which likely ruined him. He was probably still quarreling with his wife when he died in May 1745. Shortly after killing Blackbeard, Lieutenant Robert Maynard was found to have kept a number of valuables taken from the Adventure, having disobeyed a direct order from Captain Gordon to return them to the inventory of seized plunder. His self-aggrandizing accounts of the battle at Ocracoke further discredited him with his superiors and Governor Spotswood, in whose letters praise for the lieutenant is conspicuously absent. Maynard was not promoted to commander for another 21 years. He eventually made captain and was given command of the 6th-rate Sheerness in September 1740, when he must have been an old man. He died in England in 1750. While cleared of wrongdoing by his governing council, Governor Charles Eden's reputation never recovered from his dealings with Blackbeard. He died of yellow fever at his home in Edenton on March 17, 1722, at the age of 49. His tombstone carried the epitaph, "He brought ye country into a flourishing condition, and died much lamented." Assisted by the fallout from his invasion of North Carolina, Alexander Spotswood's political enemies succeeded in having him replaced as governor of Virginia. In September 1722, Spotswood retired to his 45,000-acre estate, where he dabbled in iron mining and production. In the 1730s, he served as Deputy Postmaster General of the American Colonies, established postal service between Williamsburg and Philadelphia, and selected Benjamin Franklin to be Pennsylvania's postmaster. In 1740, he was appointed Major General and asked to lead a detachment of troops to fight in Spain during the War of the Austrian Succession. On June 7, 1740, while overseeing their departure, he died of fever in Annapolis, Maryland. Ironically, Lord Archibald Hamilton, the discredited governor of Jamaica, fared better than the rest. He had left Jamaica under arrest, but despite his Jacobite scheming and encouragement of piracy, he was found innocent of all wrongdoing by British courts. In 1721, the Council of Trade and Plantations even ordered the government of Jamaica to pay Hamilton his share of the plunder seized by his privateers in 1716. He married an earl's daughter, retained estates and castles in Ireland and Scotland, and died at his comfortable home on London's Pall Mall in 1754, at the ripe old age of 84, after which he was buried at Westminster Abbey. He had long before given up interest in a Stuart restoration, and appears to have done nothing to assist in the final Jacobite uprising in 1745, led by James Stuart's son, Bonnie Prince Charlie. James Stuart and his son are interred in the crypt of St. Peter's Basilica in the Vatican. The descendants of King George occupy the British throne to this day. As for Woodes Rogers, he spent the twilight years of the golden age of piracy in London, sickly, indebted, and deeply depressed. For some time, Rogers later wrote, I was very much perplexed with the melancholy prospect of my affairs. His fellow investors had dissolved their partnership, and neither they nor the government would honor the £6,000 in debts Rogers had incurred on its behalf. In the end, it was his creditors who took pity on him, absolving his debts and getting him out of debtor's prison. In 1722 or 1723, he was approached by a man who was researching a book about the pirates. The author needed Rogers's help to fill in details of the pirate republic that Rogers had put down, and perhaps share copies of his official letters and reports as governor. Rogers apparently agreed, as the author included information only Rogers could have provided. The result, in May 1724, was the publication of A General History of the Robberies and Murders of the Most Notorious Pirates, which, like so many books of that era, was written under an alias, in this case, Captain Charles Johnson. English readers were captivated by the activities of the pirates, even as they were taking place. It was an enormous hit on both sides of the Atlantic, going through numerous editions. Articles and advertisements promoting it appeared in London's Weekly Journal, as well as the Philadelphia's American Weekly Mercury. The book, still in print, almost single-handedly created the popular images of the pirates that remain with us today. Generations of historians and librarians have erroneously identified Captain Charles Johnson as Daniel Defoe, a contemporary of Rogers and the author of Robinson Crusoe and Captain Singleton. Recently, Arne Bialuszewski of the University of Kiel in Germany has identified a far more likely candidate. Nathaniel Mist, a former sailor, journalist, and publisher of the Weekly Journal. The book's first publisher of record, Charles Rivington, had printed many books for Mist, who lived just a few yards from his office. More importantly, the general history was registered at His Majesty's Stationery Office in Mist's name. As a former seaman who had sailed the West Indies, Mist, of all London's writer-publishers, was uniquely qualified to have penned the book, being well acquainted with the maritime world and the settings the pirates had operated in. Mist was also a committed Jacobite, and would eventually go into exile in France, serving as a messenger between London and the Stuart court in Rome, which would explain the general history's not entirely unsympathetic account of the maritime outlaws. In 1722 to 1723, Mist also had the motivation to try to write a bestseller. The weekly journal's profits had been languishing for years due to increased competition from rival newspapers. The publication of A General History, which highlighted Rogers's role in dispersing the Bahamian pirates, revived the deposed governor's reputation as a national hero. Readers, including many members of Britain's elite, couldn't help but wonder what had happened to Rogers, and were undoubtedly embarrassed to discover how poorly he had been repaid for his patriotic service. It is probably not a coincidence that Rogers's fortunes began to recover not long thereafter. In early 1726, he successfully petitioned the king for redress. Authorities were sympathetic when they read Rogers's plea, which was written in the third person. He has lost 8 years of the prime of his life by his honest ambition and zeal in serving his country, and is left destitute of money for this service or any new employment, though no complaint has yet been made of any maladministration or want of doing his duty. In the end, the king not only awarded Rogers with a pension equivalent to half the salary of an infantry captain, retroactive to June 1721, he also appointed him in 1728 to a second term as the governor of the Bahamas. Before leaving for New Providence, Rogers sat for what may have been his only portrait. The painter, William Hogarth, placed Rogers in a romanticized version of Nassau. Rogers, in white wig and an elegant full-length jacket, is seated in a comfortable armchair, his face turned in profile, concealing the disfigurement left by a Spanish musket ball. At his back is the bastion of Fort Nassau, on which an ornamental plaque can be seen, which bears his personal motto, Dum spiro, spero. While I breathe, I hope. Rogers, then 50, has a globe to his left, symbolizing his circumnavigation, and a pair of dividers in his right hand, with which he is about to take the measurements of the Island of Providence from a map held in his son's hand. William Whetstone Rogers, who would accompany his father to Nassau, is standing wearing the wig and elegant clothing of a gentleman. Daughter Sarah Rogers sits to the left, awaiting a servant with a plate of fruit. In the harbor behind them, a large warship lets off a multi-gun salute. When Rogers and his son arrived in Nassau on August 25, 1729, Nassau wasn't quite as pleasant as Hogarth had imagined. The island had just been stricken by a hurricane, and many of its residents lay in their battered homes, weakened by contagious fever. The economy and fortifications remained a shambles, and the outgoing governor's wife had upset many of Nassau's inhabitants by trying to use her position to intimidate justices, monopolize shopkeeping, and hire away other people's servants before their terms of indenture had expired. There had been a few improvements in the 8 years that Rogers had been away. A new church in the town center, a stone gatehouse at the entrance to the fort, and Government House, a 2-story Georgian residence where Rogers would spend the final years of his life. His final term was easier than the first, but less than relaxing. He wound up locked in a bitter dispute with the representatives to the colony's new governing assembly over the imposition of local taxes. Rogers wished to raise money to repair the fort. The assemblymen did not. Frustrated with their intransigence, Rogers took the extreme step of dissolving the assembly, upsetting local planters. By early 1731, the fight had worn Rogers out. He became ill, and as before, went to Charleston to recover his health. In the meantime, his son, the governing council's clerk, did his best to build the family a proper slave plantation, making several trips to West Africa to purchase the requisite labor force. He would die from fever in the port of Whydah during such a trip in 1735, while he was serving as one of the Royal Africa Company's 3 chief merchants. Governor Rogers returned to New Providence in May of 1731, but he was never able to truly recover his health. He passed away on July 15, 1732, and was buried in Nassau. His grave has since been lost, but his name adorns the main street on the city's waterfront, and he is honored in the official motto of the Bahamas, Expulsus Piratis Commercia Restitua, pirates expelled, commerce restored.